Mutant Ape number 452. In addition to being a conference host, I have just added the job of professor to my resume, and the timing couldn't be better. Reimagine v14 is all about education, specifically Web3 University, where we are pairing up students from all over the world with some of the top experts in the Web3 space. The goal is to educate and inform all, from those of you that might be new to the crypto space to the diamond hands that have been in it for the long haul. So stay tuned and get ready to harness the power of the metaverse here at Reimagine v14. Did you know that despite the demand from at least 60 different industries using blockchain technology, there are very few qualified people? With today's changing nature of the economy and the technologies that affect it, blockchain and the innovation around it are leading the way when it comes to legacy disruption. Stay tuned to hear more from our guest, Paul Brody, a global blockchain lead at EY.
Hello and welcome back to Reimagine version 14, our University Edition. If this is your first time joining us, welcome in, and if not, welcome back, and thanks for tuning back in. We've interviewed over 600 projects, teams, and thought leaders in the blockchain crypto space, and the goal of our virtual conference is to educate and inform everybody, including those new to the crypto space, longtime holders, and industry professionals. So make sure you subscribe below to keep staying informed and enjoy what we have in store for you today. And today we are super excited to bring back a regular and fan favorite at our events, Mr. Paul Brody, global blockchain leader at Ernst & Young. He's been a part of many of Reimagine's virtual events, including our Coins docu-series. So if you're looking for more of Mr. Brody and you haven't seen that yet, it's available for free on our YouTube channel. Welcome back, Paul. We appreciate you taking the time out of your day to return back with us for another great discussion. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, and thank you guys for having me.
And like I mentioned before, this is our University edition. Our focus in this edition was to invite student blockchain partners to come and ask questions and discuss groundbreaking new technologies with some of the most influential thought and business leaders in the industry. So in that vein, our company Mousebelt has been working with more than 80 student blockchain organizations from universities spanning multiple continents, providing support in a variety of ways, from internships, office hours, sponsorships, as well as early stage projects investment. So today I have joining us for our discussion alongside our other special guests, Kim Long, representing the University of Washington. Happy for you to join us today. How are you doing?
Good. How are you doing too?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Please,
yeah, before we move on with the interview, could you tell us a little bit about your club, maybe how many members there are, the majors, if you know any of the distribution, and maybe some of the activities and projects that y'all have planned for the year?
All right. So at the University of Washington, we are actually, our club is a University Blockchain Society, and we are comprised of all three campuses. We have UW Seattle, and then UW Bothell, and then UW Tacoma. And in total, we have around 600 members in the club. And these club 600 members, and around 50% of the members are CS students or any technical related development students. And the rest are either business or humanities. So I would say like 30% business and the rest are other humanities. etc. So what are some of the backgrounds of our members? So we have each campus has their own vice president and president. I am the Department of Education for the club, and then let's go on to activities. So what do our clubs get into? So our club hosts hackathons, and then we also host speaker events and talks, and then events on how people get educated on blockchain in general. And then we also, upcoming month actually, we're creating a thing called a case hack, where we're going to combine the elements of a case competition and a hackathon. And then this is to target like the people that are not technical, and also like in addition to the technical people, and pairing them up to solve a real world problem. And then we also we're planning to host conferences or UW Blockchain Expo this spring, which is exciting. And what excites me about blockchain technology, well, the thing right now, most thing excited about is scalability solutions and certain like ZK rollups and ZK proofs and stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely a big gap there between the technical and non-technical. It definitely see it filled. Also with us today are Jeremy and Issy from Northeastern. Happy for you both to join us today. Please, if you could you all also tell us a little bit about your club and the distribution of the majors, activities y'all have planned for the year, things like that?
Yeah, for sure. Well, thanks for having us on. My name's Jeremy, currently the president of the Northeastern Blockchain Club. I'm joined by Izzy, our director of governance. So a little bit about the club. So we've been around for a little over a year now. We just hit a couple cool milestones as a club. So we reached over 1,000 students on our mailing list, over 1,000 Instagram followers, just over like 550 Twitter followers, and around 700 in our Discord. So we're definitely trying to grow the club as much as we can on Northeastern's campus. So they kind of talk about activities and kind of split of students. So as a club, we have 6 main initiatives. First being our weekly speaker events. So this is where we bring in industry leaders, mostly in person, to speaker events to kind of talk with the students and teach stuff like that. And then we also have a research team, tech team, governance team, podcast, and then a new initiative this semester is Women in Blockchain. So our research teams kind of split into 2 tracks, our Discover and Alpha. Our Discover track is meant for people new to the space to bring them up to 0 to 100 knowledge base. And then our Alpha track works with different sponsors in the space, such as Coinmetrics, who we co-authored a paper with last semester. And then our governance team, Izzy can definitely talk more on later. That's her domain. And then our tech team, we're mainly sending students out to hackathons and kind of teaching them the skills necessary to compete well. Last weekend, actually at Hack Boston, we were able to send, I think, around 25 plus students, and we won multiple first place kind of prizes in different tracks. So definitely a big growth coming in there. And then podcasts similar to speaker events, just on a digital forum. And then our Women in Blockchain initiative is super awesome. Kicking off this semester, kind of led by one of our past presidents and alumni, Allison, who now works for Hedera Hashgraph. So yeah, that's a little bit about the club. And then kind of demographics of the club. We're split pretty 50-50 between business and CS kids. So definitely kind of good mix of opinions and stuff like that. And then I'm personally very excited about GameFi and interoperability within the blockchain space. Izzy, on to you.
Sure. So like Jeremy said, I am one of the directors of governance at NEU Blockchain. So what we do on the governance team is we strive to get token delegations from various entities that we can then use to participate in various DeFi protocols. Last semester, we were engaged with TribeDAO, and then this semester, we are looking to onboard 2 more projects. Yeah, our governance team has certainly grown since last semester, and it's really cool to see, an interest really picking up in the space. And even from myself personally, governance is definitely an area of the crypto world that I've become very fond of. And I think it provides a great opportunity to really contribute something meaningful to the projects that you love.
Definitely. With the popularity of proof of stake, governance is definitely going to be a large part of the ecosystem moving forward, I would think. So let's go ahead and move on to the questions. We can start with Northeastern, and then when there's a natural lull, we'll flip to Washington, and then hopefully I'll take a crack at it. But this is a discussion, so don't hesitate to join in just because it's the other party's question or anything like that. So, all right, please go ahead, Jeremy and Izzy.
Sure. So I can kick us off. I think what would be a great intro question for you, Paul, is that you've said that blockchains will do for networks of enterprises what ERP did for the single company. Would you be able to just provide some color on that and explain what are the parallels between those two on their respective scales?
Yeah, absolutely. So many people don't really know what ERP is, but ERP stands for Enterprise Resource Planning. And basically all large companies run on ERP systems. And really, the ERP systems came out of what started in the 1960s as MRP systems, materials requirements planning, and it spread from manufacturing to the whole organization. But the idea is relatively simple, and a lot of it started with manufacturing, which is if I order 1,000 mugs, right? Well, 1,000 mugs require like 1,000 sheets and 1,000 bases and 1,000 lids and 1,000 little things. And when do I plan them and how do I order them and how do I make sure I have enough? And they all have to come together, and then somebody has to put them together. And the idea behind MRP and eventually ERP was, let's start to have some common rules and process and business logic that governs our enterprise. And it spread across the enterprise, and it did a lot of really fundamental things, like, let's say you're an enterprise and you have decided that everywhere in the world you're going to use FedEx or DHL as your shipping company. Well, in the past, it was really hard to enforce any kind of enterprise rule. So it's fine if you want to say, everybody, we should use this company. But what happens when the guy in Oklahoma decides he's got a good buddy at the competition and he wants to use them instead? Well, in the past, the answer was nothing at all. But with ERP, we could make it so that when you tried to print out a shipping label, it really would only let you do it for your preferred entity. Oh, and if you wanted to get it for something else, you have to get like a special approval. So essentially what ERP does, it said, we can have common process and shared business data across an enterprise. And we can do that in a really scalable way. And ERP made it possible for large companies to get much, much larger because they could execute much more consistently at scale. It's not an accident that sort of ERP and really, really large enterprises sort of grew hand in hand together. Blockchain makes that possible to extend that across enterprise boundaries. One of the things that you don't realize until you've been involved in ERP implementations and connecting companies is that all the cool stuff that we figured out how to do over the last 50 years with the MRP and then constraint-based planning and then ERP, all of that stuff disappears the minute two companies try to interact with each other. We're back to like basically emailing you a PDF file that you can scan into your computer. It is that bad. And all these things of like, hey, let's have a shared process, let's have some shared rules, have common data, just goes out the window. Because I've got my system and you've got yours. With blockchain, we could have a common process that spans 10 different companies, and we could have shared data and shared rules across all of that. And increasingly, over the last like 20 or 30 or 50 years, the biggest challenge for large companies isn't how do I run my own business? It's how do I coordinate my business with everybody else? If you think about cool stuff like new phones, you have to realize like, companies that make phones, the big brand names in this business, have almost no factories of their own. In many cases, they have no factories whatsoever of their own. What they do is they coordinate the work of hundreds of other companies. And that is really, really hard, difficult work. It is the most difficult work and probably the most time-consuming work that enterprises do is managing their relationship that they have in the ecosystem. And with blockchain, we have the potential to standardize and simplify that in the same way that we did with ERP inside the enterprise.
I've heard sometimes some people call that triple entry accounting, where that's the evolution of ERP. I think somebody I've heard that just recently.
So triple entry accounting it's very sort of accounting centric. It implies like I have a purchase item, and double entry means I sort of have balanced both sides of my books, credit and debit. Triple entry means I have both sides of my books, plus I keep like a copy on chain. I don't think triple entry accounting really does this kind of concept justice, because this is about active business process. It's about setting up rules. It's about continuity of data. So I think triple entry accounting, it tends to be a sort of very accounting specific mindset, whereas the extension of ERP into this like shared business space is, I think, much more transformational for enterprises.
I mean, that makes total sense. And thank you for the explanation. And a slight follow-up to that is, so you spoke about shared business data, but am I correct in stating that this doesn't necessarily include the content of enterprise transactions on the public blockchain? So I know that your work at EY has been focused a lot on privacy and security of those transactions, because enterprises don't want that kind of information out in the public, because that's going to be a disadvantage, competitively speaking. But yeah, I'd love to hear your kind of thoughts on that, and what kind of technologies you're exploring to guarantee that privacy for your clients, whether it's zero knowledge proofs or.
I spent many years in enterprise software, and I kind of knew pretty much immediately, once I really understood how blockchains work, that the big limitation on blockchains was privacy. If you're an enterprise, right, smart contracts sound really cool, but if my competition knows what I'm buying, how much I'm paying, and what the terms are of my deal, I've given away some really sensitive business information. So my goal at EY over the last few years is to fix that gap. And there's a couple of different ways to fix that gap. And the easy way is to create like a permissioned blockchain where some central authority can control things. But permissioned blockchains are kind of pointless. What is the point of having a centrally managed decentralized ledger? Frankly speaking, there just isn't one. There is no point to centrally manage decentralized ledgers. It's an oxymoron. And because if 10 companies could agree on a single party to run a network for them, they could have agreed 50 years ago just to have IBM set up a mainframe for them. That, we could have done all of this 50 years ago. There's nothing special about it. And indeed, if it could have been done, it would have been done, right? And the reality is that all these blockchain consortia have largely failed because they fail for the same reasons that they would have done 30, 40, or 50 years ago, which is that get 50 companies together and you'll have 50 different opinions of what's important and how to get it done, and nobody will actually agree upon something. The internet was wildly successful in part because the standards are the standards and you kind of have to manage around them. And that made a huge difference, right? That the constraint and the openness made it much more scalable, and people adapted and they standardized to that. So we have to get to the same way. Once we discarded the idea that private blockchains are a viable solution, we end up with a different set of options, all of which are much harder than kind of setting up a private blockchain. And they, starting about 6 years ago, we built up our first R&D team, and we said, okay, how are we going to deal with privacy? And after a lot of sort of fumbling around and experiments and discussion, we concluded that zero knowledge proofs were going to be the only way to do it. And we looked at snarks and starks, and eventually we settled on snarks. And I'm not a good enough math person to tell you why, right? But we picked snarks, we picked ZK snarks, and we ultimately realized that there's really two things that have to be done. The first is we need privacy to move tokens around, right? If I have money or assets or widgets and I want to give them to you, I don't want to tell you how many I've given or how many are received for what I gave. So one thing is moving stuff around under privacy. I think we've largely solved that problem with a technology called Nightfall, which is now being, we developed it, we put it into the public domain. It's being picked up and run as Polygon Nightfall, which is a privacy-centric layer 2 network for enterprises. So that's the first piece of it. I can now move stuff around. I can still see some things. I can see what you put into Polygon Nightfall. I can see what you can take out of it, right? And I can see when you transact with the system. And we will require user identification to use it. So the regulators will also be able to see if you're transacting heavily, although we will not know what you're doing. It will be up to the entity to disclose that to regulators. That's good. It's not enough. It does unlock some really important use cases. Like I can do things like move inventory under privacy and know that my competition can't see what I'm doing because I'm just putting in a mathematical proof. But it doesn't fix the other part of the problem, which is if I want to have complex multi-party smart contracts with shared business rules, I can't execute that under Nightfall. So we're working on a second technology called Starlight. And what Starlight does is it allows you to take a pretty standard Solidity smart contract, mark up the parts of it that you want to kept private, and it will compile it into a zero knowledge circuit, which is basically a giant black box that executes logic in a provably truthful way of the logic that you wanted, but cannot be read or disclosed externally. So we're now in sort of I'll call it the early alpha stage of Starlight. My ultimate goal is to have business logic and private transactions, be able to put them together so that you can run any business-to-business process under privacy on a public blockchain. I know it's not very ambitious, right?
No, it should be very interesting. There's a lot of questions left to be answered there, because my first question in response would be, how is this not what you're talking about, just centralized, decentralized, right? It sounds like there's a layer of that's going on. So just from my layman's perspective.
Yeah, so that's a really good question. You know, one of the things that we've been super careful about doing with, for example, with Polygon Nightfall is making sure that there's no centralization. So you have to disclose your identity, but the way we're going to try to set it up is that you will obtain, say, an SSL certificate or an identity certificate from a third party, right? And that will automatically qualify you to use the system. There will be no centralized human. We will have multiple proposers. Polygon Nightfall will be truly decentralized. Starlight will be probably an open source application that anyone can use. So the logic and the rules governing these contracts and systems will be public, open, and properly decentralized. Because the minute you give a person a specific kind of authority over the network, you create centralization.
I'd like one last question on this. In terms of data storage, would any of that be off-chain, or the goal is to have it all on-chain?
No, the goal is to have actually basically almost all the critical data off-chain. We're trying to create a model where the principle is you will never put sensitive business information on chain. You will always put a representation or an off-chain link. You're only putting in as much information as required to make the logic or the process work, but all of your substantive information you really want to have off-chain, so that in the event that you're compromised or the chain is unraveled in some way, you could cut access to it and you'd have some control over your environment.
Simple. All right, let's kick it over to Washington and Kim Long.
All right. So this goes for the students out there, since we are all universities, right? So what is your advice for students who are looking to work in the Web3 industry?
So this is a great question. I love it. And I get asked it a lot of times. And I would say there's a couple of things that I really sort of urge people to do. First of all, you got to have good kind of core skills. And I've heard a lot of companies describe this as like a T-shaped skill structure. You need a bunch of skills in general, and then you need to be very, very good at one particular thing. So you can be a really good software developer, you could be a really good mathematician, you could be a really good supply chain expert, but you have to bring some particular exceptional skill to the table. That's one kind of critical thing. Second critical thing is you've got to bring sort of a willingness to, especially in a sort of a new area, you have to bring a willingness to sort of bootstrap your own skills and get yourself going, right? You have to be something of a self-starter, and you have to be you have to be sort of highly motivated. And this is honestly is really hard, but it's also essential. Many times in my career, I got told by clients like, Paul, you were not our first choice. In fact, you weren't even our second choice or our third choice. However, you were willing to get on a plane, you were willing to come over here, you were willing to stay the extra time and put in the extra hours and deal with some of the tough stuff. And I've worked honestly for really, really difficult clients. And in this day and age, it's not always popular to say this, but sometimes you can learn a lot of stuff from really demanding and difficult clients. And if you can stick it out and deal with the problems, then it's worthwhile. I'm a gay guy, and I spent many years in places that are super gay unfriendly. I've been invited by clients to strip clubs. I don't enjoy going. And I'll be honest with you, like as I've gotten more senior and gotten more power and visibility, my answer to do you want to come out to dinner? Do you want to go drinking? Would you like to go to the club is no, because I never liked it. But I dealt with it. And it wasn't great, but it ended up clearing the path for me to do things from which I learned a great deal. And that's tough because it's not always fun. And I felt like at times, like honestly, it was at times like super depressing. I have a lot of sympathy for people who feel like they're in a hostile environment. Trust me, I've been there. My mother was a software developer in the 1960s. Like sexual harassment was like a daily activity, right? We used to, as kids, we used to get like the download, like so-and-so told me he was dreaming about me today, right? I'm like, okay. And it's tough, but it's not always useless. You can learn useful things from not great people in difficult situations, right? Including learning useful things about yourself. The last thing, and I'm not recommending, I'm not saying it's fun or good or enjoyable, but I am saying that you can still learn a great deal from some of these folks and people and organizations. And then lastly, I really want to emphasize the value of like a broad-based liberal arts education. One of the things that we value a lot in America is, I'll call it like this meme-centric worldview, or this like, hey, that's a great argument. But a great argument isn't necessarily the same as a true argument. And cool ideas aren't necessarily valid. And I just want to share one little illustration with you. I was an econ major, and I was very fortunate to have as my economics professor, a guy named Ben Bernanke, who later became the chairman of the Federal Reserve. And Professor Bernanke was kind of obsessed with the Great Depression. He was obsessed with the Great Depression and all the mistakes that America made in responding to the Great Depression, one of which involved not printing any money. And Ben Bernanke happened to be in charge of the Federal Reserve at the time of the Great Recession in 2008. And he opened the taps, right? Because he knew a couple of really important things. Number one, printing money doesn't actually lead to inflation necessarily. And number two, deflationary systems are catastrophically bad. They are like nation destroying bad. In fact, one of the most studied questions in economics is inflation bad? And the answer, turns out, is unless it's like hyperinflation, like 60, 70, 80%, it turns out actually that economists have a hard time finding significant damage from inflation. Now, I'm not arguing that inflation, especially lots of it, is really good, but I would say the obsession, for example, that the cryptocurrency world has with limited supply and Bitcoin goes up forever, it's fundamentally wrong. It's been proven wrong over and over and over again in the world of economics, and that hasn't seemed to penetrate any of the mindset of people spewing out memes. And if you can have a good education that includes exposure to key ideas in economics and policy, statistics, how to tell the difference between a cool idea and just luck, right, is really important. So I want to make the case that to be effective, especially to grow your career beyond the early stages, you've got to be able to make good decisions. And you will make good decisions if you could do things like learn from history, tell the difference between a cool idea or a lucky win and a statistically significant outcome. These things are really important and eminently worthwhile in the longer term.
Yeah, that's really interesting that you kind of went the way of kind of the meme culture and how kind of people's opinions and kind of perceptions can get skewed. That kind of leads me to a question of, how do we onboard the next 100 million users, but how do we onboard them correctly? Because the blockchain Web3 space has certain kind of ethos around it that's very different than the traditional space. So how do we get this kind of hyper growth to get the next 100 million, but how do we make sure it's the 100 million that we want to see? Do you think it's going to come into play with institutions, or do you think it's going to still be more kind of retail, global driven?
It's going to be, if I'm being honest, it's going to be very institutionally driven. Web3 as it exists today is really hard to use, right? If you have ever bought like an NFT, right? Or better yet, if you've ever sort of talked somebody else through buying an NFT, and you hear yourself and you're like, so first you need to go to a central exchange and you need to open up an account, and then you need to send some money to the account. And they're like, I'm trying to do it, and my Visa card says it's not allowed, right? And my bank has blocked wire transfer. And by the time you're done, you're like, I cannot believe how difficult this is. We have sort of, we've been in this water for so long, we've forgotten how terrible it is from a user experience perspective. And so institutions, they do a couple of things that are super helpful. Number one, they are really, really good at simplifying the user experience, right? Where they know how to make buying stocks and bonds and other types of digital assets seamless and easy and simple, right? One-click buying, basically. And we need that in the world of Web3. I do think there is a place for self-custody. There is a place for self-engagement by these users. And I think competition from institutions will actually prod the whole like Web3 user experience to get much better. Some user experiences are way better than others. I feel like some MetaMask, I've been hacked a couple times. Fortunately, always with like practice wallets that I keep for playing with stuff and doing risky transactions. But for example, I also have a smart contract wallet from Argent that has proven to be unhackable, right? It's really been incredibly resilient. On the other hand, it doesn't work so well in DeFi transactions. So I see pieces of the path forward, but I think the number one mechanism for bringing on the next generation of users is a user interface, right? It's just got to be so much easier. And then I think the second thing is we've got to be clear about what is the value proposition. And, you know, ramming it down the throat of 30 million people in a country and telling them that Bitcoin will be good for them is not the way to do it, right? I think that's very clear. It doesn't work. I think showing that there's some value, whether it's protecting your wealth, giving you access to new investment options, allowing you to participate in DAOs and governance and collectibles, whatever it is, the community you want to engage in, there has to be a positive value combined with a simple user experience.
I do agree. As a child who grew up using a modem and the 56K type experience of just literal pixel line by pixel line, sometimes Web3 is very much the same kind of, you know, it's not 3 days, but sometimes it's a little bit longer than you were expecting. So I'll throw it back to Kim Wong real quick because we got two back to back. If you had a follow up or anything, otherwise I can go ahead.
I don't have a follow up, but like I have other questions.
Yeah, go right ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me ask. Paul, are you a DeFi person?
I am a DeFi person. I'm a big fan of DeFi. I think it's absolutely transformational. I think in general, DeFi shows all the characteristics of the best parts of Web3, which is you've taken these building blocks, these sort of Lego building blocks, and we've made them standardized, stable coins, lending facilities, and we can stack them on top of each other, right? I don't need, the beauty of a permissionless, open, standardized architecture is I can take a stable coin from one provider and I can shove it into a lending protocol from another provider, right? We can start snapping these kind of business process components together. Now, DeFi is the first case example, and finance generally got started quickly because it's fully dematerialized. But eventually, I want to be able to do this kind of thing with, I want to take inventory, I want to take my inventory tokens and I want to plug them into a lending facility. I want to be able to have a accounts payable, like a receivables token, and I want to be able to borrow against it or get paid on it early, right? Ultimately, DeFi to me is just a prototype of what we will be able to do as we turn all kinds of business processes into these sort of reconfigurable Lego bricks. And then once we take them apart and standardize them, we can start snapping them back together in new ways.
Yeah, I guess I've got a follow up for that is, in the sector, what is the future for DeFi is the regulation. It seems like it's going to be made via the courts these days. Is there anything else that you're aware of kind of to flesh that out so that it is fully decentralized and okay with, you know, the powers that be?
So regulation by enforcement is always kind of suboptimal compared to, it is often, not always, but often suboptimal compared to, say, regulation by actual specific positive rules. And, you know, one of the things that happens in sort of regulation by enforcement is in enforcement actions, there's one point of view that gets represented and decided upon, and it often doesn't get sort of debated or subject to public scrutiny. So you end up with sort of statements that maybe would not have been included if they had been subject to much more scrutiny, like saying everybody who voted on a DAO proposal is responsible for some kind of violation of the law, or that every transaction in a particular blockchain happens in a particular country because a lot of the nodes are in that country. These are not things that would necessarily feel sensible if they got a lot of public comment. So in general, I think regulation by enforcement is a bumpy road, and sometimes people settle in enforcement cases. They end up agreeing to a lot of things that they would normally not agree to just to make the settlement complete. They can't fight everything. You can't, if there's a huge power disparity, you can't redline the document and say, well, this is reasonable and that's not. So positive regulation would be great. There is absolutely clear signs in the US, in Europe, in the UK, in Japan, in Korea, that bills are working their ways through legislatures. They're being documented, rules are being formed. I guarantee you it's going to be a turbulent process and there'll be overreach and misapplication, but I am cautiously optimistic that we will, over a period of some years, end up with a reasonable and executable set of regulatory rules. One of the challenges with Web3 is we are doing some things in new ways that if you imply the rule incorrectly, or if you create a rule that's too complicated to implement, you could sort of accidentally kill the whole business segment, and that would not be a good outcome. I do think, for example, that one of the key principles that I've heard from the Bank of England, which I like and have repeated a lot, is it's a security. If it's a security, it's a security. And it's a security whether it's on the stock exchange or in the blockchain, right? It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter where it is. It matters what it is and what you do with it. And I think that's an excellent foundation. It doesn't change the fact that if blockchains work, and they do work in very different ways than stock exchanges, the rules may need to be tweaked or adjusted in order to have the same effective result.
Yeah, the Bank of England forgot to account for solidity. So go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, thinking about regulations correlation with adoption, and you were saying, you know, what's it going to take for the next million users to get into crypto? I was thinking, on the one hand, more regulation would be seen as a positive for those outside the crypto space, because you know, there's going to be less volatility and reasons along those lines. But then perhaps from the perspective of individuals already participating in DAOs, for example, regulation on the horizon could act as an incentive to, you know, get out the DAO if they think they're going to be held liable for decisions made in that DAO. So I don't know, I'm just interested to hear your opinion on both of those possible ebbs and flows in terms of regulation.
So early adopters in every technology are idealists. That's like a given. If you go back, you guys are all too young, but if you go back to the old days, you know, us old folks thought the internet was going to like make the world free. And, you know, we loved this idea of this like borderless communication mechanism that was censorship resistant. Little did we know that it was entirely possible to build a firewall around an entire country, right? Well, honestly, like, there was a lot of disappointment about, to some degree, where the internet ended up compared to its overall promise, right? Especially around some of the more idealistic things like freedom of speech. And I actually wrote an editorial in CoinDesk once called "The Future of Ethereum Sucks and I Feel Fine." And it kind of boils down to this, same thing, which is, as an idealist, the future of blockchain in many ways is going to be a little bit disappointing, right? This true open commercial ecosystem that's largely unconstrained by complex rules and is incredibly innovative is going to be tied down by rules. That's the nature of the game. But the good news is there's a couple pieces of good news. I think, first of all, every time we get a new technology, we have a new chance either make the same mistakes or preferably like fix some of those and maybe make new ones, right? So I can be optimistic about that. And then secondly, we can't grow beyond a certain size. Blockchain is about as large as it can be today without regulation. With regulation, we can unlock torrents of institutional capital. If you think about the world's richest entities, and by the way, the world's richest entities, not individuals, pension funds, government investment funds, right? University endowments. These are the richest entities on earth. They're sitting on trillions of dollars, and they are legally obligated to only invest in sound investment-grade regulated assets. There's a couple $100 trillion of stocks and bonds and worth of assets that could be unlocked for use on the blockchain when regulation matures. So I think even idealists on the blockchain like me are like, wow, we could have 200 times our current demand, right, if we're willing to accept the future of regulation. I think the incentives, the positives ultimately outweigh the loss of this like idealistic and exciting freedom, which, by the way, also was a playground for scam artists, con people, and liars, right? That was the real downside.
So the whole kind of notion of EY, you guys are a huge institution. So where do you guys kind of play your role? Because you mentioned the two applications you guys are building, one built, one being built. Are you guys kind of hopping in on the regulation front to kind of help shape policy, kind of putting acts like that into the world, or are you just more focused on kind of building and trying to grow the pie for everyone?
So my mission and the mission I'm trying to get to EY is I really fundamentally I want to change how the entire world does business. And in particular, I want to do two or three really important things. Number one, I believe that if we can apply blockchain to large enterprises, we can have two really big positive effects. We can make the world much more efficient, because transactions between companies are just about the most inefficient thing that large companies do. It's very slow, it's very cumbersome, there's a lot of friction there. So we can make the world much more efficient. Secondly, I believe that we can create a much more fair and equal set of outcomes in the world of digital commerce. We live in an era, in the Web 2.0 era, of digital monopolies. And digital monopolies exist because network effects of commerce are so powerful. On the blockchain, we can have digital commerce without creating digital monopolies, right? And I think in those environments, more of the value that gets created by companies goes back to the enterprise, especially the small business, and that in turn gets shared out to employees and shareholders. So we can make the world bigger, richer, and fairer using blockchain technology. That being said, to get there, I think there's two or three things that we've really got to do. Number one, we have to convince the world's big businesses that blockchain technology and cryptocurrency are not scary, they're not dangerous, they're not risky. You can do business legally and safely. And so one of the first steps is, if a Big Four audit firm comes and tells you that, yes, you will not go to jail if you accept a Bitcoin or you use Ether or you participate in DeFi, that's the first thing, right? You're going to ask your auditors, can we do this? And when your auditors say, yes, you can, it's a lot less scary, right? As I always like to joke, our auditors would not do well in prison, okay? They're not going to give you advice that's going to land them in prison. Secondly, we need to lead the way in showing enterprises how to use this technology in their business. So we are building blockchain applications. We have ops chain, we have smart contract testing, we have audit tools. So we are building applications that use this technology. And then thirdly, we are trying to address what we think are a particular shortcoming. And if you ask people about blockchain, they'll tell you, the first thing they always tell you is oh, it doesn't scale. But as I've often told Vitalik and just about anybody else who listens to me, there will never be a true scalability problem if we don't solve the privacy problem. We will get to a certain size and we won't be able to go larger because people won't be comfortable without privacy. So I feel like everybody on Earth has been addressing the scalability problem. That's been the hottest topic, and everyone's always thinking about that. But for 6 years, I feel like sometimes often in total obscurity, we've been hammering away on the privacy problem. And I think ultimately, when I think about sort of my legacy and EY's legacy in this business, it will be to have convinced large enterprises that it is safe, shown the way with some use cases, and helped build out this privacy technology.
Awesome.
And yes, on top of that, we do engage with the regulators. We don't do so quite so publicly because we're trying to be respectful of the regulators, right? We don't want to be one of those like pushy entities that's telling people like, have an editorial, this is terrible, you're stupid or something. Like, that's not constructive engagement. But we do behind the scenes talk to almost every central bank and major regulator in the world.
Awesome. Then one thing that I am curious about, so as you kind of mentioned, you guys have been building away for 6 years. So what kind of decisions, or how do you guys process what blockchain to build on? Do you think the future is multi-chain? How big of a role do you think interoperability is going to play within the next 10, 15 years?
So I personally am a big interoperability skeptic. And this is where I always argue that it's time to study history, right? The reality is that in technology ecosystems, we tend to end up with technology monopolies. There aren't 20 different kinds of internet. There's one kind of internet. And by the way, the internet is terrible. Like, we're doing a video conference on the internet. The internet was not made for video conferencing. It wasn't even made for audio. Like, if you were to ask an engineer in charge of TCP IP like 40 years ago, like, hey, what do you think if we did real-time audio and video? He'd be like, are you crazy? Like, that is nuts. There's no quality of service. We don't know, what happens is the largest network and the most flexible network becomes the most successful network. And it becomes that even though the network itself is deeply suboptimal, there are so many better ways for us to handle voice and video and data separately, or to mix them together. There were very, very cool ideas like frame relay, ATM, asynchronous transfer mode, like a really cool technology that was around about 30 years ago. None of them succeeded. They all had some influence over kind of TCP IP and the evolution of the internet, but they didn't succeed. And that's how it's going to be with all these other blockchains. Ethereum has won, in my opinion. It's game over. And being very, very constrained in my engineering budget and being kind of a strategy guy, I have a kind of a simple approach. I want to be, and I want EY to be, the very best on earth at Ethereum. Not because Ethereum is the best blockchain. I'm sure it isn't. And I never get into discussions about what's better or worse. I wanted us to be the best at Ethereum because, and we only really build on Ethereum for the simple reason that Ethereum is the biggest blockchain, right? And if you look at the history of business, the rewards for being number one in the biggest market are many times larger than the rewards from being pretty good at half a dozen different things. So I say with sincere gratitude to all of my competitors who are still pitching private blockchains and telling people they're technology agnostic, thank you so much. Please keep doing that. Interesting.
So I know, like, my kind of personal view is Ethereum obviously is one of the biggest blockchains, and it's an amazing kind of piece of technology. But I see more of the EVM, Ethereum virtual machine, living on. To me, that kind of technological advancement is what is kind of rooted in history as the go-to smart contracts machine. So how do you see kind of the future of the EVM living on, or just kind of total ETH domination?
So it's ETH domination, but you have to remember that ETH domination is not sort of quite as monolithic as you think, right? One of the things that is great about Ethereum is the Ethereum Foundation is absorbing good ideas all the time, right? They do so in a very careful and in some ways like dissatisfyingly slow way compared to the competition, but they do, there's going to be sharding. There was a transition to proof of stake. There's intense competition and lots of innovation going on in layer 2. So I think Ethereum and the EVM will become this ecosystem, and the competitive battleground isn't like alternate layer ones, it's layer twos and interoperability across layer twos. So the competition and innovation in the ecosystem isn't going away, but I do think it is shifting to a layer two system. All the ETH killers are dead.
Interesting. I know, Miguel, you have a question on kind of ETH merge, so I won't steal your thunder if you want to ask that one.
Oh, well, I was just going to say about the merge. If you're really just concerned with actually fundamentally building on the blockchain, then does the merge really have a big impact? You know, it might have an impact on the longevity, on the life of the blockchain, but that's different than actually here and now and building on the ground, right?
Well, yes and no. So the merge had like it really, in the short run, it had like zero impact. Like we, 36 hours after the merge, we confirmed that all of our applications are running exactly as designed. Our nodes have synced, everything's fine. The merge had two important kind of impacts. So first of all, from a perception impact, for a long time, we've known for several years that Ethereum is the winner. But I think it's taken the merge to drive home to all the other enterprises in this space that yes, Ethereum is the winner. The institutional team can handle big, transitions of, what is today a multi-$100 billion piece of financial and operational infrastructure. So the Ethereum Foundation and the Ethereum ecosystem proved it can handle big, important stuff without screwing it up. And that is super important. That is the level of conservative, careful behavior that if you're a large enterprise, you're looking for in essential infrastructure. And that was a really good signal. More importantly, I think the merge clears the path for other stuff like sharding and higher levels of scalability and stateless machines. And these are important because of what's coming. Today, and I give you a really good example. So one of the use cases that we want to unlock with privacy is supply chain management. And supply chain management means not just having a single token that gives you data about, say, an entire batch of beer or a history of a case of wine. A single token can be attached to a single product or a single package of medicine that's serialized. Now, we have one client who for one product mints 500,000 NFTs a day, right? Each NFT moves 4 times. That means that in the course of a week, their average rate of transactions, if they fully move this asset on chain, would be 2 million transactions a day per product, and they have hundreds of products, right? When we sit down and we look at sort of what we think we need volume-wise to truly bring enterprise supply chains online, we think about numbers in the range of 4 to 6 billion transactions a day worth of capacity. That's what we think is necessary or will get unlocked and used by enterprises. So at 4 to 6 billion transactions a day, right, we need layer 2s. We're probably going to need layer 3s. The merge opens up this path to sharding, many layer 2 applications. We are going to need, we're not using any of that capacity now, but I believe we are going to need it.
I do agree. Yeah, the future, especially if it is the one, right, which there's never been a blockchain like Ethereum before, you're going to need the throughput. So we will throw it back to Kim Long in Washington if there's any burning desires here, maybe for one last question here before Mr. Brody's time's up.
All right, yeah, I want to discuss something similar actually. So with the adoption of new scaling technologies such as ROBs and data availability solutions, many smart contracts are actually not fully utilized. So due to the increased throughput, we agree that industries should start to focus on creating novel applications instead of as their main goal.
So novel applications as the main goal, I don't think is the point. What you're seeing here is like a classic enterprise and technology evolution cycle where one part of the ecosystem takes a step forward and then has a lot of capacity, and then other parts of the ecosystem don't really know how to use that. right? Or other parts of the ecosystem, they mature to a level where they're taxing it. So we've gone through phases where we had too many transactions and not enough capacity. Now we're in a phase where we have lots of capacity, but not enough transactions, and the volume of potential capacity is rising. As I said before, like with an expectation on the horizon of 4 to 6 billion transactions a day being necessary for industrial applications, I have no concerns that we will use up all this capacity that we're creating and then some. But the thing that I often caution people about is, is just because you're using a lot of capacity doesn't mean, for example, that ETH or some other gas fee commodity is going to become really valuable, right? Market prices are often set by this blend of supply and demand, and it's possible that ETH could be wildly successful. It is wildly successful. It could dominate the entire commercial ecosystem. That does not guarantee that gas prices will go up to some astronomical level fueled by a really high level of ETH prices, simply because as prices go up, people do with ETH transactions the same thing that they do with cars. They figure out how to use less gas and go further. So for sure, this thing being out of balance is something that's going to happen periodically. I bet you a few years from now, we're going to run smack into another round of constraints and have to think about them again. And they might not be transaction volume. It might be off-chain data storage or some other mechanism. But that's kind of the cycle, right? You hit a certain level, right? You use up a bunch of capacity. People spend a lot of time thinking about it. They fix the problem, and then suddenly, for a while, it looks like we'll never need all that capacity, and somebody will figure out how to use it productively, and it'll get all used up. You are right, though, that I think kind of this cycle of use cases never ends, right? It's true in PCs, it's true on the internet, it's true with smartphones. Every period of time, people are always coming up with some new use case for these tools.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Brody, and for anybody tuning in, as well as our panelists as well. What can, just as a final wrap up here, what can they do just quickly to kind of get started quickly in the industry if they're really, I have no idea, but hey, I'm a programmer or an engineer or something. What's your 60-second? This is how you get started.
The best way to start is to learn by doing. One of the blog entries that blew me away a couple of years ago was, I think it's the founder of Signal. He's like, oh, I want to learn about Web3. And so he decided to go and make himself a set of NFTs. And he wrote up this amazing blog entry about how he went from not knowing really anything about Web3 to making some NFTs, and all of his observations along the way as an experienced software developer and kind of privacy expert. It was brilliant. It was super impressive. That's how I learned. I learned by doing. So pick a small project. I once picked as a small project, I wanted to clean up my address book. And I used it as a way to learn some programming skills. And at the end of the weekend, my address book was an absolute disaster, right? Every single address was garbled. And I knew a great deal more about software development on the Mac than I probably really needed to know. And I was sleep deprived and had to go to work on Monday morning. But it was a great learning experience. I learned by doing. I think many other people do as well. Pick some small project, the equivalent of Hello World for Web3, and then go do it.
All right. Well, thank you so much to our panelists, as well as Mr. Paul Brody for joining us once again, the global blockchain leader out there, Ernst & Young. Thanks, y'all. See you soon.
Thank you.
The Ethereum merge just recently happened. So you may have heard a lot about proof of work or proof of stake. You may have even heard that Ethereum's energy consumption is now down 99.95%. But what does it all really mean? We brought in Ben Edgington, product lead at Consensus, to discuss all of this and more. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Reimagine version 14, our university edition. If this is your first time joining us, welcome. And if not, welcome back. Thanks for tuning back in. We've interviewed over 600 projects, teams, and thought leaders in the space. And the goal of our virtual conference is to educate and inform everybody, including those new to the crypto space, longtime holders, and industry professionals. So make sure to subscribe below to keep staying informed and enjoy what we have coming up for you today. And today we have a new guest to our program and to our conference series, Mr. Ben Edgington, product lead at Consensus. And the timing couldn't be more perfect here with what just happened with Ethereum, as Consensus is the organization responsible for the recent Ethereum merge. You can find him all over YouTube helping you make sense of the Ethereum network. Glad to have you out here today, Ben. How are you doing?
Pleasure. Thank you for the invitation to join you. I must correct you, though, on one thing. Consensus is part of the whole ecosystem delivering this upgrade, this merge on Ethereum. So the whole thing is decentralized. This is what makes it so incredible, is that it was dozens of organizations, over 100 individuals, all coordinating together all over the world. We played a small role in that at Consensus, but yeah, it was truly a massive community effort. But yeah, I just want to make that really clear.
Very interesting. Yeah, maybe we can get more into the brass tacks of that later on. But as I mentioned before, this is our university edition, and our focus in this edition was to invite student blockchain partners to come ask questions and discuss groundbreaking new technologies with some of the most influential thought and business leaders in the industry. In that vein, our company Mousebelt has been working with more than 80 student blockchain organizations from universities spanning multiple continents, providing support in a variety of ways, from internships, office hours, sponsorships, as well as early stage projects investment. So today we have joining us for a discussion, Mr. Jack McCarthy, representing Boston College. Happy for you to join us today. How are you doing, Jack? How is the weather up there in Boston?
It's still all right. I think we have another week or two before it starts to get freezing cold, and then we all crawl back into our houses and dorms for the rest of the semester. But it's been nice so far.
Just before we move on, can you just tell us a little bit about the club up there, maybe how many members, if you know about the distribution of the majors, and then maybe some activities or projects that y'all have either recently gotten into or have planned for the near future?
Definitely. So we have about 40 active members, I would say. Most of them come from our business school. That's where we see a majority of the interest at the moment. We're definitely trying to grow the interest among more of our computer science students, kind of bring them in so we can get more developers. What we do as a club is we kind of alternate depending on the week. So one week we'll have like a group internal meeting where we'll discuss recent news, market trends, kind of just an open discussion about all things blockchain. And then the following week, we'll invite a guest speaker in, who'll present on a topic, and we'll kind of have like that discussion and learn from them. So those are our bi-weekly meetings. Aside from that, we publish research reports on our website, bcblockchain.org. We run an investment fund that we just started this year. And we're starting up some Solidity labs for our students, like workshops this year. So we're super excited, definitely growing at light speed compared to last year. So it's been great.
Sounds like it's going to be, yeah, an exciting year up there in Boston. So We'll go ahead and jump right on into it. Why don't you go ahead and just start us right back off, Jack?
One thing that I kind of saw trending recently was Stanford researchers posting a paper discussing the potential for a new token type that would enable reversible transactions on Ethereum. Really curious about your opinions on this. I saw a lot of mixed reactions, especially there was the old phase of these, decentralization maxis. This goes against the immutability, finality of blockchains. And then there's another camp saying, well, if we want to onboard the next 1 billion users to Ethereum, we might need something like that. So I guess I'd love to see where you fall on that spectrum and kind of give us your reasoning for why.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I've seen the same work, and it's interesting. So fundamentally, it doesn't change the immutability of the blockchain, right? I mean, it's not. You can, upon the immutable ledger, you can build anything you like. Ethereum is a Turing complete platform, and that literally means you can build anything you like. So, it's no surprise that it's possible to build a token. So the idea is I can send you the token, and then if I want to, it will take a while to settle. And if during that period I wish to dispute the transaction, then that gets sent to a sort of panel of randomly selected judges around the world who will, consider the transaction. Was it legit or was it not legit, and reverse it. And the main goal is really, in the case of hacks, to give a period of time whereby that, stolen token can be returned to its rightful owner. And it applies to NFTs as well. Yeah, what do I think? I mean, I think there's a place for stuff like this. People will build it. So, one of the early premises of blockchain technology was be your own bank. So that makes you fully responsible for holding your keys, not your crypto. If you screw up, or if you're hacked and your assets are stolen, then it's all on you. You're your own bank. You've got no recourse to anybody else. But not everybody wants to be their own bank, right? Banks exist for a reason. They offer security, they offer convenience, they offer guarantees. I don't know what it's like in your country, but in my country, there's this huge fraud compensation scheme whereby if you're defrauded out of money, even if you sent the money but it was fraudulently attained from you, the bank will refund you that money. And that's very comforting to a lot of people. They will trade off that control for the comfort of having that. And I think that's okay. I don't want to force my mum to be her own bank. So there's a place for this, but I would not do it at the fundamental ledger, at the protocol level. I don't think finality is vital, is critical there. But if people want to use reversible tokens and they understand what they're doing and they understand the risks and rewards and benefits of it, then this is fine by me. I will say it's very complex though, that protocol. So
why don't you, Mr. Edgington, why don't you go ahead and explain a little bit for people who might be a little bit newer to the space, how you entered the blockchain space around 2016, how that happened, and maybe for people who just know the name Consensus, like myself, maybe you can talk to your organization's participation in the merge and what it was.
Yeah, gladly. So I'm a little bit older than the average bear in blockchain. I've had my career has sort of progressed in decade timescales, and I'm 3.5 decades in, I guess, since leaving school. I spent the first decade in academia, eventually working on climate science and climate research. Left that to spend 20 years in industry, actually working for the same company, a huge Japanese multinational. The first decade there was as an engineer working on supercomputers and industrial scale routing technology and smart cards and biometrics and all sorts of things as a sort of hands-on engineer. And then the sort of second decade there was management track, I guess. And I ended up sort of somewhat senior in fintech. We were doing a lot of information security and fintech stuff. Ended up as a head of engineering for the European operation. in fintech. And there came a point in 2016, as you say, when all our sort of salespeople and our pre-sales engineers are all coming back from meetings with clients and saying, you know, they only want to talk about one thing. It's something called blockchain. Can you find out what it is? So I did. I looked into this. I read the Bitcoin white paper. Thought, yeah, interesting, but wasn't gripped. Then I stumbled across Ethereum, and I thought, yeah, this is hot. This is amazing, and was immediately sort of sucked down into this rabbit hole of that, spending all evening and weekends, you know, hacking around with smart contracts, trying to understand what was going on, reading Reddit and everything. I made some very small contributions to some Ethereum projects, and found people in the community were so welcoming. They were just so open, helpful, and, you know, didn't scorn my feeble attempts to contribute stuff, and just that, you know, won me over. I had the opportunity to join Consensus in October 2017, so 5 years ago now. And Consensus is blockchain software company, primarily Ethereum based, so not exclusively. And we build the tools that enable others to build on Ethereum. So things like Infura serves data for Ethereum applications to use. MetaMask is, you know, the what users use to interact with the blockchain. It's a wallet. We have Truffle, which is a development platform for Ethereum smart contracts. And where I work is in the protocols, which is kind of one layer deeper. And we're building the software that actually runs the network. So my software is called Teku, and it's proof of stake client software, and it's running the proof of stake network as we speak. It secures something like $3 billion worth of stake placed by stakers globally. So yeah, and I've got a terrific team of engineers. I sort of product manage that, and there's brilliant team of engineers build it and maintain it. Yep, so that's where I am, and that's where Consensus is, more or less. Yeah,
that is fantastic, and it has been my experience as well, that even sometimes when I've been a little bit more hostile in some of these communities, I've been welcomed to just like, it's like hug boxes sometimes. It's very, very everybody understands that, oh yeah, somebody's just upset, you know, yeah, their thing doesn't work or whatever. It's very, very, everybody's got the same experience. So Jack, if you've got something else, you know, along those lines, or just something else, I'll throw it back to you in Boston.
Yeah, I'd love to kind of dig deeper on the whole proof of work, proof of stake argument. I hope you're not sick of it by now after everything. So from what I've seen, people have been saying it's more secure because there's more value staking it. But I guess what I want to kind of touch on is not in a nominal sense, because in my opinion, now is proof of stake. A government can print money and go out and buy Ethereum, take over 51%, 33%, whatever. So I really want to dig into the feasibility of hacking them now. I know, you know, Bitcoin and Ethereum, very hard to hack with how big they are now, gain a controlling stake. But outside of just a pure dollar amount, which consensus mechanism, proof of work or proof of stake, do you think is more feasible to hack? So like in real life, you know, having to go out and buy all these machines for mining versus, you know, printing money to buy the tokens, control proof of stake. So I'd love to dig in on that.
Yeah, and that's the right question. You know, so the whole security argument, part of it, one leg of the security argument is what is the cost to attack the network? And by attack the network, we mean basically rewrite the history of the network. Nobody can change the protocol rules. You know, you can't just print yourself a million Bitcoin because the network just won't accept that. But you can, for example, revert the history of the chain, so you can do a double spend attack, for example, on an exchange. And what is the cost of doing that? And under proof of work, it's the 51% attack. So you have to have more hash power than the honest actors in the network. And then you can basically do what you like. And the interesting thing about that is if you manage to acquire the equipment to do that attack, which is just money. I mean, you know, it's and certain actors in the ecosystem have more ability to do that. So Bitmain, for example, making ASICs, you know, who knows whether they're building their super powerful ASICs in secret, you know, supplying them to, you know, people we don't know who. It's easier for some actors than others to acquire that hash power. And the interesting thing about a 51% attack is it costs you money to in electricity to mount it, but you get all that back because you know when you win, you get all the block rewards for all the blocks that you mined yourself. And it's if the premise has always been if you do this, then the value of the token will crash, and then it costs you a lot. But experience has said, Ethereum Classic's been 51% attacked multiple times. Turns out nobody cares about exchanges being double spent. I mean, it's just not an issue for the price of the token. So it's been interesting to observe that. But you know, fundamentally, there is a big barrier. Acquiring the equipment is the primary one under proof of work. Proof of stake, it's acquiring the coin, which on the face of it looks easier, but it actually to acquire to attack Ethereum now, you basically need, there are different sorts of attack under proof of stake, but you need between 50 and 66%, you know, half and 2/3 of the Ethereum to mount an interesting attack against the network. So if you assume all the current actors are honest, there's about 14 million ether staked. So you'd have to acquire about 14 million ether, which is, I don't know, $16 billion worth. That is going to be not easy to do. It's going to be very obvious it's happening, right, through exchanges and price and all those mechanisms. It's, you know, price is going to rocket if somebody says, right, I'm going to buy $16 billion worth of ETH. I mean, it's about 12% of all ether in existence is staked, and you have to acquire another 12%. So to do anything interesting there. More subtle attacks, bribing existing stakers, for example, then your barrier is lower because you only have to sort of find half of the existing stakers who are somewhat dishonest and willing to be bribed. But even then, the costs are still enormous, and probably 3 to 4 times the cost of an equivalent attack against proof of work Ethereum, you know, as it was. You know, acquiring the ether is probably, you know, 3, 4, 5 times more expensive than acquiring the equipment to mount a proof of work attack. But so yeah, definitely not less secure, but different metrics, different sort of model. But I'm content that it's certainly not less secure under proof of stake.
And one of those is it true that one of the security mechanisms of moving to proof of stake, even though you know, there are pros and cons in relation to proof of work. But one of the pros in terms of moving to proof of stake is you slow down that issuance, you slow down the velocity of the creation of ETH, so that, you know, that value doesn't, so it's less likely. Is that something that's true? Maybe you could speak to that a little bit. I'm sorry if I was unclear.
Yeah, that's not so much part of the security argument, but it is another benefit of proof of stake, is that we no longer have to pay for this huge power consumption. So miners are rewarded by issuance from the protocol. So this is new coin generated out of nothing to pay the people supporting the network. So under proof of work, there's a block reward. So Ethereum was 2 ETH every block, plus some maybe miner, we called them uncle rewards, but they're negligible. Now we are effectively under proof of stake issuing the equivalent of about 10% of that, about 0.2 ETH per block. And that's purely because we no longer have to pay for this massive power consumption and capital costs of miners. So that reduces overall issuance, which in principle increases the value of the underlying coin, which increases security of the whole system, because if the coin is more valuable, it's harder for an attacker to gain more of it. So people are happy about this. And we have this burning mechanism under Ethereum for about a year now. It's called EIP 1559. We're not very good at catchy names. And so every time people transact on Ethereum, a little bit of the transaction fee is burnt. And the last few days, actually more has been burnt than has been issued. So there is less ether in circulation today than there was yesterday, less total supply. So that's an interesting byproduct of the merge, and one of the sort of three reasons was just so that we're not spending money on just this burning power thing. But I mentioned that this cost of attack was one of the legs of security. The other one is new with proof of stake. Proof of work doesn't have this. The other one is that we can identify attackers under proof of stake and do something about them, which is just not possible under proof of work, because miners are anonymous. You cannot know who they are in protocol, whereas we do know who people are in protocol, in who they are pseudonymously. We know that there's a stake there, and we can potentially, if we detect an attack, we can take away that stake. Now that's automatic in protocol in Ethereum if it detects attacks on the network, so people behaving in ways that undermine the protocol, and we call it slashing. Some of their stake is automatically slashed, removed, and they're kicked out of the protocol. And if we, so that that remedy is just not available under proof of work. And we also have this concept of social slashing. If we, detect a bad actor on the network who, for example, is censoring transactions in a way that harms the network, we can, in principle, identify them by their stake. We know which validators and which stakes are responsible for this, and we can coordinate just to kick them out of the network, because this is effectively breaking the rules of the protocol. So, and again, under proof of work, there's no defense to that. It's a new security feature. So does that make sense?
Yeah, it sounds like this is producing or a step towards some of that security that you were talking about earlier, that some consumers are going to want. And especially a non-volatile environment is essential if you're looking to build anything. You can't be spending a whole bunch of gas. Or Jack, we'll go back to you in Boston.
I know MetaMask, one of your guys' products, whenever I do like an intro to blockchain event at the start of the year, we'll set them up on MetaMask, kind of have them mess around on chain. But you kind of mentioned it earlier, how you don't want your mom being her own bank, or maybe not your own mom, but there are, grandparents out there that maybe aren't as tech savvy and, maybe shouldn't be holding their seed phrase. But I also wouldn't want my grandparents to be holding their funds on an exchange where it's literally not their funds. So do you see any potential advancements in the wallet space that can make it more consumer friendly and less kind of scary about this pressure of holding your own keys without giving up that benefit of the assets truly being your own?
I think this is definitely something that needs improvement, will improve over years to come. We need more and more creative people and user-oriented people in the space. And I was around in the 1980s. I remember what using the internet in the 1980s was like, and it was extremely clunky and unpleasant, and was for techies only. I remember Mosaic, the first graphical browser I ever used, and pictures appeared on my screen, and it was astonishing. I'd just been using like text-based, terminal-based web browsers prior to that, and it was a game changer. And that was the forefather of all modern browsers that we have now. And I still feel like a lot of our blockchain tech is still somewhere in the mid 1980s in terms of usability, and there's a long way to go. It's still province of the nerds, really. It will happen. I mean, as this stuff becomes more systemically important, people will this key management thing will get solved. So things like having it built into your mobile phone, so on a secure element, so you just don't need to worry about it. Your phone just comes with this, and you just don't need to worry about it at all. You just transact. Success for me, what does success look like? What it looks like for me is you don't know you're interacting with blockchain stuff. I mean, it just fades into the background. It's critical infrastructure for the planet, but you're just using an app, like you would use any app on your phone or on, in a web browser, whatever, on your PC desktop. You don't know, you don't care what the underlying technology is. It's just delivering you some benefit transparently, because we've built layers of abstraction on top of it. Today, you're exposed to the kind of raw blockchain kind of nastiness and protocol and things. But in 5 years, 10 years time, it's going to be smooth. And we need these people to join the ecosystem to come and build this stuff, because we nerds are not going to cut it. So please come and help.
I definitely, when people ask me, hey, how do I get involved, what should I be doing, and I tell them, man, do not go buy crypto, go find a community that you are interested in and go do a little project for them and earn some crypto like that. Because honestly, I think people get hung up on the investment aspect of it without realizing that there's a lot else going on here than just people throwing money around. And kind of in that vein, since we're talking about the merge and stuff, I know a lot has been said, or a lot has been the cons of proof of stake have been often extolled, right? A lot of people are upset, but let's talk about some of the cons of proof of work. What made you concerned about proof of work, just in general?
Yeah, we've covered two of the main benefits of proof of stake over proof of work, one of which is a sort of security model, and the other is this sort of issuance. We're just not paying so much for our security anymore. But the number one for me was just the environmental thing. The numbers were terrifying under proof of work. So Ethereum under proof of work, I mean, there's an estimate out there that it was 0.2% of the whole electricity consumption of the world was burnt only in Ethereum proof of work. Yeah, this is, depending on whose estimates you believe, this is equivalent to a small country, like Chile, or it's not a small country, but maybe in terms of power consumption, or Belgium in European terms, or whatever. So effectively, at the merge, we turned off a country's use of electricity, an entire country. And in this day and age, that is significant. I mean, that's really significant. Again, by some estimates, Ethereum proof of work mining was emitting nearly a megaton of CO2 per week. Now, it might not have been a megaton, it might have been, 0.2 megatons or something, but this, we're not going to worry about a small factor here. This is immense amount of carbon pumped out. And, I'm really proud to have actually been part of reducing it. It's probably, the most significant thing I've done in my life is offset all the flights I've ever taken, and, all the air I've ever breathed, and all the vehicles I've ever driven, and whatever. Just doing that, and thousands more people as well. So, yeah, that for me has been massive. And not everyone is not the main thing for everybody, but I think a lot of us are delighted, and especially a lot of brands. There's a lot of hate for crypto in different ways. I mean, you've touched on it. The make money fast thing has been one narrative, which is just is horrible, but also the sort of environmental hate. That your NFTs boil the ocean and all this kind of thing. And I'm really glad that, I can look my kids in the eye and say, we're not boiling the ocean anymore. and brands, are now getting on board. Previously, they'd had a massive backlash if they'd announced they were getting into crypto in any way, shape or form. But now we're seeing more interest. They can, with a clear conscience, clear environmental conscience, come and talk about crypto projects. And that's really encouraging.
That's very, very interesting. I think I saw Starbucks the other day or something. It's just insane. So we'll go back one more time up to Boston, and Jack, if you got another one.
Yeah, I mean, we touched on, the impacts that crypto has on the real world, proof of work previously, maybe boiling the oceans. But on a more positive note, what's kind of your favorite real world application of blockchain that you've seen so far?
Real world. I don't spend much time in the real world.
the meat space, as they like to say.
The meat space. Yeah. It's interesting. So NFTs are really interesting, right? Because that's not my world. I'm not sort of into art and that kind of thing, but I've been fascinated about how that has intersected with my world, which is sort of deeply technical protocol stuff. And ownership of digital assets is a brand new thing. I mean, you don't have it without blockchain. You can try and enforce things by legal contracts and so forth, but it's very ineffective, deeply ineffective. Actually asserting ownership of digital assets is brand new. And it's been really interesting to see that space being explored. And it's not just about artworks. It's like, you know, ENS, the Ethereum name system, which is a you know, an adjunct to DNS. It's a blockchain-based DNS. Is NFT based. I mean, they are classic standard ERC 721s, I believe, which are NFTs. And enabling that kind of application, I think has, you know, is not yet impinging hugely on the real world, but is, I think, something which has tremendous utility, you know, in years to come. You know, land registry records and all of that, you know, qualifications on the blockchain, things like that will be very interesting in years to come. So that's one. And I think DeFi has huge potential. There are primitives being built in DeFi as a sort of a parallel economic system. You know, several $1 trillion worth of potential value. I mean, we've got up to about 4 trillion at one point in the whole ecosystem. Enough that governments are getting concerned about this stuff, and they want to regulate it. As an alternative to traditional banking, the primitives that allow trustless interaction on DeFi and creative new protocols, I think, are very interesting. And it's been a bit of a playground so far, and, you know, there are too many hacks and there are too many Ponzi's and blah, blah. But if you look fundamentally, the basics, the quality projects, these are things that are going to be around for, you know, years to decades, and I think will actually show real utility in the real world at some point.
And so just following up, where do you see the blockchain, the Ethereum blockchain? What do you think the next, I guess, like you said, we don't have catchy names for these things, the next ERP, what the next step is for the blockchain? Yeah,
the next step. So we don't really have a formal roadmap, in the sense we don't map out, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5 years of absolute deliveries. We will deliver this. We have a collection of stuff that we're working on, and we'll deliver when it's ready. And a lot of that stuff is around scalability, making stuff faster. It's about usability, so changes in the EVM, the Ethereum virtual machine, to make smart contracts, you know, more effective, easier to write, more secure, and things which make Ethereum nodes easier to run. So decentralization things that includes censorship resistance things, and just lightening the load on a put somebody running an Ethereum node. So a whole bunch of stuff in these categories. Immediately, we want to look at putting withdrawals of stake from the blockchain. So in order to get the merge done as early as possible, we simplified it and took out as much as we possibly could from the event of the merge, just as a risk management exercise. That meant excluding some stuff we'd have liked to have had, but, you know, would have made it more complex, like withdrawals. So that means people who have been staking on the Beacon chain for the last 2 years, they've put in their 32 ETH and they've not been able to get it out, or any of the rewards out. It's just locked in the protocol till we have these withdrawals enabled. So, you know, I think it's somewhat high priority we do that, so people can you know, take their money off exchanges that are staking, put it into more decentralized protocols and so on. That will be soon. We haven't set a date for that yet. There's a process amongst the core devs for, you know, deciding and what goes into the next upgrade. After that is a scalability thing. It does have a kind of catchy name. We call it proto-dank sharding, more formally EIP 4844. This adds a kind of block size increase, but the extra data in a block is only kept around for a month or so. So it's there, but we can discard it after a month, so that our chain doesn't grow dramatically And that data is useful for roll-ups, which are layer 2 solutions built to scale the underlying blockchain. They rely on the security of the base layer, but they don't have to have such decentralized assumptions, and thus they can be much more efficient. EIP 4844 enables them to run much faster, so we can get maybe 100 times more transaction throughput through the whole kind of Ethereum system as a whole. So those are the next 2 things on the radar, and then the roadmap. Well, I call it a roadmap. We've got enough to keep us busy for 10 years or so, I think. Beyond that,
what would you say to people who are concerned about the next step in terms of that unlocking and the centralization in terms of the latent centralization right now in terms of proof of stake? How are we going to get away from that? Then I'll shoot back to Jack one time.
Yeah, centralization is something we're always fighting against. I mean, it's in the DNA to be decentralized, and we can build a protocol that has the capability of being decentralized, and I think Ethereum under proof of stake has that. But people can still choose to put all their funds on an exchange and subvert that, which is painful and horrifies me. I think we're in a better place. So we haven't made things worse by moving to proof of stake. Under proof of work, we had 4 or 5 mining pools control more than half of the hash power. And that's inevitable because the economies of scale under proof of work are huge. It's near impossible to run a full miner at home or on a small scale, because the big miners have huge advantage in terms of ability to negotiate power cost, ability to accumulate hardware at cheap prices, and so on and so forth. So yeah, it was unfeasible to be a solo miner on proof of work. Under proof of stake, I'm a solo staker. I'm running a rig here at home on the very same connection that we're using to speak today, and that possibility is now open again. So in principle, we can be much more decentralized, much more effectively. In practice, there are some large entities like Coinbase Exchange who control large quantities of staked ether. Over time, I hope we will become more decentralized, but that's up to the community, the people who stake, to make that decision, and stop staking on exchanges and take things into their own hands. Yeah, definitely.
Yep. Only way to stop it is to do something different. So
yeah, and we have now. I mean, when the Beacon Chain started, we had no decentralized staking pools. Now we have, so Rocket Pool, for example, is a decentralized staking pool. They only really got up and running about a year ago, a year after the chain got running. So people are still locked into their initial positions, but once we have, we can unlock our stakes. We can, I'm hopeful that people will be able to put that into protocols like Rocket Pool, which are clearly more decentralized.
Definitely. Okay, let's go back with Jack in Boston.
Yeah, just curious, when you help with the Ethereum network as a dev, how much of it is simply like technical work and how much of it is more deep thinking, like theoretical work?
Yeah, there's a whole range of stuff. So there's fundamental research stuff, and all the way through to kind of writing code, and then there's deploying code and all of that. So the way it kind of works is most of the research people are employed by the Ethereum Foundation or somehow funded by the Ethereum Foundation, with a few exceptions. I mean, within Consensus, we have an R&D group. It's about 25 people. They're not all working on fundamental Ethereum protocols. They're working on cryptography and other things. But yeah, that's a team, and a bunch of them are working on core protocol things. And so the research people are thinking a couple of years ahead, working on zero knowledge protocols and that kind of thing and whatever, and inform a lot of the development and direction of the development. But they're not fundamentally writing production code. They might write some example code or, some testbed stuff, but it's not, nobody's going to deploy it into production. So this is where teams like mine come in, and we take that, we work with the spec writers, so that research gets codified into a specification, which is all done open source on GitHub. Anyone can read it, can contribute and put up PRs and so forth. That's codified into a spec. Then client teams write software, production quality software that meets that spec. And there's a whole iterative process, right? There's a feedback loop. You know, we're always suggesting improvements, correcting things, suggesting better ways to do things, you know, closing the loop with the researchers about, you know, how it works in production. And then, you know, we build it and then we hand it out to users, stakers, and node runners, and everything is out of our control. Then they run it and, you know, support the whole network. So we are not running the network. We're running a tiny fraction of the nodes on the network. The network is run by thousands and thousands of node operators around the world. So that in short is the process, and it is messy. Some would say inefficient. You know, it would be more efficient if we, you know, had a lab, we had one organization, we had a kind of head of research who told everybody what to do, and, you know, we had a program director who just planned out the next 3 years and said, okay, you do that, you do that, you do that. That's not how it works. There is no such role. It's very organic, very bottom up, very dynamic, and requires a lot of coordination, a lot of conversations. It's slow, but I think the outcomes are fantastic, for a couple of reasons. One of which is that you tend to get a lot of eyes on stuff, bring, you know, a lot of experience feeding back into things, and also because it just attracts. It's very attractive. People can come in and make a contribution, and yeah, we seem to have just this ability to attract really smart, committed, motivated people, and they just show up and make, you know, brilliant contributions. And it's always astonished me about, you know, Ethereum core development is that something needs doing, somebody shows up and does it. And there are so many opportunities to contribute and areas to get involved that it kind of works. It served us well.
So delivering projects and processes to the Ethereum network is what y'all are doing over there.
Yeah. The whole range of roles, from, you know, pure research right through to kind of software delivery, and everything in between.
So I guess there's a bunch of different ways that if kids, sorry, not kids, but students, college students, individuals, young adults, you know, excitable, you know, maybe, you know, you can teach an old dog new tricks. You know, I got back into it, and I'm not going anywhere. How can they come out and get involved with y'all at Consensus?
Yeah, so we have at Consensus specifically, we do have an intern program. So that runs every summer, Northern Hemisphere summer, and we had a terrific cohort this year, I should say, who have recently finished, and will be, you know, recruiting a new cohort next year. So, you know, look out for the Consensus careers page. So you can go to consensus.net and look at the careers page there, and there will be announcements about internships coming kind of early next year, I guess, on that. So that's an opportunity to work alongside, you know, people doing the job and learn the ropes and make a contribution. What kind of profile do we look for? You know, we're not that choosy. I mean, I think number one is just an incredible sense of curiosity. The desire to, and the hunger to learn stuff, and to make a contribution, make a difference. We're building really an ecosystem from the ground up. You know, this has not been done before. We're not sort of running along well-oiled tracks here. We're kind of literally making this stuff up as we go along. So people who are curious, willing to learn, flexible, and just have that desire just to absorb the knowledge and feedback on that is great. A lot of non-technical roles, really important, you know, communications, project management, design, stuff we've touched on to sort of be the link between the techies and the real world, you know, bringing these applications into life, and, you know, making them usable. Just a whole slew of non-technical roles are important. And as the Web3 ecosystem grows and becomes more normalized, those will become more and more significant as time goes on. So yeah, I definitely encourage people to check it out. Don't worry if you don't feel you check all the boxes. Everybody is looked at as an individual.
Definitely. In my experience, it's not necessarily about what you look like on paper. It's about, like you said, showing up. So if we've got any burning desires, Jack up at Boston College, if you've got anything. Otherwise,
yeah. Sorry, I will add just to that. I mean, outside consensus, the classic way into, you've already referenced this, but outside, the classic way into Web3 Ethereum kind of projects is just get involved. Your GitHub history is your resume these days, right? And it's kind of different from when I was a student, but it's now, what I did, how I got involved in the Ethereum space was just find a project, start making some contributions, testing. Nobody likes writing test cases. I wrote test cases for the Solidity compiler, and that was I made some lame PRs, and that was my in. After that, I was kind of a member of the community, and one thing leads to another very easily. But never undervalue the getting involved, make a contribution, join the discords, show value, and people will come and knock on your door and make you offers.
I mean, this is a bit of a tricky question, but is there one quality or idea from a blockchain other than Ethereum that you think is super special and would love to see on Ethereum one day? And if the whole crossover wouldn't work because of different consensus systems and different designs, what is one idealistic thing that you would love to see on Ethereum?
Yeah, that's a great question. Ethereum has been superb at borrowing ideas from other chains over the years. So it's been we don't have any sort of not invented here syndrome. So we'll shamelessly pinch ideas from elsewhere. One thing I would love to see is we call it single slot finality. So a little bit kind of technical, but the idea is with proof of stake, something we didn't discuss, we have this concept of finality. So there's a point at which it becomes impossibly expensive to revert the blockchain, and it takes us about 15 minutes to achieve finality under the current proof of stake. Proof of work doesn't have this property. You can have arbitrarily long 51% attacks. So but we have this 15 minutes interval between the last finalized block and where we are at the head of the chain, and that's forking, right? So you can get minor reversions, and we have this fork choice rule, and it's proved to be tricky. There are a number of issues that have been found with it. We're always, every few months we have to patch it up, and it's hard to do perfectly. And it doesn't really threaten, it's not existential, it doesn't really threaten the future of the chain, but it's a nuisance, and it's, we want to be sure it's secure. And waiting 15 minutes for finality is a bit of a usability issue. So I would love to see single slot finality. So we finalize the transaction. I can send you Ether or a token or anything, and within say 10 or 15 seconds, we know that is final. It will never be reverted. That is absolutely done and dusted. Chains like Cosmos have this. So they sacrifice finality for liveness. So if too many Cosmos nodes go offline, the protocol stops. You can't make any transactions. But you are guaranteed that once your transaction is on the chain, it is final. It will never be reverted. Ethereum has made a compromise on this. We have liveness. Even if we don't get finality, we still keep adding transactions to the chain. But our compromise favors liveness over finality, maybe a bit too much. So that's what I'd like to see. I'd like to steal some of that, finality and make it faster on Ethereum. Whilst trying not to sacrifice liveness too much. So a little bit technical, but I think that would be a great security and usability benefit for the chain.
And if they could throw in something, maybe they could steal something from Cardano about the way that they name their updates, just to help me out personally. That'd be great.
Yeah.
So, yeah, yes, sir. So we're going to go ahead and wrap up. And I want to say thank you to Mr. Ben Edgington for coming on out and joining our virtual conference series today. He is a product lead building an ETH 2.0 product over at Consensus, an organization who was influential in delivery of the merge as well. Thank you. Thank you, Jack, up at Boston College as well. Thank you all both, gentlemen.
Thank you both. It's been a pleasure and great to meet you.
Yeah, it's been a blast. I love to nerd out. Thank you.
By now, I'm sure you've heard at least a little bit about NFTs. Hell, you're talking to one right now. Digital infrastructure is not something new to our world, but NFTs have opened so many more avenues as we continue to live more and more in the digital world. Join us and our guest Scott Commoners, professor at Harvard Business School, as we dig deeper into just how substantial of an impact NFTs made.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 14, our university edition. If this is your first time joining us, welcome. And if not, welcome back and thanks for tuning back in. We've interviewed over 600 projects, teams, and thought leaders in the space. And the goal of our virtual conference is to educate and inform everybody, including those who might be new to the crypto space, longtime holders, and industry professionals. So make sure to subscribe below to keep staying informed and enjoy what we have for you in store today. And today joining us, we have Mr. Scott Commoners, a professor of business administration in the entrepreneurial management unit at Harvard, as well as a faculty affiliate of both the Department of Economics and Center of Mathematical Sciences and Applications there. He's also a research economist at the National Bureau of Economic Research and an A16 crypto research partner. With what's going on economically in the world, especially recently, the timing couldn't be more perfect. Welcome, Scott. We're excited to have you. How are you doing today?
Thanks. I'm great. I'm really excited to be joining you.
All right. Before we move on into introducing the student panelists and my co-hosts, maybe you could tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got into crypto.
Sure. So I'm an economist by training, and I work in a field called market design. That is sort of the branch of economics that uses economic theory and analysis to build practical solutions to real world problems. And in that context, I've been studying marketplace businesses and various market clearing mechanisms and transaction technologies, essentially since the days of my PhD or even a little bit before. And so I've been aware of crypto and blockchain technology for a very long time. One of my undergraduate and then graduate advisors was an early Bitcoin miner, right? I've been aware of the sort of growing and emerging technology space, and I've been interested in it from a market design perspective for its potential to enable new types of transactions. Interestingly, and we won't spend too much time in the intro, I started out as a major skeptic. And a lot of early applications were sort of trying to decentralize things in ways where the decentralization was not adding real value to the application and was very, very costly, right? Like to an economist, you're like, wait, institutions are useful. There's a reason like lots of organizations are centralized. There's a reason for government institutions. But over time, as the applications of the space have matured, I really became convinced first of the ideas of like around decentralized transaction infrastructure. And my friend and frequent collaborator Christian Catalini, roped me into a project on that with the sort of like early like market design questions around Libra, later called Diem. And then, especially of late, I've been fascinated by consumer crypto technology, sort of the opportunity to do things like establish new forms of property rights through non-fungible tokens, or improve incentive alignment between platform users and creators through the allocation of token shares. All of this sort of really is market design, exactly as we sort of intended in the field, right? It's like sort of using these new technologies to create better incentive systems that improve markets.
Well, it should be exciting to discuss today, because I do agree that there are a lot of exciting, especially economic and macroeconomic applications that could entail. But like I mentioned before, this is our university edition, and our focus in this edition of our virtual conference series was to invite student blockchain partners to come ask questions and discuss groundbreaking new technologies with some of the most influential thought and business leaders in the industry. So in that vein, our company Mousebelt has been working with more than 80 student blockchain organizations from universities spanning multiple continents, providing support in a variety of ways, from internships, office hours, sponsorships, as well as early stage project investment. So today I have joining us for our discussion, alongside special guests, Max Mohammadi from Cal Poly Blockchain Club and Brian Ide from University of Minnesota Blockchain Club. I'm happy for you to join us today. Before we move into the interview, could y'all both tell us a little bit about your club, maybe how many members, and maybe the breakdown of the members and the activities that your club has planned, maybe for the coming year, and maybe some stuff that y'all have done. So why don't we throw it over to Max first over at Cal Poly?
Yeah, totally. So I'm Max. I go to Cal Poly. I'm right now, I'm not actually the leader of our blockchain club, but I was last year. And this year, I'm just the co-president / treasurer. And what we do is really going back to what you said about the breakdown of our students and what we do. I'd say we have maybe about 80-90% computer science students, 10% finance students or accounting students, or maybe some other type of engineering. And pretty much what we're focused on, every time we have a meeting or every time we have some cool new project idea is centered around DeFi. We're really interested in DeFi. And then there's a lot of also just developer tooling, right? Like how to use hard hat, how to use truffle, even how to learn a new programming language for smart contracts like Rust or Move. And there's so much stuff in crypto right now where it's getting overwhelming to kind of teach all of our students different things. So at this point, we're kind of going to different hackathons together and just coming up with projects on the fly and trying to either stick with them ourselves or sort of pass those hackathon ideas along to other students for them to work on.
Really, really cool. Yeah. Sounds like there's a long runway out there at Cal Poly. So why don't we shoot it over to Brian here in Minnesota?
Yeah, hey, I'm Brian Ide. I'm the co-president of the UMN Blockchain Club. So our club has mainly been education focused. We host weekly meetings where we give a presentation on a certain topic because we have a lot of members that are really new to blockchain. They're just curious. They stop by just to really learn stuff. The other activities that we get involved in are hackathons. Right now, we are about to start a trading competition. And what excites me about blockchain technology is that really allows unfettered access to financial systems. And I think that DeFi is just really great.
Definitely. Absolutely. I do agree. All right. So we'll move on to the questions. I think that we had scripted out that we were going to start in Minnesota, but I started out there with the introductions. So we'll go right on. No, I'm sorry. Yeah. We'll go back to Minnesota. I'm so sorry. Since we started out at Cal Poly. Yeah. Not on it this morning. I need my coffee.
See, the weather is very similar in the two places, so it's easy to get them mixed up.
Oh.
I feel like the weather's about kind of the same across the whole country right now, but alas. Well, yeah, we'll start with Brian out in Minnesota. Yeah, you can go ahead, go first.
Yeah. Hey, Scott. I was wondering if you could tell us about what you do at Harvard Business School. I was looking at your website, and you have a lot of things going on. So I'm just curious about what you do, yeah, in the business school.
Sure. Right. First of all, perhaps the primary thing I do, right? Like I'm a a scholar and a teacher, and so I spend a lot of time like sort of thinking about new ideas and trying to understand like general frameworks for market design, as well as like very, very specific applications and implementations. And then perhaps the most important thing I do sort of pedagogically is figure out how to extract from those general frameworks, right? Like things like how do we clear different types of markets, or like how do you think about token incentive design? How do I turn that into something that is teachable? And then I teach a marketplace design class jointly with a couple of my colleagues. I'm building out our new like Web3 sort of curricular suite. And then I spend a lot of time advising students, at every sort of age and level, like everyone from undergrads to, and PhD students on various research topics to, MBAs or executives who are launching new companies. And then, there's a fair amount of public writing and outreach as well. Writing opinion articles or public explainers. And I do a lot of that also jointly, in my position at A16Z Crypto. So it's really about sort of trying to understand, what are the important market design trends and concepts, and like, how can we understand them better? And then how can we teach them to, to practitioners, to individuals, to students, and to the world? I don't know if that was too abstract an answer. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. That opens up a lot to talk about. So are you involved in a Harvard Blockchain Club or?
So there are several different blockchain clubs around Harvard. I've taught, some various senior officers from several of them in different contexts. And the business school one, I believe I am one of only 2 people in the Discord that has the special Discord role of professor.
Okay.
So yes. So I've done a some amount of engagement with our undergrad club, with the business school's blockchain club, and they work very closely in tandem with each other as well. And then there are other various blockchain initiatives across campus. I'm part of our new crypto, fintech, and Web3 lab. I don't remember the order of the sequence. It's like something like fintech, crypto, Web3, crypto, fintech, Web3, Web3, fintech, crypto, whatever, the lab that works on that. And then, also, to the extent that we have sort of policy, sort of like more policy focused, like, I just recently started advising a student who's at the Kennedy School and working on blockchain, Harvard is a very decentralized, sort of like, set of research nodes. And we're trying to tie the crypto and Web3 stuff together over the past we've been trying to do that over the past couple of years.
Yeah. So have you been advising much research into crypto?
Yeah, indeed. Both in the context of my class, and then in the context of sort of like independent student projects and things that I advise at different levels of, everything from like someone shows up in your office for comments once to like, I have a regular research group that meets every week.
Wow, that's really cool. So your class teaches Web3 concepts?
Yeah. Both of them actually. So I teach a PhD course on market design, Economics 2099. And then I teach an MBA course called Making Markets, that's about marketplace businesses. And this past year, I debuted a whole bunch of Web3 content in both. The MBA course, we actually had like a 2-week sort of focus module on it, which included what I believe is the first HBS case on NFTs. We did a case study on the Bored Ape Yacht Club, which also I believe, I don't know this with certainty, but I suspect we were the first class to give out an NFT. So everybody as part of that class session had to create a crypto wallet if they didn't already have one, and sort of experience, sort of what it is to like, have a self-custodial wallet structure. Obviously we weren't making them trade or anything, but we did sort of get them to go through the process and read some of the security documents and stuff. And then, at the end, we gave everyone a POAP from, said Making Markets is boring, featuring an ape someone kindly agreed to let us include, or 2 people actually, with 2 different apes that people kindly agreed to let us include. Then we talked about vampire attacks in LooksRare versus OpenSea. another new case study there. Metaverse land. I'm forgetting some of the other topics. In general, the idea was to sort of both expose students to the concept of digital assets and the Web3 design framework, and then to think about like, okay, in a Web3 world, how does entrepreneurship change? How do these sort of pressures and incentives on the business change? How do you think about your platform's interaction with your participants? You know, sort of what's the change in the incentive design primarily?
Wow, that's a lot. Yeah, I think it's really cool that you're looking into these like new case studies from Web3, like the Looks Rare and OpenSea, like that kind of stuff. Like Web3 really opens up a lot of like unique just like things because people are just experimenting with things and like
Yeah.
these, like marketplace economics kind of stuff is just like naturally happening out there in the wild and you just watch it unfold in like a nascent industry. So yeah, that's really cool that you're
Exactly.
looking
It's
into
so
that.
exciting. Sorry, I
Maybe
cut you
you
off.
could,
But
no. Maybe you could explain a little bit about what your role for the NBER, the National Bureau of Economic Research, what that entails, and then maybe we could go back to Max out in Cal Poly.
I mean, the NBER connection is actually much simpler. The NBER is just is an organization that brings together lots of different economists and sort of supports and hosts their research. And so I first became involved. I've been attending conferences and such at the NBER for years. I think actually since I was an undergrad, maybe. But I was involved in a series of projects on non-practicing entity patent litigation, which were in part sponsored by a grant through the end that was sort of grant from the NSF that was managed by the NBER. And so everyone affiliated with that project became affiliates.
Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. Yeah, we'll go with Max in California.
Yeah, Scott, I wanted to ask you a little bit of a question bouncing off what Brian said. Or what you said in response to Brian's question. And that's pretty much like, what's the most common kind of reaction or question that a lot of your students get when you're teaching them about this initial idea of like self-custody? Because I feel like a lot of people don't really understand that. They're like, oh, well, all of my assets are like held in this wallet, but really like your assets are held on the blockchain, and then the wallet is just an interface for that. So how do you kind of like what are the most common reactions and questions?
It's a great question. So, and you're pointing to exactly the fundamental tension, right? Like at the one hand, these blockchains are public, so they're public infrastructure, right? They're like, just like the servers that route the internet. These are just sort of like public platforms that are out there and that like anyone can read and interface with. On the other hand, you need that interface, and like consumers are used to thinking of their individual interface, right? Your account on a bank website or on Facebook or something as being an account on a platform rather than, sort of a portal to view something on public infrastructure. And so one thing I'm trying to teach is that distinction, right? Like, your wallet is, sort of, it's like a view frame, right? Like, the information is like stored on this infrastructure layer, and this is the way you interface with and make changes to what's stored on that layer. And then the other thing is that, it's sort of like a closer, like a lower level of aggregation than most of my students are used to working on, right? Like usually they're, working with an account on an intermediary that like, is itself like sort of like many layers secured. And so, if you lose your password or whatever, maybe they can email you a new one, or worst case scenario, like, you have to like go to an office in person and show an ID or something of the sort, but you're not interacting with the storage technology directly. Whereas, when you're using your crypto wallet, you in fact are the one who is interacting with the storage technology, right? There isn't really like an intermediary buffer layer. You're just using a tool to interact. And so, I think it led to really interesting discussions. People were saying, this is surreal. Like, I can't imagine having, $1,000 like under my mattress. And this is basically like having $1,000 under your mattress, except it's on a computer that maybe somebody could take over. And so then we started talking about hardware wallets but all of this is like self-custody is not something most people are in, rather, I don't know if I can claim most, many people are not used to self-custody as a mode of financial technology interaction. or of other sort of account information, sort of either, right? Like you don't really have self custody over your Facebook profile or the information you've stored on some cloud server. You do on your computer. But if you have like something that's like really like really important and secure, you're probably storing it in a fashion where like some intermediary that's really optimized to manage security is doing so. And so, it frames a really interesting conversation about like how ready is this technology for consumer prime time, and where is the right sort of middle ground? Is it that the wallet technology should become more custodial and sort of take over some of those security roles for the user, or should users learn to like be better at self custody and like more careful with password type information and almost like even reach a point where they demand that level of like low level close to the infrastructure control. And so we had an open conversation about it, and students had a wide range of different views about what the market optimum was. But of course, as a footnote, that's actually like good from a market perspective, right? One of the advantages of blockchains is because they are open technology infrastructure standards, you can actually have every point on that spectrum, right? Like at scale, there could be custodial and non-custodial wallets. And that alone is like an incredibly powerful change from the way these sorts of, accounts, sort of other like value storage systems or information storage systems have operated beforehand.
Yeah. I've heard sometimes people talk about that revolution necessarily at the infrastructure level. Maybe it's something called triple entry accounting, and then we'll go back with Mr. Brennan.
So I'm actually not familiar with this term, but probably. Why don't you? Can you tell us a bit about it? I haven't heard it either.
Oh, okay. So the way how I understand it, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I'm going to get the answer to this question eventually. Is I've heard much tell of traditional double entry accounting, right? The triple entry is that the blockchain is immutable. So once there's something on the blockchain, we can no longer administrate a fraudulent, double entry, because double entry accounting is still rife with fraud. So, however, I guess we still have yet to know if that is just something that somebody said on a podcast once. So the day will come. The day will come.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think we actually don't know. It's a really good question. Like, I think we don't know what the equilibrium level of like additional like transaction record security is going to be, because the market will also the more immutable you make something, the more the market is going to sort of like innovate in the way that information is used and interfaced with. So we may see like sort of like an accounting layer that sits on top of the settlement layer or something like that that still faces those types of challenges. But I think in general that's right? Like one of the big advantages of the immutability or effective immutability of blockchain transactions is that they reduce the need for an intermediary to maintain the sort of security of the the trust really in the execution of the transaction, which means you have like many more degrees of freedom on the types of people and entities you can transact with. So I think basically like that's right. But there certainly is still going to be sort of as this stuff again becomes more mainstream and reaches broader consumer applications, I don't know like how much is going to live at an intermediary layer versus a settlement layer in equilibrium. Just like with exchanges, right? A lot of those transactions are settled every so often.
It makes sense to me. All right, we'll go back to Minnesota, Mr. Brian.
Yeah, I was wondering, what is an A16Z crypto research partner, and like, what do you do for A16Z exactly?
Cool. Well, so A16Z crypto research partners are very new. This is a new, division that they launched this year. So A16Z crypto is the crypto. Maybe division is the wrong word. It's a new branch. I don't know the official designation, but A16Z crypto is the part of Andreessen Horowitz that invests in and sort of helps build crypto startups and related companies. The research division that they've launched is about sort of trying to understand the fundamental intellectual challenges at the core of crypto, at every layer of the stack, right? Everything from like, the fundamental technology that manages blockchains to like, higher level, like, layers and settlement solutions, all the way up to like, consumer applications and token incentive designs for individual like platforms and products. And what's really interesting about crypto, even relative to many other areas of technology, is that almost every crypto product or platform has some fundamental, intellectual question at its core, whether it's like, how can you compress this amount of data and do it in a way that is secure enough to, to not be cost prohibitive to run on a decentralized server, to, how do we align the, I've said this, I've said version of this a bunch of times already today, but like, how do we actually like make it so that the users in the platform and perhaps, even two sides of users on a two-sided platform all share sort of the same incentive to have the platform flourish and can benefit from it in a way that is, secure from an incentive perspective against various forms of attacks, say on, governance actions and so forth. And so a lot of these questions have similar structure. And so there's a real advantage to sort of bringing together a bunch of researchers to try and think about them and sort of crack them together. And so we do a lot of that. We're sort of trying to like solve, fundamental foundational research questions in blockchain, crypto, and Web3. We also do some amount of advising companies as they're sort of like, wrestling with individual such challenges, sort of their token design or some component of their infrastructure. And then, we also, as just like in my role at HBS, we do a lot of teaching, right? We produce a lot of content that explain, and just like Mouse Paint, like, we produce a lot of content that explains Mouse Paint. Sorry, that's my like favorite children's book, Mouse Bells. Do you know this children's book, by the way? I feel so silly.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
I'll send you a copy. You send me your address afterwards.
Oh, okay, definitely.
That is the funniest I really apologize for the organizational misnomer, but that is the funniest organizational misnomer. Sorry. By the way, in a stage show, like in a play, when like one of the actors just starts laughing or like cracking up so much that they can't say their lines. It's called corpsing. He's like, you died on stage. So here I am corpsing, like over thinking about Mouse Paint. But anyhow, same teaching role, right? We do a lot of communication and both like, trying to provide, general frameworks for how do you think about governance? Like, how do you understand like zero knowledge proofs? Like, and again, also like trying to get to like the levels of details that are useful for builders to actually build stuff, right? Like, how do you make auctions work on chain? And then even up to and including like, we might, as a research team jointly with A16Z's engineering team and stuff, release open source implementations and examples that people can use and build upon sort of as sort of core illustrations of some of the, some of the different approaches we're pushing.
Yeah, any notable Web3 apps that you've advised?
Sure. So I currently advise. So I've done lots of various like office hours-y things, so like sort of like light advising. I also don't know whether I can speak to the specific companies I've advised under the auspices, under the auspices of A16Z. So I'm going to talk about the ones that I advise outside. I advise Kudos, which is a Web3, and the founder is one of my former students and a very good friend and frequent co-author, Jad Esper. And it's a platform that enables people to build sort of a collection of wrapped content, if you will, sort of like finding things that like really sort of inspire them or are meaningful to them and like aggregating them into, a profile of NFTs that you can sort of think of as like your dorm room wall, like posters, except like when you move and you take all the posters with you, like here, same thing, right? You're like, it's an individualized identity that you can take with you across platforms, as opposed to the way you might build a collection on Instagram or something where it sort of lives inside the platform. And it's very much about sort of sharing things like a song, for example, that you like really loved. You wrap it in some additional content that sort of like, explains or illustrates why you loved it so much, and then it's sort of a piece of memory for you that you can share with others. I also advise Find Digital, which is an NFT marketplace, the NFT/metaverse metaverse platform that has launched a couple of different projects and is about trying to understand how to use. How do you explain this? It's about trying to understand how to use sort of like various like generative infrastructure to build coherent metaverse spaces and metaverse assets that could be brought across various different platforms. And then I advise a couple of NFT projects like Thingdoms and Hungry Wolves. I can even probably put on, do I have one of these in backgrounds? Let's see here.
Awesome NFTs.
So this is one of the Thingdoms samples that they and here we go. Here is my thing.
What's the mint price?
They minted last December. I don't remember. I think it was at 0.1. But they're still available at OpenSea. But for avoidance of doubt, this is not an investment recommendation or financial advice. I myself advise the team and have a bunch of them. Full disclosure, and the most fun part of the Discord is the dance floor channel, which is public. So if you want to like get a sense of the Thingdoms community and tune in to our their various podcasts and things, all of that's like fully public. So not token gated, not required.
That's fun. So what like aspect did you advise? Is it like I'll just leave that open.
Sure. I mean, I advise on various different things. Sometimes, some of it is just like, basic, some of it is like basic, like sort of entrepreneurial tactics. How do you think about like, finding product market fit and thinking about like, who your target market is and how to interact with various changes in the surrounding crypto market and stuff. But a lot of it is much more specific. It's, thinking about Hungry Wolves, for example, has a series of game mechanics like so your wolves get airdropped sheep, you then eat the sheep to gain dominance, and then you can challenge other wolves by like basically like putting up dominance in a competition. And the founder Adam Hollander and I spent a lot of time thinking about like how do you make this game balanced and fun to play, but also not too not too complicated, and most critically, how do you make it so that all of the tokens work together well, right? That like there's an incentive to collect and to sort of like engage with the game mechanics, but it's not so imbalanced that if you have that if you happen to be a whale who has like 100 of the wolves, like you're just always going to win every competition. There's a team aspect. How do you sort of like make it so that the individual level competitions and the team competitions are complementary rather than substitutable, or even worse, like sort of at opposition? Similarly, I might help a team think about like how do you do your initial, how do you like structure your initial token sale, or how do you plan like how the tokens that you're distributing are going to gradually map into different forms of utility? What are those forms of utility? How do you keep the market, the sort of economy inside of your platform or project stable? Right? Like a lot of projects will release a token with, for example, like a constant fixed emission schedule, and then either overshoot or undershoot the sort of token money supply in whatever utility they're doing, right? Like either their arcade games are going to be sort of too expensive in the token or too cheap. And in one circumstance, sort of in either circumstance, your like token economy might fail, right? So in one, the token becomes too scarce, and then people are suddenly like unwilling to use it because they're worried it might become super valuable. And as a result, like nobody plays your game and the system fails. And in the other, maybe like the token is like so, abundant, that it has sort of like no perceived market value. But even worse, like it's possible to acquire so much of it that you can just sort of like wipe through the game and like, sort of not, there's no leveling, there's no progression, just like some whale like, plays through the whole thing, collects all the prizes and it's over. And so, thinking about like those sort of like, you almost call them like microeconomic decisions about like your game macro, your token macroeconomy or something, is often a place where, thinking with some game theory or a little bit of, sort of economic design is useful. And then of course, also there's like questions about governance and things. It's like, as your token is moving, into a direction like, that grants some degree of control over the ecosystem. Again, how do you make sure that governance is balanced? How do you incentivize participation? And how do you sort of make it something that is net positive? And again, that generates the correct type of user engagement and investment in the platform's future.
That's cool. Wow.
I do think that a big problem with the Web3 and gaming NFTs is that microeconomic impacting the macro. Why don't we go back out to California and Max? You got something.
I have another question to kind of bounce off the same topic, and it's, you see a lot of like protocol designers or people that are doing like DeFi or NFTs or gaming. They try to take this approach of like, let's do whatever we can to make sure people lock in their tokens, or let's do whatever we can to make sure people don't just sell off their tokens at once. So let's have a vesting schedule. Let's have, let's have like airdrops. Let's have, different emissions for liquidity mining, all this stuff. And then you have like all of this Olympus DAO, Ohm fork stuff where people are obsessed with, solving this problem of like, how do we keep the liquidity inside our platform? And it's getting to the point where it's like, how do we just take more and more advantage? But there's no actual like intellectualization of like these market dynamics and like what's actually beneficial for all participants. So do you have any thoughts on like the future of different types of tokens? And I know there's like, Brian had a question about soulbound tokens. I know there's like a little bit of that in there.
Oh, totally. Well, I mean, certainly just like, as a side note on soulbound tokens / non-transferable tokens, I think there's certainly a role for those and, and a greater role than we apply today, right? Like, not that they haven't been used, right? MIT's been giving out crypto coded, sort of soulbound, like, blockchain diplomas for years at this point. I saw Iris raise. Yeah. Like, I don't even remember what chain it's on. Like, but I think they've been doing it for maybe like 6 years, something. Like it's been a long time. They started doing it experimentally and then just kept doing it. And like, the potential for using various non-fungible reputation tokens or information tokens, I think is really, really powerful, especially as, more and more of our digital identities start becoming, sort of, I don't know, centralized is an ironic choice of word, but I mean like centralized in our individual crypto wallets, right? Like instead of having a dispersed identity across 20 different platforms, my expectation is that, 10 years, even 5 years from now, like most of our digital identity is going to live sort of in, in a crypto wallet or similar, like, sort of piece of infrastructure that or a piece of like, infrastructure access / storage, right? Like, it's stored in a way that we control and then take and plug into all the different platforms rather than sort of plugging the platforms into each other. And so for that, like, there's going to be I think a huge amount of need for various like, historical accomplishments and attestations and sort of just pieces of your identity and personality to be able to live in these digital formats. And a lot of that will happen with non-transferable tokens rather than transferable tokens. Like not all of it, right? Like PFPs, will still be transferable and people might still swap them around and stuff. Although there might also be non-transferable ones, right? Maybe like, one day like Harvard will give all of their graduating students like a, a Harvard alum PFP that like has themselves and like a cool piece of information about themselves that they could use at reunions or something. I don't know. And so there's a huge space for that. And again, like all of this together, like to the extent that your crypto wallet becomes sort of the center of your digital identity, being able to transfer off-chain information like your academic degrees or your work history or something is going to be really important. Because a lot of like interviewing and negotiation and stuff like goes on through resumes or through like looking at your affinity networks and stuff like that. And we're going to need ways of bringing that on chain, and it's going to want to be non-transferable, right? If you see somebody, actually Chad and I wrote an article about this, like if a reputation token is transferable, often that reduces its reputation value, right? If the undergraduate diploma tokens become transferable, then you don't know whether anybody who's holding one of them actually has the diploma, and that could be a bit of a problem. All of that said, it's sort of, to me, that's a little bit like separate from the question of how will tokenomics evolve in the transferable token world, like the question you were asking about, like how do you build like DeFi platforms or DAOs or something that really do have aligned incentives. And the jury is still out of this, right? Like these are like people are experimenting with these sorts of challenges today, and like and in real time. But for me, from the perspective of market design, it's really a lot about thinking about what is the value creating outcome you're trying to achieve, right? Like a lot of tokens have the failure mode that people think that the token gaining value is the end unto itself, where in fact, like that's not the end unto itself. Usually, I mean, like maybe if like you're selling like a piece of like fine art that's sort of the ownership of which is attached to the token, then like really like the art gaining value might be part of the point. But really it's about the art, it's about the image gaining value or the music gaining value or something. Even that, it's not really about the token itself going up in value. And certainly in these like platforms where the token is an access code or access pass or like an arcade access token or something like this, like the value doesn't want to be the users, you don't want the users of the token to think of the value as coming from the token itself being valuable, but rather from the thing that it enables you to do or that it plugs into or connects to or represents being valuable. And so, the first thing is there has to be a clear path from, or clear line of sight from the token and its use and its incentive design to whatever that like positive value creating outcome is, right? If there isn't a real net positive value outcome at the end, then the token doesn't really do anything, right? People might perceive it as valuable temporarily because it's there, it's interesting, something, but it's not actually like creating value in the world. And if it's not doing that, it is itself like sort of not really like doesn't really have an underlying value. And then you have to think very hard about how the token will be used, how it will be collected and held. And there are, as I was saying earlier, like there are tensions, right? Like, and it's often very application specific. So like I have lots of conversations with founders who want to release a token that is essentially an arcade token. It's sort of a unit of account that they give out to holders maybe of their primary asset. Like they have an NFT that has a game world attached to it and they want to give out arcade tokens for the game world. And they often think, and to some degree, like at the moment, markets might even be judging them on like, the price of the token. They're thinking like, we want this token to be high cost because, that's what the market has signaled. They're going to judge the value off the price of the token. But that like makes no sense, right? Like if if your arcade token is so expensive that like it's better held as like an investment asset, no one's going to play your game. No one, your game is not going to become popular. And then like, in the end, the thing that you were doing that was creating value, is sort of never actually going to get off the ground. And so you sort of have to like, convince them that like, no, actually like this token should be pretty abundant. And maybe even you should have a way of controlling its abundance, right? Like a lot of times people will decide like the token just has like some fixed emission schedule or fixed growth or fixed maximum level or something, where none of that is what you want. What you actually care about is how does the supply of the token relate to people's demand to play the game? Like, if you're, running an arcade at a boardwalk or something, they don't like hold a, like limit the number of tokens total. They like, sort of roughly distribute a number of tokens equal to the number of people who showed up and put quarters in the machine that gives them tokens. And like, sure, a few of them get lost, and so they get some extra quarters, and like, maybe some people get to play some games for free, and like, but on average, like the token supply at like, the beach boardwalk is proportional to the number of people who are there playing games. Same thing here, right? Like, maybe you want your token design to, your token supply to flex, like your games are going to suck it in, you're going to distribute it out, and you can change the ways in which it's distributed to try and balance participation and supply. And so you have conversations like that. You sort of think like, okay, what is the goal of this token? The goal of the token is to enable people to play these arcade games and to sort of make it, a limited enough access that people have to think about like how often or when they're going to play, but unlimited enough access that anyone who wants to play can pretty much whenever they want to. And then suddenly you arrive at these like, supply strategies that are very different from what a lot of projects use today. So I sort of gave answer by like a handful of examples, but the sort of summary is I think the way we see these tokens evolve is going to, be very like much driven by the individual applications. And again, like, remember, most of the applications of various like token models haven't yet been invented, or at least like, we've never seen at scale, right? Like, I talk all the time about NFT ticketing. I think like in, 10 years, like pretty much every digital ticket will be an NFT. And like today, like virtually none of them are. So there's like a big, space to evolve between here and that equilibrium. But I think like we're going to see like various token frameworks that are mapped to different applications and use cases, and always deriving from what that end state use case is. Like, where does the actual value to, the outcome value come from? And then how do you drive that back into the right token design?
It does seem to me like there's a general layman expectation of a perfect centralized planned economy in a perfectly decentralized environment, and I don't know that that's above my pay grade. But
yeah, that's pretty difficult.
No, yeah, absolutely. We'll go with Mr. I back in Minnesota for one last question here. I think we've got enough time.
Yeah, so going off what you were saying about like NFT ticketing, I was thinking about how we've seen digital collectibles onboard many people to Web3, but they're so speculative, and like I think this causes like a lot of detractors, and people are like anti-NFT because of I don't know, like the pop culture significance, and like how like like NFTs are seen as like these celebrities own them, and they're just like, I don't know, a bubble, and all those kinds of things that people say and all that, and I was wondering what you think like the use case or what use cases of NFTs will have the most success in mainstream society.
Great question. So I don't know how to rank most, but I'll tell you some applications that I think are likely to have a lot of success in mainstream society, and I have no idea which ones will be like the most successful by scale. First of all, I think digital collectibles will be a mainstream successful use case, but it won't look like the current NFT collectibles market very much, right? You think about like, collectibles, remember, is a $300 billion market, something like that. I mean, it's a huge global market in collectibles, but most collectibles are not like, $150 to $1,500, like, whatever's, right? They're not like, $250 ducks or something. They're, they're like Pokemon cards, or they're like, souvenirs from travel. And those things usually have market prices in the like 20 cents to $20 range. And so I think there will be widespread digital collectibles in the forms of NFTs, but the mass market version of that is not going to be like, 10,000 or even 100,000, PFP projects or whatever. They're going to be, things you buy in expansion packs, like collectible cards, or souvenirs you buy when you go somewhere, right? Like, maybe souvenir shops will have a like, NFT you can get by scanning a QR code and paying $5 or something. And so I think that is very real. It's just going to be like a very different format from what we're seeing today as the main market. The ticketing thing I think is huge. One of the reasons I like that one, again, and that's like I don't know, digital tickets is something like a $20-30 billion market, I think. One of the reasons I really like the ticketing application is because for tickets, NFTs just seem like such a superior technology to a QR code in your email, right? The QR codes have all sorts of problems. They're hard to resell because people can't trust that you haven't resold it to 5 other people. They have no physicality. You can't like really print it out and put it on your wall. It both is ugly and it doesn't really like represent the event in a meaningful way. And it's really hard to solve the initial pricing problem because there's this massive, for popular events, there's this massive secondary market. And NFTs sort of solve all of this at once, right? Like even if you sell it below market clearing prices initially, you can set them up so that royalties, sort of continue to accrue back to the artist and venue and so forth. There's a unique asset. So like people know that if you buy it from them, they haven't sold it to, if you buy it from someone, that person hasn't also sold it to 5 other people because otherwise they wouldn't be able to transfer it to you. And like in many ways, like they are physical again, and they make it possible for artists or sports teams or whatever to continue engaging with their fans by like looking at who has them in their wallet and maybe airdropping things to someone who saw early concerts or whatever. So NFT tickets, I think, are a great example because like lots and lots of people go to at least one event that has digital ticketing. And like, this is just like, I think a strictly superior technology. So we'll see many events switching over to it. I also think like the information use case, like we were talking earlier, like, soulbound diploma tokens and things like, I think that's going to be very powerful, right? Like even just for the simplicity of having all of this stuff stored in one place rather than having to enter it on LinkedIn and Facebook and like, 20 other platforms is really valuable, right? Like being able for that to be like digital data that you control and you can just like attach to a platform and have it like read and interpret, like it's incredible. I mean, like so many applications that are just like starting to build like sort of like history of your time in crypto type like digital resumes. It's shown like the power of like, running processing on people's like chain identity data. And so I think a lot of that will be mainstream as well. And again, that will be like campuses are giving everyone a digital diploma. And for that, they'll have to pick a standard and people will get crypto wallets and things. And once you have the wallet, you can start interfacing with other systems and solutions. I definitely think the gaming application is big. And again, that's like something that's like sort of live right now already, right? Like we've already had lots of marketplaces inside of games or sort of built around games, and crypto is just like, in many cases, it's a much more robust solution for doing precisely that. But I mean, these are all applications where it's really easy to see the path directly, right? Like there's an established real world problem that like we already know we have a suboptimal solution for, and like, sort of tokens are addressing it. Even just like, sort of simple like creator platforms and rewards, right? Like, people being able to give their like fans on YouTube or TikTok or something like, an asset that is actually like, real without having to like mail everybody like a print of your artwork or something, right? These are all places where we already have the problem and we know it's there, and like just, NFTs are a really good sort of efficient solution. Membership subscriptions, right? Like maybe there will be like a newspaper subscription where you can subscribe to your favorite sports team news everywhere on the internet, and you own that subscription, and you can just plug it in, plug your crypto wallet into like any newspaper website, and it'll just like unlock that content for you instead of having to somehow manage like a cross-platform paywall. I think that the most exciting space are the applications we can't even imagine yet, right? Like new types of property rights, new ways of doing exchanges. Like, we're sort of, people ask me all the time, like, is this really just like, a digital art and collectible and, whatever market? And my answer was always like, it has always been, no, not at all. But those are applications where we already knew we had a market failure. It's hard to sell digital goods without a way to uniquely define ownership. And so this is a direct and very simple like first application for the technology. The real question, and this is what I suggest like you guys and others who are listening to this, right? The question, the next question is, of course, what are the like next level market failures that you wouldn't have even noticed until you had a technological solution like this, and what can we do there?
Definitely. The dream of RSS feeds is still alive with NFTs.
Absolutely. Never forget.
Yeah, I'm still on that train, but there's a long runway ahead, and I want to thank my co-hosts, Mr. Brian Ide from Minnesota, as well as Max Mohammadi out at Cal Poly from coming out, but most of all, Mr. Scott Commoners, professor of business administration out at Harvard, as well as an A16Z crypto research partner. Thank you all, gentlemen, for joining us this afternoon.
Oh, thank you guys.
Thank
This was such an honor, and it's so
Scott.
great to meet both of you. And like Brian, Max, sort of, you guys are like building the future, right? This is like what I'm so excited about. And I should say, sorry, I know I'm like interrupting the sign off, but the greatest honor of being a teacher is that you get to sort of work with students who, constantly drive you to become excited about new things and sort of push you to learn more and think harder and then go on to build the future. And you guys are doing that, right? You're clearly super sharp, totally up on all this stuff. Really, really great questions. It's been such a pleasure to have a conversation, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you build, and I hope you'll stay in touch.
Yep. Thank
We
you
should
very
get our
much.
clubs connected. Maybe you can
Yeah.
with our clubs.
I'd be
Us too.
incredibly honored. We should totally do it.
Yeah, y'all connect, y'all reach out. Okay, we'll get everybody their emails if they don't.
But thank you, Miguel, for signing this up.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Well,
awesome.
it's above my pay grade too. So I thank you, whoever's watching the recording too. Thanks,
Miguel, thank you
thank
so
you,
much for
Alon.
hosting. This was awesome.
All right.
And
Y'all have a great
talk
day.
soon.
Yeah.
Sure, you've heard the term Web3. You hear about blockchains, cryptocurrencies, NFTs, and more. What it comes down to is a vision for a new, better internet. Join us and our returning guest, Anatoly Yakovenko, the co-founder of Solana, as we delve deeper into these advancements and the dawn of a new era.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine version 14, our university edition. We've interviewed over 600 projects, teams, and thought leaders in the space, and the goal of our virtual conference is to educate and inform everyone, including those new to the crypto space, including longtime holders and industry professionals. So make sure you subscribe today to keep up to date with everything that's going on. And today we have returning with us once again, Mr. Anatoly Yakovenko, co-founder of Solana and CEO of Solana Labs. He has almost 2 decades of experience building high-performance operating systems, including leading OS development at Qualcomm, and he's held engineering roles at Dropbox and Mesosphere. Mr. Yakovenko has a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Excited to have you back once again, Anatoly. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me.
And before we move into introducing the student panelists, maybe you could tell us a little bit about your early career before Solana, including how you got interested in blockchains and maybe why you founded Solana.
You know, like as an engineer working at Qualcomm for like majority of my life, like right around when Bitcoin kind of popped up, I was curious, you know, it was kind of thought it was like a neat thing. And I remember thinking about trying to build my own like GPU optimized miner and then like building hardware for ASICs and stuff. And before I got like too far down any one path, somebody already had built that thing. So I could see that the space was growing, but I was still kind of thought it was kind of a toy, kind of weird toy idea. And it wasn't really until 2017 that I got super interested in blockchain. And that came about as a kind of a realization that these systems, now that they're trying to scale to larger audiences, just weren't designed to how I would design them with my background in like wire, you know, like working at Qualcomm and being familiar with wireless protocols and like how those systems are designed. And you know, at that time, like Bitcoin was hitting like $60 per transaction. People stopped taking Bitcoin as for Bitcoin conferences. It's kind of like the meme, like the next future peer-to-peer payments doesn't really work. And I literally had like 2 coffees and a beer, and I had this eureka moment that there's a way to build a trustless source of time for passage of time. That high level idea later became proof of history, and that was kind of like the first step towards building Solana.
Well, it is, yeah, that scalability is a huge problem. And yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about that. But as I mentioned before, this is our university edition, and our focus in this edition was to invite student blockchain partners to come ask questions and discuss groundbreaking new technologies with some of the most influential thought and business leaders in the industry. So in that vein, our company Mousebelt has been working with more than 80 blockchain organizations from universities spanning multiple continents, providing support in a variety of ways, from internships, office hours, sponsorships, and early stage projects investment. And today as well with me on my co-panel, I have joining us for our discussion, Glenn and Ollie from the University of British Columbia and Julian from the University of Texas at Austin. Before we move on to the interview, I'm going to want you gentlemen, if you could, to tell us a little bit about your club, maybe your role, introduce yourself, maybe how many members and the distribution of the majors in your club, and maybe any events that y'all gotten into recently or have planned for the future. So yeah, let's go ahead and start with
yeah, sure. So
I'm sorry, Julian. Yeah, let's go ahead and start with UBC.
Sure.
That's okay.
Awesome. So my name is Glenn. I'm the president and co-founder at UBC Blockchain Club. We started the club about 10 months ago in late 2021. A couple students decided that there's quite the high barriers to entry to the blockchain industry, and we wanted to provide that education and community to be that sort of in-route for students to get involved, learn more about the space, and make meaningful connections. So over the last 10 months, we've been scaling our club up. We're now about 500 members with a team of about 20, 25. And our main focus this year is on developer education. So both semesters, we're teaching a 10 or 11-week course on blockchain development, ending those off with hackathons and demo days for students to showcase their learning. And we're also focusing on some social events, industry connections as well.
Thanks for that. Yeah, I'm Oliver. I'm one of the co-founders of Blockchain Club. I primarily manage partnerships, but I also work in smart contract security audits. I work with a firm called Zelic. We do a ton of Solana projects. And also a founder of YVR Dev, a community incubator here in Vancouver. So.
Very interesting, very interesting. Thank you. And before I cut him off, also we had Julian in Austin.
Yeah, sure. So I guess let me give a little background about myself. I'm originally from South Africa. I immigrated to UT Austin for college, and I got involved in the blockchain community there. As soon as I arrived, I was previously head of finance. I taught a lot of DeFi classes, bootstrapped to what Texas blockchain is today. And now I'm in the role of head of expansion and trying to bridge the gap between all these bright students who are very innovative, but don't have the resources and the access to blockchain professionals and allowing to express what they have. So working with Solana very heavily. Yesterday, this is actually great timing. Yesterday, we had a Solana workshop. So Joe from the development DevRel team came over and kind of taught a lot of our students. And we have an upcoming hackathon called HackTex. And this is the first time Texas blockchain has ever been involved. We're looking to, Solana is actually going to be the main sponsor for the event, providing network bounties. So really happy to kind of further this relationship. I'm also a university ambassador for Solana. So got great ties to what you guys do here. And thankful for what you guys have done for me. Looking at kind of where our club is at right now, we're sitting around, I would say, 120 members, so not as much as UBC yet. But our members are very dedicated from engineering and CS background. And we're starting to see a lot of shift now from people's mindsets around, hey, can I develop on Web 2, or what's the new exciting opportunities on Web 3 and all these chains? So focusing a lot on education right now. We've got an engineering side as well as a finance side. And we're focusing on a lot of intro classes leading up to more in-depth smart contracts development classes. Looking to what else we host speaker panels, we host a conference next year, and very, very happy to be on here and excited to further the relationship between Texas Blockchain and Solana.
Thank you, Julian. Yeah,
Yeah,
it sounds exciting.
maybe before we proceed, Glenn, is there anything you want to tack onto that in terms of some of the stuff we're going to be doing in the winter with Solana?
Yeah. So we just agreed in agreement with the Solana Foundation to do a 10-week course on blockchain development, specifically to the Solana network. So we'll be teaching 1.5 hour course every week with some assigned readings as well for our students, with about 20 to 30 hours of material. Like I said, we just signed that partnership a couple weeks ago, and we're excited to do that. Going to our member composition, we're about 40%, 50% computer science students, 30% business finance students, and then the rest are dispersed.
Okay, well, let's move on to the questions. I think we're going to start with Texas, but when there's a natural lull in the conversation, we'll flip back over to UBC. But like I said before, this is a discussion, so don't hesitate, just naturally, if you got a question that follows on, or, just something to say, I'll try and stay out of the way as much as possible. So let's go ahead, Julian, and start the questions.
Sure. So, Antonio, not too long ago, my apologies for that. Not too long ago, you posted a tweet referencing Paul Graham's views on the hardest lessons for startups to learn, saying that every founder should read this once a month at least. Paul talks a lot about implementing features over time, iterating one's product, and in particular, he mentioned, if your product seems finished, there are two possible explanations. A, it is finished, or B, you lack imagination. Experience suggests B is 1,000 times more likely. So as a college student and inspiring founder myself, I struggle sometimes to focus on one vertical with all the ongoing innovation happening within the blockchain field. So what's your advice regarding this? How should new founders utilize all this innovation occurring while not losing focus on their product's needs and their specific vertical?
Yeah, this is always a conflict probably inside every founder, because you're trying to figure out, like, how do I grow my user base? How do I like expand? How do I add more features? But you're also trying to balance that with like actually discovering product market fit and getting that flywheel going. And that's really, really hard to balance. Honestly, like in some ways we got lucky. We never had enough funding to build too many features. So we had to optimize for the one key differential feature that made Solana interesting. And that meant like high performance, basically consensus at the speed of light is kind of if you think of it. And that meant no EVM support. We didn't even have an Explorer. The wallet was a command line. So it was really, really just like, here's like a thing that does fast consensus. And because of that, like one, we were launched ahead of our competitors. And two, we actually got lucky that we didn't have EVM support because we were able to build a local developer community that was very Rust focused. So that prevented a lot of like people copying Solidity over and like just relaunching, yet another fork of Uniswap. So this is like, for founders, like I think you should try to operate in that time frame where you only have 18 months to prove product market fit. Doesn't matter how much money you raise. Like in fact, like having too much money, don't spend it. Like actually think, okay, if we only have 18 months, at the end of this, if we fail, we need to pivot and then use the rest of the money we have for that pivot.
That makes sense. Kind of cut ties.
Do you think there could be like pros to actually maybe being underfunded? Like, I'd kind of be interested to like kind of hear your story, how you meant to stick it through to see Solana to fruition when you were dealing with sort of funding issues.
Yeah, this is like kind of the story that I hear from a lot of folks anecdotally, is that a lot of companies that make it had to push had to be in that over leveraged state where runway was running out. They had to cut corners, had to like make really, really hard decisions. And only through that kind of trial by fire that gave him the focus to execute. I don't know how you can, I want to believe that people are smart enough and strong enough to force themselves to go through that internally, but that requires like a really like a lot of willpower.
And also, I guess,
But-
like one of the things we're seeing here is like passion in Web3 to bring you through those hard points, right?
Exactly. Yeah, this just takes a ton of discipline to kind of say to yourself, like, doesn't matter if you know, most startups don't have the luxury of raising too much, but you see that does not indicate success, even if you did. And like our competitors had like literally 5 to 10 times more cash on hand than us during like those 2 years. So that's not a signal that you're right about anything.
Yeah, like I think during those growth phases, it's important to stay hungry, right? So
yeah.
All right, Glenn, did you have one maybe?
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, like since Solana's launched, there's been great adoption on the network, significant volume in like the NFT and DeFi space. And also we see some good integrations with large partners such as USDC Circle, really just because this network has the high performance, like you mentioned earlier. But going forward, how does Solana plan on competing with other layer ones and Ethereum with the rollups that are going to see the increased throughput and other comparable levels of performance to Solana? They plan on sort of approaching specific key verticals or integrating more real world partnerships?
We're actually like, so in terms of performance, Solana does more transactions per second than all the rollups, all the EVM chains combined, basically all the blockchains combined. So I've always asked this question, and it's like, what about a roadmap? How do we plan to compete on scale? It's actually pretty easy for us. The engineering is designed to leverage Moore's law and hardware. We've already shown that it works, and you look at every release and even the next release, the network is just faster and faster. And that's basically the plan. It's a plan that is pretty simple, but kind of maybe doesn't promise a magical solution that people can get inspired by, but like it works and it's awesome, and it continues to be to just make the network more reliable and faster. The second question is like in terms of competition between ecosystems. There is I think like that's really, really hard for an ecosystem to actually like directionally compete. We don't really control who builds on Solana, why they choose Solana or whatever. Like we can help with messaging or like with documentation and stuff like that. But really people pick and choose for many different reasons. And every new ecosystem, like every 2 years, you're going to see new tech stacks come to market, and people will pick those simply because they're new. And that's awesome and fine. The key part for us though is, do we still see awesome founders go, quit their jobs at Google and Facebook or whatever, and go build companies on Solana and get funding? And from everything we can tell, even despite the bear market, that's just like continuing to accelerate. Our last hackathon was bigger than all the other ones. And I don't even know why that's happening. But that's kind of like the key part. Like, I think that's more important than anything else. And there isn't like, I'm actually pretty skeptical of any big company or anything like that making crypto successful. And you can the reason for this is I think crypto requires like a mental shift for folks, like the internet. People just didn't understand what a URL was or what a website was. And it took literally 10 years for people to figure that out, because they had to learn that new user behavior. And there's no way like Walmart could have built Amazon, or like I don't know, the Library of Congress couldn't have built Google, like whatever your equivalents are. It's just it's really, really hard to shift an existing business and an existing consumer base to a new behavior. And you see that even with things like Instagram trying to introduce TikTok features. It's just like, that's a very small shift, like from my perspective. But like, try to convince Instagram users to store a seed phrase and figure out what self-custody is. It's just not going to happen. So this is just like going to be a very slow process and really unpredictable where the growth is going to come.
Is that maybe, I know we alluded to it a little bit before, and I think Walmart is still using COBOL as their database language, but is maybe you could talk a little bit about what makes Solana different from other ecosystems, some more about that Moore's law and how it makes it special.
So we always basically, there was a lot of skepticism that even performance mattered when we started building. People looked at Ethereum and said it was good enough, and that even the technologies that Ethereum is introducing is like rollups and things like that. You can think of them as like mini instances of Ethereum running EVM that do like 1 to 20 transactions per second, and you see that in the last 2 years, all the EVM chains that have launched basically hover around that kind of throughput. I always felt that was insufficient for real global adoption, that there's definitely room for a single giant blockchain, like a big fat blockchain that can handle very large amount of throughput. Because when you start reducing fees and you start expanding how many concurrent users can interact with the state, just new use cases pop up, new unexpected use cases. Like order books and stuff like that, I thought were obvious, but I think the stuff that's less obvious are social networks and like all these other user behaviors with gaming and NFTs and things that require lots of concurrent users all doing things at the same time. And in my experience, like me as a gamer playing like Ultima Online and EverQuest and all these other games, like it's just more fun when there's more people in one server. That's just a fact. So if you kind of make that assumption that there's some use cases that work better in one giant big chain, then the only way to really build it is to make it this big bet on parallel execution, multi-core, like using multi-core architectures, like and maximizing throughput over that as much as we can. And that's something that myself and most of the folks that are Qualcomm have just kind of in our DNA. We saw mobile go through that process. We started literally with like these 16-bit, 2 megabyte, 2.5-inch screen phones. And within 10 years, I was working on augmented reality and like a 64-bit, 4 gigabyte device. And that's just 10 years in one field that was accelerated by demand. So if there is literally demand for crypto and we kind of get that massive adoption curve, the hardware and everything else will shift around it. And we'll see performance, I think, even accelerate faster than Moore's law, I would say. But even with Moore's law, we have so much throughput that we can get. You see like 10 gigabit connectivity rolled out to homes these days in the United States and around the world.
Yeah, it should be very exciting. Ali, I think.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to take it back to like Glenn's question. He was asking about like Solana from like a transaction per second standpoint against like L1s and other rollups. And like I think some people like might have like a question. Like oftentimes people tend to have like a bit of a negative reaction to the fact that sometimes Solana has outages. And so like I was just wondering like if you could sort of like address that and like what your view on the state of that was.
Yeah, outages, this is like the hardest problem, I would say, for Solana. And like, first of all, you kind of have to think about like, what is the purpose of these blockchains? It's to be able to recover from any kind of catastrophic failure. So if those catastrophic failures may include bugs in the code that like in Solana have prevented consensus from moving forward, but could also mean like, Yellowstone blows up and a bunch of computers blow up with it. The network, the only way that the network can recover from catastrophic failure is if at least one copy of the state survives these kinds of failures. So in the case of the Yellowstone blowing up, because Solana is geographically distributed across the world, there will be at least one copy of the ledger somewhere and we can recover from it. And these things are like really the foundational of what decentralization is. Like if you destroyed every copy of Bitcoin ledger, it's as simple as that. If you just went and did delete on all those copies, Bitcoin is gone. This like $500 billion asset goes away. So that's all it takes. It doesn't take a bunch of hash power. It just literally means we need to delete 12,000 computers or so. So this is why like all this stuff is important. And outages and congestion, these are kinds of catastrophic failures that the network can recover from. And we've seen the community basically like, okay, a bunch of nodes ran out of memory and more than a third of the nodes ran out of memory. We need to like patch whatever bug that caused it and then continue. So from a very like safety consideration, the network, the outages are a huge inconvenience for the users, for the applications, but never really threaten safety. So what sucks from an engineering perspective is that safety is almost like table stakes. You have to provide it anyways, otherwise, otherwise the network doesn't exist. So that because it's table stakes, reliability becomes the most important thing after that. And dealing with these issues is really, really tough because we are running a global network that's run by, not by Solana Labs or the foundation or anyone like that. It's actually run by third parties across the world, different environments. Some are like inside the Chinese firewall or whatever. So this is like the software has to be perfect, and the software is written by humans, therefore it cannot be perfect. And the long-term like real solution to this is actually having a separate team of people write also software from the ground up with different dependencies than the validator client built by Solana Labs. And this is called Fire Dancers, built by Jump, but they're high frequency trading team. So they're very familiar with dealing with very large data sets at very low latency. And because it's written by a separate team, once that client is live, its probability of the same bug existing in both is virtually zero. And that really will improve the reliability across the board, not just for safety, but also for just uptime. Because as soon as, if you see that one client has memory issues or something like that, you can basically fail over to the second client and things like that.
Let's go ahead and throw it right on back to Julian. I know we have just a little bit of time left. Let's go ahead and throw it back to Julian.
Yeah, sure. So kind of I'm going to now address kind of the crypto carbon markets and kind of the whole ESG view. So the Crypto Carbon Ratings Institute recently published a report indicating that Solana emits around 935 tons of CO2 annually, which in comparison to Polkadot or Tezos is 28x and 17x their yearly network emissions respectively. So my question is, what initiatives is Solana undertaking to become a carbon neutral blockchain or even a carbon negative blockchain? Other players such as Polygon are going as far as creating climate offset verticals within their ecosystem, and have even pledged $20 million to a series of community initiatives. So is Solana taking the same approach? Are they looking at focusing on project developers, sequestering CO2 and partnering up with them? What is the kind of plan ahead for that?
Yeah, Solana it buys carbon offsets to offset its carbon emissions, the foundation does. So it is carbon negative from that perspective. And when you look at the number of transactions that Solana handles from applications and from users, the energy cost per transaction is lower than those other networks. So it is far more efficient. The network uses as a whole more energy, but it serves many more users and many more use cases. So a single Solana transaction does about like the worst kind of, from like, you try to have the most conservative analysis per transaction, it's about 3 Google searches. So if you use Google 3 times a day, that's equivalent to sending 1 Solana transaction. And no one really thinks of Google, like their usage of Google as being the main energy like expenditure in their life. So I think because of our design, we're able to handle so much more throughput and therefore provide so much more efficiency for crypto. I think we're like one of the greenest blockchains for developers and applications to deploy and build. But even despite that, the foundation buys offsets to get it down to 0. And the cost of those is like basically so low that it's not like a significant amount of capital or anything like that.
Well, that's the whole idea. Just to give you context, I'm working on a project to bridge these carbon credits on chain, offer regenerative finance all around that, and I do plan to launch on Solana and the likes.
Awesome.
But just looking at kind of your ideas around that, I would love to get your thoughts on kind of all these new innovations coming. You've seen Toucan Protocol on Polygon, you've seen KlimaDAO. I'd just love to get your whole idea on where that sort of vertical is going and kind of where you see it playing a major role in offsetting climate. offsetting carbon.
I think there's a lot of work in carbon offsets that could be done just to create higher quality offsets. People, I think, that don't have a lot of depth in understanding how the carbon offset market works don't realize that it's basically like anyone can say, I have some carbon offsets. And
how do you verify that?
Yeah, there's no there's no real awesome strong standards on verifying them or making sure that they haven't been double sold or double counted.
Definitely.
And there's a lot of things that I think blockchain technologies could do to improve on the transparency of it, but it can't be done solely on chain because these are physical external assets. So that needs actually support from like local governance infrastructure and stuff like that as well.
I totally agree, and I think it's awesome if you could pivot off those verifications, now bringing on the blockchain, verifying that. I think that's such a cool use case. Even looking at a small use case such as a burn mechanism, trying to avoid the double spending. I think it just has great market fit.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the way that we get there is by making the most efficient blockchain that we possibly can, right? Sure. We want to thank Mr. Yakovenko, the co-founder of Solana and the CEO of Solana Labs, for joining our roundtable today. And also, I would like to thank Glenn Ollie out at the University of British Columbia, as well as Julian down at the University of Texas. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for coming out today. Even though
thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Have a great one, y'all.
Crypto growth is obviously something very important to everyone in this space. In many ways, the exponential growth of the space is a benefit to all, but that can sometimes have a price. Up next, we are joined by Mark Yusko, founder and CEO of Morgan Creek Capital Management, as we go over all of the different sides of crypto growth.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine version 14, our university edition. If this is your first time joining us, welcome in. And if not, thanks for tuning back in. We've interviewed over 600 project teams and thought leaders in the space. And the goal of our virtual conference is to educate and inform all, including those new to the crypto space, long-time holders, and industry professionals. So make sure to subscribe below to keep staying informed and enjoy what we have in store for you today. And what we have in store for you today is returning to our conference series, Mr. Mark Yusko, founder and CEO of Morgan Creek Capital Management. Excited to have you back once again, Mark. How are you doing?
Thanks for having me. Great to be with y'all and great to be in series 14. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, all the way. We're all the way in number 14 here. Before we move on to introducing our student panelists, maybe you could tell us a little bit about your career, just in general, and what began your interest in crypto.
Yeah, so the quick version, I don't do quick well, but people have heard it on previous versions. Look, I grew up on the left coast, out near Cole. Grew up in Seattle, Washington. Made my way to the Midwest for college. Went to Notre Dame and University of Chicago for grad school. Kind of got into investing by accident. Ended up back at my alma mater at Notre Dame, helping to manage the endowment, then came down here to North Carolina, where I am today, to manage the endowment down here. And the big thing about that period of my life was alternative investments, hedge funds, venture capital. And we did a lot of venture capital investing, particularly venture capital investing in tech. And I had the great fortune or luck to be involved in some of the big tech trends out there. So in the 90s, invested in little companies like Google and Yahoo and eBay, which turned into pretty big deals. And this thing called the internet became a big deal. And then left to start Morgan Creek in 2004. And about 5 years later, this thing started to happen around the mobile net and basically internet ubiquity and e-commerce. And so we made some big investments in companies like Alibaba and Facebook and a few others. And so I started to notice this trend. And so I went back and I looked, and there's this technological evolution that's been going on since the advent of computing. 1954 was the mainframe, 68 was the microchip, 82 was the personal computer, 96 was the internet, 2010 was the mobile net, and 2024, I used to call it the trust net, but now I've revised that to the truth net. Because what blockchain technology does is it replaces trust that we've relied on for 800 years with the banking industry. We're talking about being in Florence. And look, the Medicis, benevolent as they may be, maybe not so much, have been the trusted third party along with the Rothschilds and the Morgans for 800 years. And the banking industry has had a stranglehold on being a source of trust when you have to transact value. What blockchain does, it unlocks that. We no longer need a trusted third party. We can use software and code. And I'll leave you with this one little thing. So I live in the South, and if you get lost in the South, and David does too, you don't stop and ask directions, right? Because they'd say, "Oh, go to where the oak tree was and take a left, and then go to where the general store was and take a right." I'm like, I don't know where that is. I didn't live here then. So what do? You look at Google Maps or Apple Maps, and you find your way. So same thing today is we don't need people to be the trusted third parties. We have code, and in code we trust. And so in 2013, I got exposed to digital assets, blockchain, crypto. I say I was not running drugs on Silk Road. I was not a cryptography student. Didn't get it immediately in 2013. But by 2015, 16, I finally had done the work, embraced kind of infrastructure. And there are really two tacks, right? There's cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, et cetera. And then there's blockchain technology. So I'm all in on blockchain technology. We've started a venture capital group called Morgan Creek Digital, raised 3 funds, raising our 4th. We've made about 70 different investments in infrastructure companies, but I'm actually all in on crypto itself as well. Big believers in Bitcoin and others. So have made a number of investments there as well. So told you I don't do short, sorry.
No, it's quite all right. We have spoken some already in this conference series about how people do need that trusted third party, and maybe not Web 3.0 is there yet, but we're making strides. So hopefully soon.
Yep.
But as I mentioned before, this is our university edition, and our focus in this edition was to invite student blockchain partners to come ask questions and discuss groundbreaking new technologies with some of the most influential thought and business leaders in the industry. And so in that vein, our company Mousebelt has been working with more than 80 student blockchain organizations from universities spanning multiple continents, providing support in a variety of ways, from internships, office hour sponsorships, as well as early stage projects investment. Today, joining me as well on the co-panel for our discussion alongside our other special guest is Mr. David Loudon, Vice President of Blockchain at Virginia Tech, and Cole Carnell, co-founder of Blockchain at Portland State. Gentlemen, nice to meet you. And before we move on to the interview, if you could each tell us a little bit about your club, how many members, maybe the outlay of the majors in your club, and the activities that y'all have gotten up to, maybe have planned for the future. And I think we'll go ahead and start with Mr. David Loudon out in Virginia Tech.
Sure. Well, thank you so much for having me. Like you said, I'm David Loudon from Virginia Tech. I was a co-founder of Blockchain at Virginia Tech last fall. We saw a good rise, and we're having about 20 to 40 members come out last year, and we're growing that this year. We have a mix of cybersecurity, computer science, business information technology students, and also some economics and philosophy majors. So we really pull from all directions. We like to be really inclusive and bring in guest speakers who are able to accommodate for people who are curious about blockchain technology, maybe don't know too much, but also have some higher level stuff available for those looking to take the next step. So we love bringing in guest speakers. We're looking to do a couple hackathons in the coming semesters, and as well as some projects. So yeah, thank you again for having me.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you. Sounds exciting. Long runway out there in Blacksburg. And we've also got, as I said before, Mr. Cole Carno, co-founder of Blockchain at Portland State. Glad to have you, Cole.
Thanks, Miguel. Glad to be here. Yeah, I co-founded Blockchain at Portland State back in 2019 when Portland State had just established a blockchain and business program, a certificate program. And I basically stumbled into a meeting session about it after having used Bitcoin in the past for various things, such as Silk Road, Mark. And I came into the meeting really excited because Bitcoin in general is an extremely interesting topic. And we left the meeting having founded the Blockchain at Portland State organization. And it's proven to be the most popular business club on campus for the 3 years that I've been involved in it. The number of members seems to shift by the year. People come and go, but it's usually around like 10 or so officers start out the year. And by the end of the year, we're usually closing at like 60 or 70 active participants. So very popular.
And maybe I missed it, but what recent kind of activities do y'all have planned or are y'all going to get into in the coming year?
So Blockchain at Portland State, definitely educational sessions will be planned for fall term, and then expansion into probably a regional blockchain alliance. Like I know that Virginia Tech, David's club, has partnered with other Virginia schools to create a regional blockchain council, which is extremely valuable. And I'd like to see something going on with the Pacific Northwest schools in that area.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely. I agree. We'll go ahead and move on to the questions now, and we can go ahead. I normally start with the opposite of who I introduced first, but there's a little bit of a history here. So we'll go ahead and start in Blacksburg with Mr. Loudon. Go ahead, David, if you want to give it a shot with the first question.
Sure. So for my first question, I know there's been a lot of controversy recently about different crypto companies that offer custodial services, some of them offering yield. So my question is, do you think there will ever be a long-term trusted custodial solution for crypto, or will it always be not your keys, not your crypto?
Fantastic question, and one that I take some grief on. You know, I will surf spaces at night to different places, and I'll go on a Bitcoin maxi space and like, get out of here, you shitcoiner. I'm like, what are you talking about? I have more Bitcoin than you. Look at the sign. And they're like, yeah, but you own Ethereum and you own Solana. I'm like, yeah, I do. Made a lot of money in both of them. So, but look, this whole thing about not your keys, not your coins, it strikes a really tough chord with me because look, if the only purpose of Bitcoin is to put it on a thumb drive and bury it in your backyard, don't need it. We got that. It's called gold, right? Gold's been doing that for 5,000 years as a perfect store of value. A single ounce of gold has bought a fine person's suit for 5,000 years, from, you know, Elizabethan times to a suit of armor to a zoot suit to Savile Row today. So if it's just about, you know, opting out and, you know, screw the man, and I'm going to have my currency that can't be corrupted by the central banks, that's fine. But again, I could do the same thing with gold. And yes, digital is better. I do believe Bitcoin is digital gold. It is more portable. It's more, it's lighter. You know, all the gold in the world fits into Olympic-sized swimming pools. All the Bitcoin in the world fits right here. Now, I don't have all the Bitcoin in the world. In fact, I don't keep any on my phone. Don't SIM swap me. I've been SIM swapped twice. They got nothing, so don't do it. And by the way, people who use their phone number for two-factor authentication, please stop. Use a second email address. Never use your phone number. It's too easy to SIM swap. PSA. But that's a long answer, David, to a really important question, which is, look, I believe, and again, I take grief because I'll go to an Ethereum space and then like, get out of here, you Bitcoin maxi. Like, what are you talking about? Again, I have more Ethereum than you do, but that's not the point. Is the tribalism in crypto has got to go. It's just got to stop. It's not healthy. It's not productive. And this whole nonsense of there is only one, right? Bitcoin is the only one and everything else is a scam or a shitcoin. That's dumb. It doesn't mean it couldn't happen that way, that we could have a single chain, mono chain world. Look, if I knew the answer, I'd probably not have a job, right? Because the $64 trillion question is, are we going to have a single chain world? Bitcoin, Lightning, layer 3, layer 4, and it all is on a single chain? Or are we going to have a tech stack like we do in the internet? We have, IP, then TCP IP, then we have file FTP for files, then we got SMTP, HTTP, and www. Are we going to have Bitcoin, Filecoin, Ethereum is the www, and then maybe Polkadot, maybe Cosmos, maybe Solana, maybe Avalanche? I don't know what the other two are. Or are we going to have a multi-chain world where we have lots of L1s and L2s and L3s? Again, I don't know. I do know blockchains or chain will eventually supplant most of the traditional infrastructure that tech runs on today, and we'll get rid of, the 70-year-old technology of, Fedwire and ACH and Swift. I mean, all that needs to go away. But ultimately, I believe that Bitcoin in particular should be deposited. It should be lent. It should be borrowed. It should be spent. It should be used. It should have velocity. And look, we're investors in both sides. I mean, we have investments in, the maxis, and we have investors, and I would put, Caitlin Long and Custodia in that, right? She believes no rehypothecation, fully reserved. Fine, that's fine. But I actually believe you should rehypothecate. I believe fractional reserve banking isn't the devil. I believe it actually separates really successful countries from not successful countries. Name a country with non-functioning fractional reserve banking that's great. I'll wait. You can't do it. So I do think, now, banking cabals, all run by the Rothschilds and the Morgans, bad. But an open banking system with a digital banking system run on Bitcoin or other blockchains, I think is interesting. So really, really long answer to a really, really important question.
It is not that I do understand the trepidation that comes from not my keys. I don't have the custody of it, but there is likely a solution that involves blockchain, given that, we have vacation rental by owner. I can go rent my car out, and that doesn't mean that I give the deed to those things to somebody else, So yeah. I do foresee a solution coming soon. So I'm glad that you agree.
Well, the other thing, Envy, is
go ahead. Absolutely.
This is important. The other point there is, you think about transitions, right? I get the logic, the pure logic of a decentralized financial system. And I get the logic of a deflationary currency like Bitcoin being superior to fiat currency. Look, history of the world, 775 paper currencies, 3/4 of them no longer exist. I get that. Every paper currency will eventually go to zero because governments trend towards dictatorship. They start democratic, they head toward dictatorship, emperors, etc. All empires fall. Everyone gets massively in debt, and the only way out is to devalue your currency. So I get that. Opting out for some portion of your wealth makes sense. But I don't want all of it outside the system because I have to live in the system, right? Now I can't pay my rent in Bitcoin. I can't pay for, Poppy with Bitcoin or whatever. Maybe someday, but we need a more stable unit of account. And just like money, right? We don't use money, most of us. Some of us still use paper currency, but I use my Visa card. Visa is money to me, but it really isn't. It's a database, right? It's actually a database that runs on a mainframe on COBOL, God forbid. It's true. And it settles to chain Fedwire once a month. I send my check in, it settles once a month. The rest of the month is just, right, transactions going back and forth on a database. So the same idea could work in the digital asset world, where we could have CeFi, centralized finance, sitting in between the old TradFi, which needs to die, and not die like immediately and go away and never be heard from again. It could function as lenders and custodians for hard to value. Because one of the problems is real assets and digital assets. If I have a unique digital asset, really easy to see why that should always be on blockchain. A physical asset, like a piece of property, the title could be digital, but I still have to have somebody go there and make sure it didn't get washed away in the hurricane. I still got to make sure that that renter actually leaves when they're supposed to leave. So there are some physical elements that can't be solved. We all won't live just in the metaverse. So there's going to be this integration of the physical and digital world that will require some hybrid solutions. And I think CeFi plays that role. And lastly, my dad, 84 years old, never going to hold his own keys. Just not going to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
He's going to have a Coinbase account, and he is very happy. He thinks he owns Bitcoin. He says, no, he doesn't own Bitcoin. You tell him he doesn't own Bitcoin. He believes he owns Bitcoin. He's benefited from the rise in the price. He's very happy. And I'm not going to hold his keys, because if I lost them, I'd be dead. And it's just not happening. So that functionality for those transitioning who aren't digital natives, right? People listening to this at university who grew up with, the iPhone in their hand, they get it. They're comfortable in digital world. Not all of them, by the way, but most. And that's fine. But that other generation, no chance they're going directly to holding their keys. Just not happening.
So I know Cole had something about the traditional CeFi integration, maybe altcoins as well.
Yeah, so a question surrounding that would have to be around the central bank digital currencies. This has to do with the permissioned versus permissionless blockchains too, the private versus the public. There's been a lot of discussion on what type of protocol or the rails the government will use to establish a CBDC. Do you have any insights into what protocol they've been looking at? I know Ripple is a big discussion point on this.
Look, it's a really, really important point. And, my view on this is very black and white. CBDCs are not cryptocurrencies. Cryptocurrencies are decentralized. CBDCs are centralized, and therefore they are evil incarnate, right? Strong words, but I believe they are. I believe they are made for surveillance states and for control. And if people watching this have ever seen the 1:47 47 clip of Augustin, I can't remember his last name, the guy from the BIS, who looks like Kingpin from the Spider-Man movie. I mean, he weighs 500 pounds if he's an ounce. And the dude is one of the most frightening people I have ever seen in my life. When he describes how CBDC would work and how, of course, we should have control of how you spend your money. So imagine this dystopian world, right? You get paid on Friday. You go out and have a couple cocktails, start drunk texting about the president. You wake up and your money is worth 70 cents on the dollar. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's not the life I want to live, right? I have freedom of speech. Well, not in a CBDC world. So the question you're asking, which I don't really have an answer for, is what protocol are they going to go down the path? So it clearly isn't going to be fully decentralized like, a Bitcoin equivalent, or, well, the way Ethereum used to be before the merge. So what are they going to do? Is it XRP? Is it something similar to that? I actually don't have any insight, don't have any inside knowledge, inside baseball there. My guess is it's unlikely to be, again, if I were a betting person, I wouldn't bet on any of the existing protocols. I would bet they're going to kind of create their own. But who knows? And, it's interesting. I don't know the answer to this. I probably should. Do any of you know what the digital renminbi runs on?
Oh, that's a good question. Maybe coal. No.
Yeah, so that's a question that, that should
That's a
give
good
us
question.
some insight, is because the digital renminbi does exist. It is a central bank digital currency, and it's running on something. I just personally don't know what. It's definitely not Bitcoin. My guess is not XRP either. Is it some new thing, or is it some other chain from, a hard fork or something? I just don't know the answer. So I think
proprietary and highly guarded.
Yeah. And so my guess would be the US government will go the same way. And I also hear rumor that Russia is this close. And I've said for years, actually, that China would be first, Russia would be second, the US would be a distant third. And we tried, right? Pomp and I actually, talked to senators, tried to get people to listen, that they needed to embrace this back in 2018 and 19. And they're like, go away. You're a crypto kid. I mean, him, not me. But it's sad, right? They I think now get it. I mean, there are a few, Senator Lummis and others, who kind of get it. Actually, our congressman here from North Carolina is, pretty good, Patrick Henry. But love that name too. But I don't know if he's related to the original. But I think this question matters. It's funny. Again, I go to the Twitter Spaces, and I've been doing a show a couple times with. It's sponsored by the XRP Army, and I come on, what do we have to do to convince you that XRP is the thing? Like, well, two things. One, explain to me why the foundation still owns 70% of it. That makes me nervous. I think that's pretty centralized. I don't like it. And two, help me understand an actual implementation use case. I hear Garlinghouse and others talk about a lot of projects, but I actually never see evidence. And I know I'm pissing off all the XRP people, but I just don't see it. And I want to see it. I want them or someone like them to be successful. But I see actually more output from like the Paxos side than I do the XRP side.
Definitely. No, I agree with that. There's a lot of projects out there that I'm not sure what their use case is yet. So we'll go ahead and throw it out back to David, just in Blacksburg, if you got another one.
I think I heard you made a comment about ETH now post merge. So this is kind of similar to CBDCs, but basically, if CBDCs are implemented, can a DeFi ecosystem exist separately? But also, do you think that the Ethereum merge has made it kind of a centralized government coin almost?
So it's a really interesting conundrum, and the proof of stakers would yell at me for saying no, absolutely not. I'm a proof of work guy, right? I don't buy into any of the nonsense FUD about green and ESG. I think it's just stupid. Tumble dryers use more electricity than Bitcoin does. And we're going to ban tumble dryers and everybody walk around with wet clothes or have clotheslines again. Just silly. So, I mean, in fact, everything that we do every day is about converting energy to value. Right? Think about what you did this morning. You got up, put fuel in your body, and we are trying to create value by using our brains, or we make widgets, or we dig ditches, or it's energy into value. That's what life is about. And so to take electricity and turn it into a thing that you can store value in permanently. I mean, the one that I just love, right, is flared natural gas. You've seen the picture of the United States, North Dakota and Texas at night, look lit up, everything else is dark because they're flaring gas. Really bad for the environment, horrible. So what do? You take that gas, flare, and you stick a microturbine on it, and you connect a Bitcoin miner, and now you can mine Bitcoin, convert that energy that isn't polluting the environment into value that you can send anywhere in the world through the internet. No transmission wires, no pipelines, no right-of-ways, no dead birds, no dead salamanders. Awesome. But no one talks about that. So that to me is a net positive. You got negative electricity cost and a net positive for carbon. course, I don't believe in carbon either, but just because you can't measure a 1,000-year trend on a 1-year period, weather patterns change. Go back 150 million years, and look how much carbon was in the environment. But back to the original point, proof of stake, proof of work. Proof of stake harkens back to the bad old days, right? He who has the gold makes the rules. If you have a bigger stack, then you get to authenticate the block. If you're a bad actor, you can do bad things. Now, I'm not saying anybody is a bad actor, but it does allow for control in a centralized way. Now, people say, oh, but that won't happen because the incentives are right, and that if you do a 51% attack, then the value goes to zero. I actually agree with that, mostly. I think that's the genius of the proof of work system, is when it says, oh, you could have too much concentration of miners. Nope, the minute you change a block and you spend all this money to hack, 10,000 nodes simultaneously, or 51% of 10,000 nodes simultaneously in 10 minutes, which you couldn't do. But if you could spend, what, $100 million to do that, the minute you did it, it goes to zero and you just lost $100 million, no one would do it. So that is an elegant solution against hacking of a proof of work blockchain. In proof of stake, you don't have to spend $100 million to hack all these devices. All you got to do is have a big stack. And so could you steal enough in a short amount of time to make it worthwhile? I don't know. But I feel like it's more likely in proof of stake than proof of work. It's kind of like the guy, I wish I could give the guy credit, because I think he was only like 14 or 15 years old. And he found this project that went to a DAO, and it was majority rules. So it wasn't even like super majority, like 50% or 75. It was just whoever had the biggest stack got to change the rules. And make a long story short, I think he got to like 11 or 12%, created a proposal to have a super mint, minted himself 1 trillion tokens, and then sold $1 billion worth before the token went to zero. Bravo. I mean, genius. I mean, I don't like the fact that you could exploit it that way, but bravo for being a genius to do that. I don't know if he had to give any of the money back or whether, it's free and clear. It's actually in a book by Cam Harvey that talks about this. And I should go back and read it so I could give the guy credit, because it's amazing. And now I want my 11-year-old to figure out how to do that. No, I'm just kidding. The first part of the question. So the second part is proof of stake, I think, is inferior to proof of work, personally. I don't like it. So I wouldn't have done the merge, but they did the merge, and everyone thought after the merge, the thing was going to explode and go to 10,000. It didn't. So, buy the rumor, sell the news. The first part of the question, what's the first part of the question again?
In a world where CBDCs are reality, how, I guess.
Yeah, can you have DeFi? Look, CBDCs are just digital fiat.
Right.
DeFi is a decentralized system that exists next to or on top of or side by side, or however you want to say, concentric with fiat. So yeah, they can coexist, and people will choose how much of their fiat they want to transfer into this decentralized world. I don't have 100% of my assets in decentralized assets. I have a decent percentage, but not 100, because I said I live in the fiat world. I spend in the fiat world. Like I pay my electricity bill in fiat. I pay my rent in fiat, or my mortgage in fiat. So until such time as they do something completely sinister, like a CBDC where they can extract value from me because I did something they don't like, I jaywalked, so they take my money, then I'm out, right? And then I think DeFi will be significantly more attractive. But in the short run, to me, there's no difference between fiat and centralized, except it makes fiat worse. Because fiat's bad because it can be inflated away by printing more of it from thin air, hence the word fiat. But it's super bad when you can inflate it away and control it down to the individual person. That's ugly. Like right now, they can inflate all of our money, which is what they've done, right? Over the last 24 months, they printed half of all the dollars in the history of the Republic, 246 years, half in 2 years. So what happened to the value of our money? It went down. What happened to the price of everything? Went up. Okay. So they did that to all of us, but they didn't do it to you or to me because we did something wrong. So that fiat world has existed for thousands of years, and, you know, actually more hundreds of years. For the first thousands, we were more tethered to gold and silver and hard currencies. But in a fiat money, paper money world, which really, paper money started in the 1300s, but really didn't take off until the Rothschilds in the 1600s, when the first central bank in the Netherlands was created. And then the Bank of England in the 1700s really accelerated it because they colonized the world and put their money everywhere. So call it 300 odd, 400 year old experiment. And it's been okay. I mean, life's actually much better today than it was then. But it's teetering on some really bad outcomes. And that's why I think DeFi exists. Look, I'm wearing my, actually, I can show you guys. I'm wearing my Genesis block socks today. You know,
Oh, very nice.
It talks about, you know, the chancellor bailing out the banks. It's not a coincidence that Bitcoin was created in the middle of the global financial crisis. That is not an accident, right? It's not an accident that Satoshi Nakamoto's birthday is 4575. 45 was the date on which gold was made illegal in 1933. And 1975 was when it was made legal again to own. Also not a coincidence, and I think this is cool, this young woman, daughter of this friend of mine, Lisa Huff, her daughter said, you know, it was Executive Order 6102, and 21 with 6 zeros is 21 million. That's why there's 21 million Bitcoin. I'm like, mind blown. 17-year-old girl thinks, wow, because where did 21 million come from? It's why that number? 6102, 21 and 6 zeros, kind of cool. Even if it's not true, it's really cool. But all of this goes to where we are today, right? We're on the verge of global financial crisis 2, right? We're recording this on the Monday when Credit Suisse was supposedly, you know, bankrupt, and the Fed had to pull an emergency meeting. And there's a great tweet by, you know, one of our managers, Travis, I think it was Travis at Ikigai. No, somebody else, that said, why is it that the economy is still run by a bunch of old white guys behind closed doors? I mean, literally, male, pale, and stale is no way to go through life, even though maybe I am that. Well,
they were talking on Yahoo Finance this morning about, oh, we need another Plaza Accord and all this nonsense. And I'm of the opinion, as just a layman security, you know, professional, that any talk of CBDCs by you know, administration or governmental officials is simply placation, like it's just to placate people, because once they start to move into that space, it's just social credit by blockchain, like you said. And when people experience that and then see that they have a just some other sort of, well, I have to go over here and I have to do all this extra stuff, but hey, they can't take my money away anymore. You've just lost as a government. You stepped onto somebody else's territory and you've lost. Yeah. And governments don't exist to lose.
Well, look, why are governments railing against stable coins, right? When it was a few $1 million moving into stable coins, no big deal. When it's billions, no big deal. Tens of billions, what the fuck? I mean, they got pissed. So look, Luna, bad, not a stable coin, dumb. Okay, so it crashes. Not a coincidence that, you know, Janet Yellen the next day is saying we need to regulate stable coins. So did they cause that debacle by shorting Bitcoin against the Treasury and all the stuff that, you know, the guy tweeted about in November, and whoever did it went like line by line through that tweet and did exactly what he said to do? I don't know. Doesn't really matter. What does matter is there's a famous quote that Gandhi actually didn't say, but everyone thinks it's Gandhi. You know, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win. And I wish, again, remember who said it so I could give him credit. But from 2009 to 15, from the day of my socks till 2015 was the first they ignore you. Bunch of nerds and geeks, running drugs on Silk Road, playing with magic internet money. Who cares? Whatever. Then they laugh at you. 2016 to 21, bunch of nerds and geeks. Look at these stupid people spending all this time wasting all this electricity. Then they fight you. Right now, for the next 5 years, they're going to fight. And they're going to fight hard through regulation, through coercion, through media, through FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. All of it is because now real money is leaving the fiat system. And the fiat system is already over-levered, which is what we're seeing in Europe. And when you remove deposits from an over-leveraged system, it gets more over-levered and more vulnerable. And that's where we are today. So they clearly don't want that money to leave the system. And even though I said it's not all my money, but any amount hurts them. And they would much rather have it be theirs than ours.
A good micro example of that, oh no, we can't, with the over leveraging, is Celsius, as we've seen just inside the ecosystem. I mean, I'm a victim of that. I know a bunch of people that are. I mean, just like anything else, it's, you only give somebody else what you can afford to lose, like I told everybody, and sure enough.
Yeah, but that's, I mean, the problem with that
it's
is
not exactly the
no,
same.
No. It's true. You should only do what you can afford to lose, except when you do something with someone you're supposed to be able to trust.
Yeah.
You trust them to be trustworthy. But as people in the S&L crisis, again, you guys are too young to remember this thing in the S&L crisis, that there are all these, competitor organizations to the banks, and people put their money in it, and then bad guys got in charge, and they basically made bad loans to each other and wrecked the depositors. So those depositors, they say, oh, you shouldn't put all your money in the bank. Well, no, I've always put all my money in the bank. So why should I? But what you should have thought about is Joe's savings and loan as reliable as Bank of America? Not that Bank of America was very reliable in the global financial crisis, but depositors didn't get wiped out. So in the savings loan crisis, you lost a lot of money. And the same thing's true here. Celsius did wrong by its depositors, full stop, right? I mean, they didn't fully collateralize their loan book. They made bad decisions as management, but that's different. That's a different kind of failure than a protocol failure, right? Or a hack. If somebody steals your stuff, that's very different than management making bad decisions. And, we are all victims of those bad decisions by Celsius management. The most egregious, and the same thing that happened with Luna, is when you have a variable asset, an asset where the price can vary, backing something that you sell as stable, you have an asset liability mismatch. It's like what happened with CDOs and all the nonsense in subprime. It's what happens when banks get over levered, like Deutsche Bank or Credit Suisse. When you borrow short and lend long, it's bad if you mismatch your assets and your liabilities. And so I'm not going to let Alex and the gang off the hook quite as easy as they were victims. We, the people who used it, were the victims.
Well, I'm glad that you agree with me there, because I know that there was a Bank of Canada individual up there, and that's why I kind of put my trust. Don't hold your breath yet. I'm glad you said we're all victims, because I hold some Credit Suisse investments as well. So let's keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah.
We'll throw it back to Cole in Portland, maybe for one last one. And if you did want to follow up, Miss David, we can go ahead and do that, but we're running short on time.
Yeah, so I guess my last question would be related to the students that I work with. So a lot of the time I'll get student people interested in crypto coming into the meetings, and they have big dollar signs in their eyes, seeing the swings in, the percentage yields in the crypto market, thinking that they're going to be the next ones to get rich. And they want to pile all their money into what they have into the crypto market. And it just seems like a bad idea, but of course, it's not really many other asset classes that can compete with the performance of crypto right now on a daily basis with the volatility. What would you say to these kinds of students?
Yeah. So one, it's tough, right? concentration makes you rich. Every large fortune came from a concentrated bet, concentrated stock position, concentrated real estate position, business ownership. So it's hard not to want to do that. Now, the problem is for every success story that you read about, for every Apple, started in a garage, there were 99 or probably 999 others that you don't read about because history is written by the winners. So if getting rich was easy, then everyone would be rich. Getting rich is not easy. Now, it doesn't mean you can't get lucky. It doesn't mean you can't do well. It doesn't mean if you work really hard and study really hard and follow a consistent plan. But part of the problem with the stars in your eyes or the dollar signs in your eyes is, yes, if you're early to any innovation, in fact, it's my pinned tweet on Twitter, right? The greatest wealth is created by investing in something you believe in before others even understand it. And you'll be mocked and ridiculed for your non-consensus action, but it's totally worth it. So we made tons of money for Notre Dame, not for me, but for Notre Dame when I worked, there, and we invested in Google. We put in $500,000, took out $200 million. Awesome, right? There should be a quad at Notre Dame called the Google Quad. Why? Well, because they totally fundamentally changed the way we think about doing search. They don't actually search the internet, right? They own half the websites, and every time you type a question, about halfway through the question, they're already sending you to the website that has all the answers. And if it's a new question, they make a new website. So that was a fundamentally different way of doing business. So that innovation, made you a lot of money. And if you were early investor in Google, you made a lot of money. Early investor in Microsoft, where I grew up, right? Made a lot of money. I have a lot of friends don't have to work anymore because they went to work at Microsoft. I didn't. I always defend myself saying, Google the picture of the Microsoft 11, you won't blame me, right? They were pretty rough looking. Now they're multi-billionaires and I'm not, so I shouldn't make fun of them, but they're kind of funny looking. We're all bad looking in the 70s. Clothes were bad, hair was bad, beards were bad. You guys' beards are nice, but their beards were bad. But again, they're multi-billionaires and I'm not. So again, long answer to say, if you're an investor, right, there are 4 types of market participants. Investors buy things they believe sell below fair value and hold them until they become fairly valued. That's what an investor does. Then there are traders. Traders don't give a crap about fair value. They just want stuff that moves and they want a long or short. And most people are really bad at trading, like horrible. But there are some people who are good at it, but most people are really bad. Day traders are the worst. And the worst thing that could happen to a day trader, and this happens all the time in crypto, you make that first trade and it goes up and you think it's you. It's not you. That's luck. And if you keep doing it, the house will take all your money because the odds are stacked against you in trading. The professionals will eat your lunch. Third market participants are speculators. Speculators are just the opposite of hedgers. Hedgers have to sell, like oil producers or gold producers, and speculators take the other side, and usually in the futures market or the options market. And then there are gamblers, and this is the problem. In the pandemic, we locked people in their house or in their apartment. We gave them free money. We turned off sports, and we said, all right, why don't you gamble on the stock market or the crypto market? And the problem was it was a number go up time. It was a bull market. Number went up. Everybody felt rich. People felt like it was them, and they kept doing it. And then bang, we're back into a crypto winter bear market or bear market in the stock market. Now everybody's not making any money. You don't see Davey Day Trader out there with his green hammer talking anymore about how easy it is. And suddenly it's hard. And so I think what anyone in one of your clubs or one of these organizations or listening to this or going to school is first be an investor, right? Try to find things that sell below fair value. I believe Bitcoin today trades below fair value. You can find fair value pretty easily using Metcalfe's law, right? So I'm an accumulator. Ethereum, a little tougher. XRP, a little tougher, but there are certain networks that you can value. And if you can buy it when it's below fair value, great. Second thing, don't trade unless you have some edge. And people have edges. They have information edge. They have, computing edge. But in the world of high frequency trading, anytime you want to buy something, think about this. Someone else is selling. What do they know that you don't? Anytime you're selling, someone else is buying. What do they know that you don't? And in trading, your competition, Ken Griffin. Ken's one of the 5 smartest people I've ever met in my life. I mean, Ken's a better trader than his traders. He's a better accountant than his CFO. He's a better lawyer than his general counsel. He is amazing. And he's built one of the most amazing businesses in the world. So when Robinhood traders think they're winning, Ken was winning. Ken was winning at Citadel. So just think about who you're up against if you want to be a trader. Okay, you want to be a speculator? Fantastic. Then stick to places where you have a natural edge against the hedgers, right? Oil producers must always sell their production forward. Okay, so you have an edge. Same thing with gold miners, et cetera. But don't try to speculate on stuff that you don't really understand just because the price is moving. And then 4th, don't ever be a gambler. And the gamblers are the people who use leverage. So I have a story. I shouldn't rat out my brother, but my brother called me in November, December, and he's like, they stole my Bitcoin. What are you talking about? He's like, oh, I went to Bitfinex. I'm like, stop. You levered up an 80 vol asset. Okay. Bitcoin has an 80 volatility. It's the same volatility as Amazon stock. Do you lever Amazon up 20 times or 30 times? Yeah, you put 2 turns of leverage on it in a margin account, fine, but don't put 10 times or 20 times. Okay. You got a margin call. You didn't pay it. They took your Bitcoin. They didn't steal it. They seized the collateral. Now, some would say that's their business model. They entice people to do it and then they steal it. Okay, fine. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm just saying maybe that's possible, but they didn't steal it. They did exactly what the contract says. So don't be a speculator. Don't use leverage. Leverage is a tool. If you have a long asset like a house, lever it all day, right? Because they don't mark to market every day. If you want to use a modest amount of leverage in stock trading or crypto trading, 1 turn, 2 turns, fine. Even then, don't, put all your money in, have enough to make your margin calls. But ultimately, don't do it for the money, right? We all want to, and what I mean by that is don't do it for the get rich quick money. Do it for the accumulation of wealth reasons that, 1, start early, 2, diversify. So, Mark, you said concentration makes you rich. I know we're not in the get rich business. We're in the stay rich business. Now, when you're young, I will modify. When you're young, you can take more risk than when you're old. When you're an old guy like me, don't take a lot of risk, right? You've already made your money, diversify it, make lots of individual bets. I make lots of little bets in companies that I think can do really well, particularly in the venture capital space. When you're young, you want to make some concentrated bets, fine, because then you can always go earn more money. But don't be surprised if you lose a lot. Because remember, the legends, Julian Robertson, George Soros, the best people in this business are right 57, 58% of the time. The average Wall Street analyst is right 40% of the time. In what world can you be wrong 6 times out of 10 and still make $1 million? My mind is blown. So
I've got you there. You only need a 333 batting average to get into Cooperstown.
There you go. So, but the thing is, most people, to that point, do the opposite of what it takes to be successful. So in investing, what most people do is they pull their flowers and water their weeds, right? As soon as something's up 10%, they sell it because they're afraid of losing it. And when something goes down, they buy more to prove they were right. You're not right. You're just wrong. The market's always right. So what you should do, and that Paul Tudor Jones, famous legendary trader from UVA, in his dorm room, picture losers, average losers. Don't chase it down, just sell, live to fight another day. But when something's working, buy more, right? And then ultimately rebalance, right? Rebalancing is good too, but winners press winners. And Julian Robertson, my mentor, right, passed away a couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago. God rest his soul. One of the most amazing investors on the planet. And he had this amazing knack to double up. So when something was working, he would press the accelerator. Now, he would rebalance over time too, but he would never double down. If something went against him, he's like, I'm out, I'm wrong, take losses faster, press your winners, and do have a little bit of diversification. Don't put all your eggs in one crypto. At least that's my advice.
So just finishing up here, that's some great advice for young investors and, our co-panel here. I want to thank coming out once again to our conference series, Mr. Mark Yusko, the founder and CEO of Horton Creek Capital Management. Thank you, Mark, and condolences.
No worries. I mean, Julian lived a great life. He lived to be into his 90s, and it's one of those things. When people pass away young, it's a shame and a tragedy. But if you make it to your 90s, it's a hell of a ride. So he had a great life, and we all celebrate his incredible life. But thank you for the condolences. But no, all good. Thank you for having me. Thanks, guys, for some insightful, thoughtful questions. And for your leadership. Thank you for doing what you do on the campuses where you are. It means a lot to me. And part of the reason I'm doing this every day is people like you. I see the quality of the talent migrating into the digital asset space. It's like nothing I've ever seen. And I've lived through a lot of transitions. The migration of talent in the internet was big. MobileNet was bigger. This is bigger, higher quality, bigger numbers, and what you do to bring those groups together and help them flourish is really appreciated. And it's great for the ecosystem. It's great for the industry and great for people like me who are trying to back founders. So thank you.
Yes, I want to thank you, Mr. David Loudon, the Vice President of Blockchain at Virginia Tech, and Mr. Kulkarnal, the co-founder of Blockchain at Portland State. Sounds like you'll have a long runway, so thanks for coming out.
Ah, yes. Mass adoption. The ever-elusive goal to fully unlock the potential of our space and build to a bigger and better future. In this next panel, we are joined by Dan Held, Bitcoin entrepreneur and influencer, to discuss this very notion. Specifically, some of the pain points we come up against and some solutions to get us to the next level.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine version 14, our university edition. If this is your first time joining us, welcome in. And if not, welcome back. We've interviewed over 600 projects, teams, and thought leaders in the space. And the goal of our virtual conference is to educate and inform all, including those new to the crypto space, long-time holders, and industry professionals. So make sure to subscribe below to keep staying informed and enjoy what we have in store for you this afternoon. And today we have returning once again to our conference series, Bitcoin entrepreneur and influencer, Mr. Dan Held. Excited to have you once more, Mr. Held. How are you doing today?
Doing well. Thanks for having me.
And before we move into introducing the student panelists and my co-hosts, maybe you could tell us a little bit about your career and the Bitcoin DeFi that you are here to kind of discuss with us today.
Yeah, so I've been in this space almost 10 years, built my first product in 2013 called Zero Block. We got bought by blockchain.com and I was the first product manager there. So almost in the space, and it's almost 10 years now. For me, Bitcoin always represented our best chance for freedom. And I think financial freedom is the most important freedom one can have. Who cares if you have freedom of speech if you have no agency over your body in regards to money, or you're not able to move or influence anything because your money's frozen. So for me, money is the core root and the core solution that we need to solve for. So after Zero Block, worked at another crypto startup. Then I went to go work at Uber for 2 years. Uber headquarters on rider growth and growth marketing. So, and then after that, created another startup, which we got bought by Kraken. At Kraken, I built out the marketing org. So my the TLDR of my narrative is almost 10 years in crypto and about 7 years in a growth marketing function. Growth marketing is user acquisition for those who don't know what the term means. In parallel, I've grown my audience to about 850,000 followers on social. People follow me because I explain Bitcoin simply. I talk to the newbies. I don't talk to the existing Bitcoin hodlers. I'm more of your newbie spirit guide into the Bitcoin world, which is confusing, strange, weird. As John Oliver puts it, it's everything you don't understand about money with everything you don't understand about computers. And so my job is to help try to make that a little bit more simple.
Bit of a Bitcoin educator. So we're excited to have you here this afternoon. And as I mentioned before, this is our university edition. And our focus in this edition was to invite student blockchain partners to come ask questions and discuss groundbreaking new technologies with some of the most influential thought and business leaders in the industry. In that vein, our company Mousebelt has been working with more than 80 student blockchain organizations from universities spanning multiple continents, providing support in a variety of ways, from internships, office hours, sponsorships, as well as early stage products investment. And today I have joining us on the panel, my co-hosts, Kunal Arora, Vice President of Education, and Pun Kam, Head of Engineering at UC San Diego, and Sam Ruskin, President at The Ohio State University Cryptocurrency and Blockchain Club. Now, gentlemen, in just a moment, before we move on to the interview, I'd like you to tell us a little bit about your club, how many members, maybe some of the outlay of the majors of your members, and what activities y'all have involved, and maybe something that y'all have recently gotten into. So we'll start down in San Diego. Why don't you go ahead, Pun? We'll go over to Kunal.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for the introduction, and very nice to have you, Dan. Just want to talk a little bit about our club. So I think now we're about a year old, and initially we started off as a club that simply focused on education, trying to onboard as many people to crypto as possible, starting with Bitcoin, obviously, and spanning out to multiple other applications of blockchains. But now I think, given the maturity of the club, we've started to shift our focus much more on actually engineering and build out the club in terms of actually having projects that people are working on. So students will be contributing to different projects, and they could use these projects to either spin them off into actual startups beyond the club, so they can kind of just detach themselves from the club, or they can use those projects to learn and use those skills to contribute to other startups that other people have started. So I think that's our main focus right now. I think the makeup of our club is very much an engineering focused club. So a lot of computer science students, some economic students, but even the economic students wants to explore computer science and programming. So that's another very, I think, interesting aspect of the club, is we're actually shifting people who are not really from a traditionally technical background to to training themselves up in a technical way. So I think that's one of our focuses. And as the lead of engineering, I hope to promote that shift, that transition, and also just strike a healthy balance of both, because engineers sometimes overlook a lot of the business economics aspects too. So yeah, definitely want to keep both of them in check.
Totally. Yeah. What sort of economics do you guys teach there?
So for economics, the club itself doesn't really teach that much economics. We provide some sort of like resource page that people can access to learn about tokenomics themselves and like mechanism design and whatnot. But directly from the club, we don't really provide any economics education.
Bitcoin's and money, right?
Yeah, that's definitely true. And I think a lot of the economic students have brought a lot of very interesting insights regarding, I guess, the usage of Bitcoin in the overall global financial system. So some of the engineers are actually learning a lot from these business students too. So it's pretty awesome.
Gotcha.
Maybe Kunal can talk about some of the education efforts over there.
Yeah, we had like an intro to blockchain course our first quarter, which was like 5-part series talking about, how consensus works on a very high level, or how like what are the different projects built. And then we had like a boot camp, but that was like a bit more technical, going through Solidity. So yeah, we have like as a club, we have realized like there's an oversaturation of resources which go over like intro to blockchain stuff. We rather have like something a bit more specialized, going over a paper or going over something more academic rather than, just going over the same thing over and over again. So that's our focus for this quarter. We have like people outside who have been doing some research come and talk about what they've been doing, or students ourselves, like if someone's working on like decentralized identity, how are we implementing that? How are we trying to solve like Sybil attack, the problem of Sybil attack? So yeah, that's it from education.
Really utilizing that think tank environment of the college, really helpful. Like I was saying to Mr. Ruskin before, it's a great time to be in school while this is all happening. So I'll let Sam introduce himself.
Thanks. So our club takes it from a slightly different perspective. We're definitely a little bit more finance focused, and the main people we attract are probably finance majors, any sort of like business, so like information systems. That being said, completely open to computer science programs, and we're trying to direct more projects to them just because we recognize that it's as valuable as the finance perspective and the business perspective, like my co-hosts are saying. So we think that if we can build an environment that allows people to create projects, like they were just saying, that they can spin off from the club, that's like the most beneficial thing that we can give them, is that like community aspect, and give them the resources to teach themselves about the technology, because you can lead a horse to water, but at some point it's on everyone else to kind of take their own journey to learn about the technology. So the best thing that we like to do is engage in like trading competitions where we try and teach technical analysis strategy. We bring in guest speakers from Columbus and from, beyond Columbus. We have had some people from LA and from San Francisco come in and speak, which has been great. So helping students to break in from a non-technical perspective is something we're really passionate about. But again, hoping to break in a little bit more from that like computer science angle and introduce some more discourse on like that end.
A little bit more of a finance angle out there. We'll go ahead and toss it back out to Ohio to go with the first question. And just because one side or the other is asked a question, don't hesitate. If you've got a natural follow-up, once there's a lull, I'll try and redirect, or I might ask a follow-up. But feel free. This is a conversation. So if you'll go right ahead, Sam.
Great. So I guess we'll just start off from kind of like a high level. In your opinion, what do you think is required to accelerate the move from CeFi to DeFi? And do you think that we have the infrastructure and enough public knowledge of blockchain technology to coordinate like a safe transition to a financial system built on crypto?
Yeah, so there's there's two questions there. One is around the educational component and how to move a nascent technology into like mainstream adoption. The other one is around a stable journey or a linear transition to that new paradigm. I'll start with the second one. So nothing in life is stable, and there has never been a transition that has been super smooth. I think any major step function or magnitude shift usually is highly disruptive. That's why a lot of like startups in Silicon Valley and different conferences are called like Disrupt or something like that. It's about disrupting the status quo. When you disrupt the existing underlying financial system, that typically does not happen in a nice linear format and will likely be a somewhat volatile event. This isn't a bad or good thing. Volatility or stability are not inherently good or bad. It just, I think, when it comes to replacing the existing foundation of the entire financial system, it typically doesn't happen where you swap out. We're talking like upgrading the glider into a jet engine aircraft, and that doesn't happen without substantial changes happening to the entire body, the engines, etc. So I think that it'll probably happen in fits and starts. As you all probably have been noticing over the last month, we've had gigantic macro events occurring. Sovereign bond defaults becoming more and more likely. We're seeing those sell off as the creditworthiness of of nations, which are the largest creditors in the world, are called into question. So these moments are not very stable. These moments are like Six Sigma sort of movements. And this isn't a bad or good thing. It's usually what happens with a centrally planned system is they suppress volatility over the long term, which then eventually bubbles up and leads to highly volatile, kind of like very short-term movements like we're seeing now, or the 2008 financial crisis. Regarding how do we get people to adopt Bitcoin, how do we get people to understand why decentralization, why crypto, why Bitcoin is important? I think it's primarily user experience focused. I think that the space has an incredibly high saturation of developers. I think what's lacking is a lot of UX UI designers, so user experience, user interface design. I think Bitcoin wallets have abysmal UX. So do most DeFi applications. I think most users don't understand the actions that they're performing. I think in conjunction with UX UI design, you need better product marketers. So product marketers going in and establishing some sort of educational and knowledge, like educational backing when users are performing these transactions. A lot of them, for example, like most users don't really understand what they're doing with yield farming. I'd say a majority think it's earning yield on their underlying assets, which is quasi true, but it's more of they're taking bips on volatility. So as two assets in a pool are traded back and forth, they're earning a fee on that, but there's something called like impermanent loss. Now, the balance of this, of like simplicity and getting them into the product without overly concerning them. For example, you wouldn't require everyone to read the entire manual of a car before they drive a car. I do think there's a sliding scale of marketing related copy, design, and those working together within these user interfaces, whether it be a Chrome extension, mobile app, et cetera, to better educate folks about what they're about to go do. I think that's predominantly the biggest hurdle, combined with just overall education. Most people come into crypto for speculation. Let's not kid ourselves. I did back in 2011. So it's most of us came in because it's a speculative asset and it's fun to make money. And the volatility is naturally a draw, because we're not just talking about making money, we're talking about 10xing or 100xing. So I think that is the predominant user acquisition loop in crypto, but the education is what keeps people around and keeps them around for example, with Bitcoin, the sound money, or Bitcoin being a world reserve currency, that narrative. So I think overall education, we still have a ton to do. There's a lot of great people doing work out there. There's hundreds of me, for example, that go out there and create content to help convert these speculators into long-term hodlers. So there's that, combined with, I would say, on the product side, UX UI designers, plus good product marketing managers that effectively communicate actions within the product or protocol for folks to better understand what they're doing.
Well,
gotcha.
I definitely, thanks, Ian. I definitely did not come to the space originally as a speculator, but I definitely came back. I cannot kid myself. I was a crypto kiddie. I was really interested in encryption. But about this DeFi, I believe, Pun, you might have had a question regarding some of the DeFi, the wider DeFi stuff.
Yeah, so I guess my question would be, for DeFi in its current form right now, do you think there's some sort of aspect of the current ecosystem of DeFi that is portable to something like a Bitcoin DeFi or a Bitcoin's version of DeFi? And how do you foresee that type of DeFi kind of blossoming?
It's a really good question. So first and foremost, Ethereum, Solana, and these other chains have a vast majority of DeFi related activities going on, and for good reason. These blockchains have been special purpose built to be smart contract platforms, aka DeFi related platforms, or the ease of a developer developing an application on top of one of these chains is far easier than, for example, Bitcoin or another type of chain, or like a Litecoin, for example. There are two kind of components to think about when building on top of a blockchain. One is, does it have all the cool stuff? Does it have the composability? Does it have all these really cool developer related features? I would say that's one big thing that most developers over index on. And the other is economics. So when we look at the economic foundation for Bitcoin, like the credibility of its monetary policy, Bitcoin has the only, I would say, credible monetary policy in crypto. The credibility of the monetary policy isn't just rooted in code, it's rooted in the community culture. For example, it's the least likely that the Bitcoin community would come together and change the 21 million hard cap. But with Ethereum, their monetary policy has constantly changed. And so I think it requires both considerations of both the smart contract capabilities and the soundness of the money in order to understand what you're building on, because you've got a lot of flexibility with the composability, et cetera. We can build these DeFi Legos on top of each other. But if you don't have a sound financial, like a sound money at the bottom of that, then you're sort of building on top of sand. And we haven't seen something like that happen yet, but these events are very, very rare events, right? Like the game theory behind Bitcoin and Ethereum, the game theory that's playing out, some of these may not happen for a decade, but then if it happens and there's a catastrophic failure, then all of the economic activity on top of that chain is, basically goes to zero or is severely damaged. So that's where I think Bitcoiners are, I would call them a little overly cautious, but not for bad reason. If you're going to build this system, you want to make sure it's extremely stable. So with DeFi, I often say that like Solana, Ethereum, they can do a lot of cool shit. And they trade off a little bit of decentralization here and there to do more cool stuff, which isn't a good or bad thing. It just depends on how much decentralization do we need for these chains to survive. Bitcoin could have overly indexed on decentralization, which means it will have sacrificed all of that cool stuff in order to remain decentralized, but maybe nation states never attack it. Ethereum and Solana may have traded off some of the decentralization, but we could find out that indeed they traded off too much, and we won't know until that moment happens. There's a term from the Fermi paradox called the Great Filter Event. We don't know if the Great Filter Event is behind us or in front of us, where most blockchains might die. We have to remember, of course, blockchains were created to survive state level attacks. If those attacks never happen, then trading off decentralization is fine. If they do happen, then 99% would likely collapse. And Bitcoin would even, Bitcoin being, I would say like the most battle hardened, it's still a risk, right? When it comes to saying like, hey, can these things come back to Bitcoin? I do think Bitcoin has a lot of interesting things going on for it. If we want to define DeFi, I probably should have started with this. DeFi is a pretty ambiguous term. People use it interchangeably to represent a lot of different things. For example, algorithmic stable coins are called DeFi, and same with like USDC is called DeFi, but USDC is completely centralized. USDC or any smart contract based on USDC could be instantly frozen, and that smart contract would lead to a cascading loss or failure event. So when we use the word DeFi, I'm going to loosely say that activities existing on a blockchain and a smart contract functionality. I think that's what colloquially most people are referring to DeFi as. With Bitcoin, you've got some DeFi that's being built on top of it. So Bitcoin isn't composable. It can't do a lot of that cool stuff out there. But it does have things like Lightning. And Lightning allows for Bitcoin to scale up transactions-wise to millions of transactions a second. And then Lightning with Taro can add other assets on top of Bitcoin. And so you start to build out some of this more advanced smart contract functionality and layers on top of the Bitcoin layer, on top of Bitcoin layer 1. So not existing on Bitcoin layer 1, but existing on layers above that. That usually means it's a little bit more clunky. It's definitely not composable, which is a good and bad thing. The lack of composability means that these are single purpose applications, which are far less likely to lead to cascading failures if you build DeFi Legos on top of DeFi Legos, because they're more single function. For example, discrete log contracts allow you to essentially pipe in external data and then have a bet be paid out given that external data being piped in from an oracle. So that's a pretty cool advanced smart contract functionality that is currently existing in Bitcoin as a company called Atomic Finance, where they're doing Bitcoin options on top of the Bitcoin network in a decentralized manner. So you've got that, you've got like Stacks, you've got RSK, you have Liquid. Those are all more sidechain-esque. All of these represent different layers that you can build the smart contract functionality on top of the Bitcoin network. It's not as clean, it's not as elegant, it's harder to work with, but I do think that by the year 2024, this all of crypto is about is predicting narratives and predicting that narrative reflexivity loop of narrative price, adoption, funding, etc. I do think that Bitcoin DeFi will become a pretty large narrative by 2024, where there's a lot of people building now, and Bitcoin can take back a lot of that smart contract functionality. It definitely can't take back most of it, but it can take back a good portion of it. And I think that a lot of people, if you look at WBTC, WBTC has wrapped Bitcoin on top of Ethereum, where there's a totally centralized custodian, BitGo, that takes the asset and then tokenizes it and puts it on the Ethereum network as an ERC20. These sort of things I think are indicative of demand to use Bitcoin in a DeFi sort of setting. So I think there's a lot of demand to use Bitcoin as this pristine asset, that its monetary policy is one of the best, I would say is the best in the world compared to fiat and crypto, and combine that with some smart contract functionality. So I think by 2024, we're going to see a lot more activity occurring in Bitcoin DeFi, but it definitely can't do all the cool stuff that the other chains can do, though.
Maybe we could follow that up with Kunal if you had anything. Otherwise, I do have something right on the back of that.
Yeah, I guess I was gonna ask what's the comparison between DeFi built on wrapped BTC versus BTC, but you answered that question already. So
I guess I could reiterate it for the audience if they're curious.
Well, I have a little bit of maybe a bit more nuanced question that might dig into it a little bit. Is that the differentiation that you're making there between the two blockchains is akin to, I think, to newcomers in the space, gold, physical gold versus I go out and buy gold stock, right? That's wrapped Bitcoin on the Ethereum blockchain, because once I have this pristine asset, as you said, over somewhere else in a more centralized environment. Now, maybe we could talk a little bit deeper about the merge and how those things kind of made it fundamentally different than Bitcoin for people who, I heard that there was a merge, but I'm not sure what that meant.
Sure. Well, where to begin? I would say the most simple explanation of the merge is that the merge is a long-awaited transition of the Ethereum blockchain going from proof of work. So proof of work is a mechanism that uses real-world energy costs to validate something in the digital world, or using real-world energy to secure a blockchain is, I think, the most simple way to put it. You've got the transition from that to something called proof of stake, where instead of proving that you did the work, you prove that you could do the work, or that you have stake or collateral at risk. So this is a pretty big transition for the Ethereum blockchain. It comes with, I would say, a lot of very, very risky maneuvering. Going back to our airplane analogy earlier, if the existing financial system's a glider and this is swapping out, jet engines on the glider, this would be using some sort of very fancy new type of rocket engine, or some very fancy new type of engine that we don't even know about, maybe like a scramjet engine, where it's a little bit more theoretical, has a lot of touted benefits, but could also, risk that the craft potentially has an issue or explodes or something like that. I think a lot of the Bitcoin community has been a little bit dishonest with the framing of how risky the maneuver is. They've been studying it for years and years and years. And so while that being said, so I think some of the Bitcoiners overly emphasize how risky it is. There are some things that are basically unresolved. So here's a couple easy ones. And so, for example, let's say that due to the Ukraine-Russia conflict, Russia cuts off internet cables from Europe to the US simultaneously. So we lose connectivity to Europe, let's say for one day. Well, the stakers in each of those geos, the chain will inevitably split into two. How do you reconcile which chain is the correct chain? That seems like a simple thing to reconcile. And with proof of work chains, it's incredibly simple. It's whichever chain has the longest accumulated proof of work. And that is done without anyone choosing that. It's literally just provable which chain has the longest proof of work. But with proof of stake, it would require a political, basically, vote of individuals coming together and choosing which is the canonical chain. I consider that to be a very highly probable incident in the next 10, 20, 30 years, whether it be a solar flare, political, economic, war, whatever it may be. There probably will be a moment when internet connectivity gets cut and there's partitioning the internet for just a brief period of time. That's an example of an unreconciled, I would say, like pretty critical tail risk event. You've also got one too that is actually happening today with censorship. So with stakers, and I'm overly generalizing here, and I know that the engineers in the room are probably cringing because I'm losing some of the facts. I'm trying not to frame this too dishonestly or anything like that. I'm trying to gloss it over so normies can understand here. With a proof of work system, miners are compensated with the block reward, newly minted Bitcoin and transaction fees. And they do that by expending work. Now, there are many, many Bitcoin miners working across the world, and they join Bitcoin pools, which smooths out their payout schedule. Skipping forward a little bit, these pools can decide which transactions are included in a Bitcoin block. Now, currently, they're not censoring any Bitcoin transactions. That's not occurring. Now, game theoretically, it could, where a government says, hey, pool located in this country, we don't like the fact that you're processing transactions occurring in Azerbaijan or something like that. So game theoretically, the pool could start to censor transactions. Now, Bitcoin miners can almost immediately switch from a pool and allocate their hash rate somewhere else to another pool that's not doing that. So that's defense number one. Defense number two is that Bitcoin miners are financially incentivized. If no one mines a Bitcoin if there's a Bitcoin transaction in the mempool and no one's processing it because they're afraid it's a dirty transaction, the transactor will just simply bump up their fee until someone chooses to process it. And at some point, the market dynamics of the free market will find a price that people are willing to take the risk. So that's how the Bitcoin game theoretic, processing works with Bitcoin transactions, and like I would say, like a highly censorable sort of environment. With proof of stake, there's a pretty big flaw, and this is already occurring with 20% of all Ethereum blocks, I believe. With I forget which company is currently doing this, but Tornado Cash was a Ethereum mixer, which mixed transactions together. And so OFAC said, hey, any transactions going to and from the smart contract address should be flagged or like shouldn't be touched. So with Ethereum stakers, though, the problem is you've put capital at stake, and you are required to process all transactions occurring on the Ethereum blockchain and not engage in censorship. If you do engage in censorship, you can be slashed, which means your principal amount that you've allocated, your money at stake, can be whittled down and cut down as a penalty. And that's a pretty substantial issue because it occurs very actively. So you're either staking or not staking. And if you're staking, you can't be selective at all with transactions. And then two, it's extremely, the time duration to stake and unstake is very, very long. The reason why it takes such a long time to stake and unstake is due to long range attacks and other game theoretic attacks that could occur if you could stake and unstake very quickly. So the problem with that is there could be tons of capital at stake. And then governments could come down and be like, hey, we want you to censor these transactions. And big companies like Kraken and Coinbase, Kraken being my former employer, would be in a bind because if they don't continue to process transactions, then they could be slashed and slash all their customer funds. If they do, they could be in violation of something, in violation of like a new regulation. So proof of stake versus proof of work, those are some of the game theoretic negatives. Some of the positives, some people say that proof of stake requires less energy. So less energy using to validate and protect the network. I actually find that more of a negative personally. Proof of work is not wasteful or dirty, just like how I don't think you using Christmas lights on your front lawn is like wasteful or dirty. It's subjectively your use of energy. I don't care about your porn watching behavior or if you watch the Kardashians or not. I'm not here to morally like weigh in and subjectively say that's wasteful or this isn't wasteful. People use the Bitcoin network. The Bitcoin network is allowing people to store value that's hard to seize with a monetary policy that can't be changed and transact with anyone in the world without censorship. I think that's pretty fucking valuable. So I think Bitcoin's energy consumption is an awesome thing. Also, I think game theoretic wise, proof of work roots in real world energy costs to protect something in the digital world. And I think there's something beautifully simplistic about that from a game theoretic perspective, I really, really like long term. But I'm not like an anti-proof of stake individual. I just think they have different game theoretic attack vectors. And personally, I just like proof of work more. But I'm not here to say I think proof of stake is terrible or something.
No, it just has always seemed to me, as you kind of alluded to here, is that it's just a little bit more capitalistic in the sense of how it versus my hash power went from the search for extraterrestrial intelligence to, Ethereum, and now it's, somewhere else. So it's, standing on my home server, but and a little Monero. But we'll throw it back out to Sam. I believe you had something else up in Ohio.
Yeah, so I guess it kind of goes along the line of what you were talking about with Bitcoin versus other L1s and everything. But do you see any sort of interoperability between future chains? Like Cosmos is really taking a huge stance on like the benefits of interoperability, and I know like Ethereum is starting to accept that more, and same with like Polygon and like there's like ZK rollup protocols. But I guess, do you see a future where there's a lot of interaction and in between all of these different blockchains? And yeah, I'll just leave it to you to answer that.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think interoperability will be even a stronger narrative by 2024. With any interoperability between chains, you're usually having some sort of trusted setup or trusted scenario or semi-trusted scenario where, you've got bridges, for example, that bridge assets from one chain to another. Those require either a completely trusted setup like WBTC with BitGo. They take Bitcoin, they're totally centralized, they wrap it, make it an ERC20. Or you've got things where like people are posting collateral at both sides of the bridge, and that is sort of like secures the assets that flow from one to the other. These all come with trust trade-offs. And I think they come with trust trade-offs that inevitably are like weaker than the existing L1's trust trade-offs. For example, the L1 being Ethereum or Bitcoin. And so I do think that while it will be a big narrative, and I think people will be excited about it, I find it kind of strange that there'll be all of these trust minimization. I don't think that, or trust, people adding more trust requirements to these blockchains. I do see money long term. So if these chains are competing on money, which I think Bitcoin's only the biggest one that's only really competing on money. The rest are trying to be like more of like their native token is like gas, like a smart contract processing sort of fuel, if you will, or that's how Ethereum was originally pitched. I do think though that, eventually people converge upon an asset where they want the asset with the most, I would say, advantageous traits as a money and advantageous community and thought process around changes to the protocol. If changes occur too quickly or changes occur very often, for example, like Solana going down again, I think Solana went down again, I think for like the third or fourth time this year, which I actually like Solana a lot. I think it's interesting. I think they trade off even more decentralization than Ethereum, but they focus more on user experience, like lower fees and faster confirms, or just for a human just seem faster and better. Right. So, and I think the Solana community has a really, really big community. So I think, when we look at it, like when we look at, look at where does this end up in 20, 30 years, it would be very surprising, I think, if we had thousands of L1s. I think that would be a more surprising scenario than a handful of L1s. So if I were to bet, I think there's a handful of L1s in 20 years rather than thousands.
Gotcha. Yeah, I definitely take like a similar stance. And kind of on that point that you were talking about a little bit earlier with Bitcoin as money, do you think the way that Bitcoin is regulated is going to affect how it is used? And especially like in that sense by the people who like stand to benefit the most, which are like the unbanked people across the world. So you have like the hundreds of millions across Eastern Europe and in Asia and in Africa, and they're really looking to Bitcoin as like one of the solutions to keep their money in like a store of value. So is the way that Bitcoin is regulated as a commodity or a currency going to affect its presence as a solution?
Yeah, great question. I mean, we could talk about like the US regulatory regime versus everyone else. We've got a super burdensome regulatory regime. So when it comes to like emerging markets and people adopting Bitcoin, most of those governments have pretty permissive or pretty lax governance over Bitcoin, or like have pretty advantageous tax laws. For example, in Germany, if you hold Bitcoin over a year, the tax is 0% long-term capital gains, which is cool. Versus in the US, like every single thing you do in crypto is a taxable transaction. So I don't think it's going to be that big of an impact. Certainly recently with like the SEC, talking about different assets as securities. I think that that could be a pretty negative headwind for assets that might be labeled a security, which Bitcoin's labeled a commodity or a property by the IRS, so it wouldn't fall under that. I'm not here to say that I'm a huge fan of like the SEC coming in and labeling things as securities or not. And I certainly, as a free markets guy, while I'm a biggest fan of Bitcoin, I don't wish ill upon everything else. And I don't wish that like the SEC comes in and cracks down on everything. That's not a wish that I have. But it certainly should be a concern for assets that are more similarly resemble a security. And the US financial system does sort of set the tone for the rest of the world. I don't wish that to be the case. I don't want that to be the case, but it is increasingly looking like that may be the case. I do think that Bitcoin's primary value proposition is in the two things it does super well, or the three things it does well is you can store something and it's really hard to seize. So if you store it on a Trezor or Ledger, you can go stash that away and it's super, super hard for someone to seize that from you if they don't know where it is. If you have a transaction that you want, to be sent in a way that can't be censored, it's super valuable for that. And then finally, a monetary policy that can't be changed. And so those benefit different people depending on their jurisdiction. So for example, Silk Road benefited mainly Westerners who wanted to transact to buy drugs online. And so that highlighted the censorship capabilities. I think right now, most people are holding it for the monetary policy and seizureship capabilities, which is that I can hold an asset and I know that the monetary policy won't change. Yeah, the price is going to change because people's belief in Bitcoin vary, but at least long term, I do think that there'll be immense value accrual to Bitcoin to where Bitcoin should hit tens of trillions of dollars in market cap because it does represent something stable, something real that we can trust versus a bunch of old men in suits on stage who tell us, trust me, I know what I'm doing. And you're like, you guys have no idea what you're doing. You didn't predict inflation. You weren't able to control inflation. And I'd rather trust this math and this code backed by a community that won't ever change it. So I think that that's Bitcoin's biggest value proposition. And I think that that's a kind of a global need. Like people need to park wealth where the monetary policy can't be changed and where it can't be seized. People can want to do that everywhere. And I think even in the US, it's becoming even a bigger issue as we're seeing capitalism be kind of thrown under the bus as this evil thing and socialism rising. I think asset seizureship, or AKA taxes, will become increasingly more popular. I mean, Biden tried to pass a tax for unrealized capital gains, which taxing unrealized capital gains, which to put that in context, no country in the world currently does that, and would make which would crater the US economy and ultimately lead the US economy down, I would say, like a very, very socialist leaning, anti-free market sort of lean. So I think Bitcoin is that antidote, and it's a pretty good antidote in both, Europe, Asia, US, South America. It's a good antidote for that anywhere. Because even in countries where we thought we had pretty good, strong property rights, we're slowly seeing those property rights, the ability to own an asset, be slowly eroded away by extremely socialist sort of leanings.
Ironically, thanks. We did have an SEC commissioner on who said that Americans are too willing to have their transactions surveilled. And I can't say anecdotally, from my time when I was in Mexico, even in places with very, very limited cellular connection, they were using point-to-point, taking Bitcoin though, and USD Bitcoin pesos on the sign. So we'll throw it back out to Pun. If you had anything follow up, we got one more round.
Sweet, yeah. I just wanted to run back to, I guess, the argument for proof of work. I think I agree with a lot of your points that proof of work is definitely very decentralized compared to, I guess, Ethereum now that it's changed to proof of stake. I was wondering if you had any concerns about, the cryptographic soundness of Bitcoin in, I don't know, 20, 30 years, just because of maybe not so much quantum computing, but just because of the mining rewards that is dwindling, I guess, every 4 years. And eventually it will be pretty small, I would assume, given the 21 million supply cap. I was just wondering if there was any game theoretic consequences or side effects of that, and maybe is there any other way we could kind of curb that negative side effect if there is one?
Yeah, this is a very common conversation in this space. I wrote extensively about this 3 years ago, so yeah, happy to dive into it. For those who don't know, whether it be proof of stake or proof of work, there is a block reward that is given to either the staker or the Bitcoin or a proof of work miner in compensation for putting up their capital at risk or provably expending energy like proof of work. So the way that Bitcoin's security model works, so the security model is the game theoretic incentive model for the Bitcoin miners to behave properly. So it's like, hey, miners, and by the way, Bitcoin miners do not control the protocol. They are compensated in the form of Bitcoin. So if they were to damage Bitcoin in any sort of way, they would damage all of their future cash flows. So they would be wanting to willingly burn the money. That's what's really cool about Bitcoin and proof of stake game theory is it's like, well, you're rewarded in the native asset. So if you bought machines and tried to destroy Bitcoin by trying to like reorder transactions, aka a 51% attack, by doing that, you damage your future cash flow. So you have to be willing to burn your money and burn it to zero. And Bitcoin ASICs are only usable for one thing, to mine Bitcoin. There is no other purpose for a Bitcoin ASIC. You can't take it and repurpose it to fold protein or anything else, like do protein folding simulations or anything else. So Bitcoin miners buy these specialized machines to spend it and put energy through them in order to receive a block reward. The block reward is comprised of newly minted Bitcoin, called the subsidy, and transaction fees. Over time, the subsidy or newly minted Bitcoin declines in an asymptotic fashion. So more Bitcoin were issued in the beginning of Bitcoin. This is time here. And here's the number of Bitcoin issued, and there'll be up to 21 million Bitcoin issued. And that occurs every 4 years in an event called a halving, which dictates the amount of Bitcoin subsidy or newly minted Bitcoin produced in each block. As the amount of newly minted Bitcoin in each block drops, over time, transaction fees eventually need to compensate for the drop in subsidy, hence why it's called a subsidy. The reason why is we need to have a large enough value to incentivize Bitcoin miners to behave properly. Basically, they need to receive, if they only received a Bitcoin block reward that was worth $1, well, if I'm willing to spend a very low amount of money, I could go, perform a 51% attack. So we all know this is happening. Everyone sees this happening in the protocol. We've already had a couple halvings, and we can see each one perfectly programmed into the protocol, but we're not seeing transaction fees rise as much as we'd like. So there's a couple different ways to think about this. One, even though the subsidy is decreasing over time, Bitcoin's value is going up exponentially, which means that, while the subsidy has declined dramatically over the last 10 years, Bitcoin went up 10,000x. So the transaction fee, the block reward, the subsidy component of that has never been higher in a dollar term. Now, of course, intra-year cycles, it's down from its peak, but just generally speaking, from like 5-10 year windows, it's up quite a bit. So one, if Bitcoin's value keeps rising, that does delay the subsidy issue longer and longer. Two, transaction fees. So the demand for Bitcoin block space, how many people want to perform a transaction in a Bitcoin's block space. I do believe that will rise over time, given more smart contract functionality, given more Bitcoin DeFi that will occur. And that's why I'm a big proponent of bringing DeFi back to Bitcoin, because it creates more demand and more transactions on the Bitcoin network, which is good for Bitcoin's security model. And I do think from a marketer's perspective, if you think about all of these trading activities as games, like yield farming, NFTs, staking, lending, borrowing, these are all financial games in a way. And Bitcoin only has one speculative game, which is like the spot trading of Bitcoin or futures or options. But the more speculative games we can bring back to Bitcoin, I think the more transaction fee demand we'll see, and more user adoption as more and more people get interested in it in order to go speculate. And so I think Ethereum and Solana are a testament to that, of the amount of speculation occurring over there. We have seen that lead to like long-term user adoption and also kind of long-term value accrual for block space demand. So that's a long-winded answer to say we don't know what an appropriate level of security spend is. We don't know if it's 10 billion, 100 billion, 5 billion, 2 billion, or a percentage of stock or flow. But what we do know is more is better. And I think we'll be okay, generally speaking, in 5-10 years, where there's be more transactions on the Bitcoin, and more demand for Bitcoin block space, and Bitcoin's price will be higher. Here's one last thing to leave here. A lot of Ethereum folks like to point this potential issue out. That's who knows how long this issue could be. 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 50 years from now. What I find funny is Bitcoin's block reward was a lot less 5 years ago, and it wasn't. No one attacked it or destroyed it. So Bitcoin's security model was worth far less in its earlier stages of development and versus now, and we didn't see it get attacked then. So it's only getting stronger in terms of total dollar value. So I always find that one funny, because it's like, well, they're like, well, we don't know what an appropriate level of security spend is, and I'm like, exactly, I have no idea what an appropriate level is. So TLDR, I don't think it's an issue. I think in 5 or 10 years we should see if it's an issue, but I don't see it being an issue. I think that there's going to be Bitcoin's price will go up, and there will be adoption of Bitcoin block space.
Very cool. Very cool. Sam or Kunal, if either one of y'all have a burning desire, we're coming up right on the end of it here. So we got time for one more. I'll let Kunal, unless you don't, then I'll throw it to Sam.
I had a quick question. What's like the scope of like MEV on Bitcoin?
The what?
And MEV?
Yeah. So miner extractable value. So basically miners can reorganize. So what he's referring to, for those who are listening, what he's referring to is the Ethereum miners looking at the sequencing of transactions in a block and reorganizing the sequence of transactions in order to extract value. Also, I think in more common terms might be called like front running, or how do they advantageously position their own transactions or others' transactions to maximize revenue. For example, like if I see an order for a certain asset, I can front run that. So miner extractable value is the term that he's using. With the Bitcoin network, it depends, with layer one, there's not, with like, for example, Taproot that came out. So Taproot and other smart contract, I would call that like a smart contract. With some of these, they obfuscate the original type of transaction. So it depends on if the original transaction type can be seen on layer one or in the mempool. If it can be seen in the mempool, then there's an opportunity for MEV. But with the Bitcoin network, it's far more simple. Unless I would say, like it doesn't have ERC20s, it doesn't have all these different capabilities on L1, which does reduce its functionality, but also it makes certain transaction types, and Taproot just enabled this, by the way, about a year ago. It makes like the opening and closing of a Lightning channel indistinguishable from a normal Bitcoin transaction. And so with other smart contract types, Taproot and other types of new Bitcoin scaling smart or scripts or smart contracts can obfuscate the transaction type, which would reduce MEV. But MEV will always exist on any block space or any mempool, as miners will want to look at transactions and reorder them in a certain way that will be advantageous for them.
Thank you so much, Mr. Held. We're coming right up on the end of it, so I'm going to say thank you to my co-panelists, Kunal and Pun, out at San Diego, and Sam up at Ohio State. Thank you once again to Mr. Dan Held, Bitcoin educator, and we're going to hold on and watch and wait for that Bitcoin DeFi that's coming up in the next couple years.
Well, appreciate you guys having me. Really appreciate all the questions. Those were very thoughtful, it was fun answering them. I think those were all like very in-depth, good questions to ask. And yeah, wish you all the best on your journey.
Okay, now you're in for a treat. This is a big one, folks. This panel is not to be missed as we invite special guest Hester Peirce, a commissioner on the Securities and Exchange Commission, to discuss all things off-chain, including frameworks, bills, and freedom.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine version 14, our university edition. If this is your first time joining us, welcome. And if not, thanks for tuning back in. We've interviewed over 600 projects, teams, and thought leaders in the space. And the goal of our virtual conference series is to educate and inform everybody, including those new to the crypto space, longtime holders, and industry professionals. So make sure to subscribe below to keep staying informed and enjoy what we have in store for you today. And we have joining our conference series today, SEC Commissioner Miss Hester Peirce. I'm so sorry. Excited to have you on, Hester. How are you doing?
I'm great, and don't worry about calling me, just call me Hester, it's easier. I do have to give you my disclaimer, which is that my views represent my own views, not necessarily those of the SEC or my fellow commissioners. And I'll just give you a little background about how I got here to the SEC. So I have been in Washington for quite some time now. I was at the SEC many years ago as a staffer. I was writing rules for mutual funds, and then I worked for a commissioner. Then I made my way over to the Hill. I worked on the Senate Banking Committee for a little while. And then I worked at a research center where I wrote about financial regulation. And that was really where my first introduction to crypto, Bitcoin specifically, was at that point. Some of my colleagues were very interested in Bitcoin. And so then from there, I was able to come back here, and I've been a commissioner here since January of 2018. I'm looking forward to the conversation.
It should be an exciting one. And like I mentioned before, this is our university edition. Our focus in this edition was to invite student blockchain partners to come ask questions and discuss groundbreaking new technologies with some of the most influential thought and business leaders in the industry. In that vein, our company Mousebelt has been working with more than 80 student blockchain organizations from universities spanning multiple continents, providing support in a variety of ways, from internships, office hours, sponsorships, as well as early stage projects investment. So in that vein, today I have joining us for our discussion alongside our other special guests, Ryan Green and Vidi Bhatia from Golden Gate University and Jack Kelly from Cal Poly. Before we move on into the interview, if y'all could tell us a little bit about your club, maybe how many members and some of the backgrounds of your members, the breakdown of their majors, and maybe the activities your club has recently gotten involved in and some activities you have planned for the future. So Vidi, I'll shoot it over to you at Golden Gate, and then we can follow with Ryan.
Yeah, hello, my name is Vidi. I am a research fellow for the Blockchain Law for Social Good Center at Golden Gate University. The center is mainly focused around democratizing blockchain education, building an inclusive community, and researching blockchain's potential for social good. It's one of the only places that's offering neutral academic style trainings to government officials for free to understand more about blockchain and how it can be used in more than just the space of crypto. The center is fairly new. We just started this year, and we're very excited to see where this goes forward.
Very interesting, right?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me on. So my name is Ryan Green, and I'm a third-year law student at the Golden Gate University School of Law. I'm the president of our school's Blockchain and the Law Society, and our organization has about 20 members, and a lot of our focus is very similar to, as Vidi articulated, for the center, for our organization to highlight to students and to legal practitioners what blockchain is, and specifically what applications there are in the field of law. And so as we'll discuss, no doubt today, DeFi is a huge aspect of that. And so our main focus as students has been working with more established organizations, so the Algorand Foundation, among others, in really trying to highlight to students and to faculty the impact and the possibility that these blockchains represent and what it can mean for the future of our profession. And so we're really excited to be here today and to get to hear from Ms. Hester.
Definitely at the early stages of all of that going on. And as well with us, like I said before, is Jack Kelly out at Cal Poly. How are you doing, Jack?
Good, thanks again for having me. Super excited to be here to talk all sorts of regulations. So a little bit of background about myself. I'm involved with Blockchain Club at Cal Poly. It's been going on for about 3 years or so. Roughly about 20 or so members, kind of half on the business side and then half on the development side. Some of the things our members like to do are for the different hackathons, and a few of our members have went on to found their own decentralized exchanges on various protocols.
Very interesting, very interesting. All right, well, I guess we'll just open the floor up for questions. Since I did introduce you last, Jack, I'll give you the first crack at it if you had anything prepared for Hester.
Yes, indeed. Let's see which one to start with. All right. So big news yesterday with the SEC announcing charges against Kim K for unlawful promotion of crypto securities, ordered to pay 1.3 million after failing to disclose payments that she received for promoting. With Kim being a household name, how does this case alter the precedent for unlawful touting violations moving forward? And furthermore, with personas and brands becoming more intertwined, how does the SEC distinguish the actions of individuals from corporations, and why is this an important distinction to make?
So it's a good question. It's a very timely one. We did bring a touting case yesterday, and we've brought, and I guess we're being pre-recorded, so it's yesterday from when we're recording it. And we've brought similar cases against celebrity promoters in the past who have promoted crypto assets. And you know, the bottom line is it's really the same as it is for any other kind of security. If you are promoting a security and you're getting paid to do that, it's something that you disclose so that people can know where you're coming from. And I don't think that this particular case is particularly noteworthy in the sense that it falls right within the line of celebrity promoter cases that we've brought all through the history of our agency. And I think it's a moment for everyone to remember that when you're buying a security and someone is telling you that you should buy it, whether it's a friend or a famous person, you should think about whether that is right for you, for your circumstances, and whether you can afford to lose the money you're putting in, and you know, whether it makes sense with the rest of your portfolio. So moments like this are good moments for all of us to remind ourselves and one another of those basic lessons. Just be careful. People are often telling you to buy something because they have an interest in your buying it.
And we have seen that kind of rise in this is not investment advice, sort of in the zeitgeist, just as the retail investment has kind of taken off here. While Kim K might be something along the lines of something more regular in terms of the SEC's regulation, right? We don't want people touting things that they are invested in without telling us, right? Regardless of if it's crypto or not. What about future transactions like Celsius, where it might appear that those things are normal, everyday, expected, and then in the wash, they don't turn out as such?
Well, again, people need to be thinking about what they're investing in, what they're doing with their crypto assets. I'm not going to speak to Celsius specifically, but just to say generally, it's a lot of what's happened in the last 6 months or so has been a reminder that many of the rules from traditional finance apply in this space as well. Counterparty risk is real, and you have to think about that. Leverage can be problematic. If something sounds very lucrative, you should ask, how is it that this project is going to earn me all this money, and what are the risks that I'm taking in order to earn that return? If you're trying to save money for a house or a car, maybe you don't want to invest that money in something that's a very high risk, potentially high return thing, because you might not get the money back in order to buy what it is you're trying to buy. I will say that more generally about crypto lending, we brought a very large case against BlockFi some time back. And at that time, I said I dissented from that case because I thought we were going about making policy in this area the wrong way. You can bring one-off enforcement cases, and you can bring really large cases in the process of that. But what you really want to do is you want to write a regulatory framework so that you address the objectives that that we all agree on, right? You want to make sure that crypto lenders are being transparent with their customers about where that crypto is being lent out and how it's being lent out, and what happens if the crypto lender has a problem. What rights does the customer have? And those are the kinds of things that we could actually accomplish with our securities laws. But it's better to do that up front so that everyone can get into that framework. And then if problems arise, you know what framework you're operating in.
Definitely. I think that's some great advice, especially a little bit early on there from Ms. Person. We'll shoot it out to Ryan at Golden Gate.
Sure, thank you. In this vein, I know obviously a lot is being made of the fact that it's Kim Kardashian is yesterday's, kind of big target. I'm curious if you make anything of the idea that, to your point, right, that there's a regulatory scheme to be had, that we're just outright classifying this solicitation, this kind of advertisement on her part or others as a security without necessarily having the entirety of the system set up to address that. Do you find that the system presently, I guess, actively can protect individual investors or shareholders in these kinds of transactions, or where do you see the opportunities for improvement to be had here?
Well, look, every set of facts and circumstances is unique, and so we need to take each one on its own terms. But I will say that we haven't done a very good job at drawing the lines of where we think something is a security and something's not. And there's a reason for that, right? The SEC has a statutory mandate, and our statutory mandate covers securities, and the definition in the statute of what a security is very broad. There's been a lot of focus on crypto assets around one particular aspect of that, and that is the investment contract definition, which means that you can take some kind of a product, sometimes it's a tangible object, or in this case, it's a digital asset, that if you wrap enough promises around it, it can turn into that you're not just selling that tangible product or that digital asset, but you're actually selling something that's a security. The problem is that we have, in the course of thinking about crypto assets, we've been a little bit messy in our analysis. And so we've almost treated it as if the token itself is the security. And that means that that has all kinds of follow-on ramifications anytime that token moves from one person to the next. Then you've got a securities law framework. And if you're a platform that's trading that token, then all of a sudden you're pulled into the securities laws. And so I think it is not the best way to protect investors to leave it sort of in this gray area, which, if you're a regulator who doesn't think that crypto is worth much, maybe you don't care. But for people who are really trying to do the right thing and trying to figure out how to comply with the law, it's a really difficult position to be in. And I don't think that, bringing a case against a well-known personality is the answer to solving the questions around crypto clarity. We can do more productive things to bring clarity to this space.
Definitely. Vidya, if you had anything to follow up, or if you just had something.
As you said, the SEC monitors securities. Do you feel that there's any other organization or government agency that could perhaps write regulations for this, or perhaps work with the SEC in a way? Maybe the CFTC or the Department of Treasury or Department of Justice, or even the IRS at this point, that may be able to help, regular everyday people understand what is it that I'm buying and how does it work in my overall assets?
Well, you may be on the West Coast, but you're very much plugged into what's happening in DC. There's a lot of talk about who it is that should be writing rules, if we're going to have rules in this space. And there's been especially a lot of talk about the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, which is the regulator, as its name suggests, of commodity futures. So something like wheat futures or oil futures would be regulated by that agency. But some people have looked to the CFTC because they're sort of frustrated with the SEC, and they're looking for a regulator they think might be better to work with. I think that's part of it. But part of it too is this distinction that I just drew between the investment contract and the token within that. And if the token within that is actually a commodity, then people have said, well, doesn't it belong at the CFTC? And my response to that is the CFTC actually only regulates the derivatives. It doesn't regulate the actual commodities. And so if we say now that the CFTC should be regulating tokens, like a Bitcoin or whatever crypto asset you are thinking, ETH, then the question is, does it also become the regulator of all other commodities too, all tangible commodities? So that said, I do think that the SEC and CFTC could work closely together on building a regulatory framework. It's something that we have done before. We've worked on building frameworks together before, because the two regulators, it's kind of unusual that they're separate. In a lot of countries, you would have the two in one entity. So we could certainly put together some kind of a task force. I and Commissioner Pham have called for joint roundtables between the two agencies to explore some of the issues. But again, I could make the case too that if we're going to have the kind of framework you just talked about, Biddy, which is the idea that you're trying to get people disclosure so they can understand what they're buying, that is very much within our bailiwick. We're a disclosure regulator. That's what we've done for the 90 years we've been around. And so maybe it does make sense to have the SEC do that job. But if we're going to do that job, we have to think about what it is that people buying tokens actually want. What information do they need to make a good decision? And that's where I think the SEC hasn't done a very good job so far, because we've just said, well, just comply with all the securities laws as is, no changes. And that doesn't make a lot of sense if you're really trying to get to the crux of the issue about what someone needs to know when she's buying a token.
And maybe this is, beyond the pale, but the one thing that I was just kept hearing in the back of my head when you were talking was, is there a possibility that this could be a whole new cabinet position? This might be a whole new agency, a Department of Cryptocurrency or something along those lines.
I mean, certainly you're not alone in suggesting that as a possibility. I think people have thought about that and suggested it publicly. What I say is, if you ask for another regulator in Washington, it's not that you're going to get like all the crypto regulation gets done over at this Department of Crypto. What you're going to get is there's going to be a Department of Crypto that regulates crypto, and then there's going to be an SEC and a CFTC and an FTC and IRS and, you know, all the banking regulators. And so you're just going to get one more regulator. So that's one reason why I would say, you know, it's possibility, but maybe not the best. Another reason I would say is that I think crypto, and I think all of you on this call can probably talk to this better than I can, but I think crypto is going to be infused in a lot of different areas of our life and our society. And so having one regulator try to deal with all of that might not make sense, because over time, I think a lot of traditional securities will be somehow there'll be blockchain in the background, right? Or a lot of traditional banking activities, there'll be some piece that has a blockchain piece to it. So maybe for that reason too, it doesn't make sense. Now, let me give you one counter argument, which is that some people have suggested a self-regulatory organization, which would be more nimble, closer to the technology, because it would be able to draw on people who really knew the technology well in a way that it's harder for a government regulator to do. But again, I think that raises a number of issues. Even within our traditional financial space, we have so-called self-regulatory organizations which help us regulate the securities markets. And it adds another, I mean, they play a valuable role, but it does add more complexity to the regulatory landscape.
Indeed, maybe it's just about getting those individuals into the new frameworks instead of siloing something elsewhere.
Right? How can you get people who actually know the technology into government service, at least for a little while? I think that would be very helpful.
I'm in agreement. Jack, out in Cal Poly.
Yeah, I think you brought up some great points about kind of how some of the regulations of securities don't necessarily apply completely to crypto assets, and where some of the regulations kind of for securities in some ways lack, and the lack of those regulations can lead to it being kind of easily exploitable in kind of crypto stuff. But I'm getting into the second question. So permissionless accessibility and transparency are core tenets of digital assets. How do these characteristics embody the ideals of our current economic system? And in what ways do these assets diverge from kind of our ideals?
Well, I really like that question, because I think those kinds of principles are very much at the core of what this country is about, right? And the ideals of this country, which is that we trust people to make decisions for themselves, right? The government isn't the one that makes decisions for the people. The people make decisions and the government works for the people. And so this idea of permissionlessness, I think, is very important. This idea of everyone being able to see what's happening, also really important. And then that everyone can participate on the same terms is also important. So, you know, we can all point out areas in our economy where we think things don't operate that way, and that is certainly true. But I think aspirationally, that's where an economy that's based on free market principles is going. Now, this technology, I think, offers us the chance to eliminate some of the intermediaries that have served as barriers when someone has wanted to participate in the economic system or in the financial system. Sometimes it's been an intermediary that has said, no, sorry, because of where you are, who your family is, whatever, you can't. And so the idea that you would remove that intermediary and allow people to engage with one another, again, coming in on the same terms, I think is a really important principle. That said, a lot of people do like to deal with intermediaries. And so I think we'll always have intermediaries around, but having this escape valve, right? So that if there are intermediaries blocking your way, you can always still participate. You just do that directly. I think that's really important. And I think that complements our existing economic system.
Yeah, it definitely would alleviate both sides' concern. I feel like both sides of the argument. We'll shoot it over to Ryan. I think you had something along the DeFi lines.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And thank you for sharing those insights. It's always helpful to hear from someone who's very experienced how you see it. And to that point, I guess I'm curious, with the functional idea of blockchain and DeFi being that it's decentralized, right? The idea that whether it's exchanges or individual cryptocurrencies themselves might need to be registered or otherwise identifiable to the SEC or any other agency. How do you see those operating? And by that, I mean just that if the idea is that these things should be permissionless and left to the individual to decide and to do, how does the SEC protect the individual without taking away that choice, that ability for them to operate?
Yeah, I mean, that's the big question, right? That's one that I think we have to grapple with at the SEC, but more broadly in society, I think we need to grapple with that. Are people comfortable with a system in which there are aspects of activity that occur in a regulated realm and there are aspects that occur outside of that realm? And when I think of it, if two people are interacting with each other and they're both coming to that interaction voluntarily, it needs to take a lot for the government to come in and say, no, sorry, you can't do that. It's different if you set up a business and you're selling services to lots of people. Then we might say, again, some people might say, that's fine too. We don't want that to be regulated either. But maybe society says, no, we'd like to have that be regulated. So that will fall within the regulated realm. So, I mean, I would be comfortable to have some transactions happening that are not under SEC regulatory authority. And in fact, I think we have somewhat of that system now, right? You have the public securities markets, and then you have private markets, which aren't unregulated, but they're subject to less regulation. And people know when they go into those markets, they're not going to have the same level of SEC regulatory oversight. That's okay. So I think we really need to sit down as a society and have these kinds of conversations because it's to me scary to think that we're just going to opt into a system without even thinking about it, where everything you do requires a permission slip from the SEC or some other regulator. If that's where we all come together, then that's the consensus we achieve. That's one thing, but I don't want to just fall into that because no one ever thought about these bigger kind of philosophical questions about freedom. So that's why I think it would be useful for Congress to be making some of these decisions, because Congress is obviously politically accountable, directly politically accountable to the people. Because I do think they're big questions and they're important questions.
Absolutely, I do agree. We can keep our fingers crossed. I'll shoot it over to Vidi and also in San Francisco.
As a graduate student myself in the field of law, I would like to ask, for someone who wants to get interested in this field and wants to get an internship or just prepare to work in this field, what do you recommend that they do so that we have a lot more people who are well versed in this going out into the world and wanting to work in this space?
Well, I have one recommendation is kind of obvious. You got to throw yourself in and you've got to learn as much about it as you can, and that can be difficult because you're trying to do lots of different things. But another piece of advice I have for people interested in crypto, blockchain, and also interested in trying to approach it from a legal point of view, go into a traditional legal career and try to learn the basics. So in law school, take the basics, get the black letter classes, understand as much of law as you can. And then when you graduate, try to get an entry-level job that exposes you again to the nuts and bolts of law practice, or if you're working at a company, to the nuts and bolts of that, because it's really helpful to have people who really know the law and also really know the technology. It can be dangerous if you just really know the technology and you try to sort of shoehorn your way and learn the law on the side. Law is a profession that's really most easily learned with the help of someone who's been in the profession for a while. And that's why, you know, a law firm or coming to a regulatory agency and just learning how the securities laws work, and then applying that knowledge and marrying it with your knowledge of the technology. That's a painful and sometimes slow process, but it can be really valuable not only to you, but also I think to helping the law move forward in a way that's productive for everyone.
Definitely. It's not like there's I think a lot of people probably watching this will understand the concept of making a ticket, but frequently the law doesn't have that simple, hey, this is broken, but gotta tread lightly. What do you see as the future of maybe a CBDC here? I know you were talking earlier about the permissionless, so maybe we could talk a little bit how that plays into maybe the future of a, who knows, CBDC.
I'm going to give you another disclaimer before I answer that question, which is CBDCs most likely, if we were to get one in the US, would be outside of my purview, would be under the purview of the Fed. But I think if we look at the landscape now and you see all the stablecoin activity, in some sense, a stablecoin is a private answer to the CBDC. So, you know, some people have argued you don't need a CBDC if you have thriving stablecoins. And so that's one possibility. Now, there are other potential approaches. Some people think that you could actually get greater protection of privacy if you had a CBDC, but I think we all also think about the nightmare scenario in which the government is monitoring all of your transactions. And that's certainly not something that I would support. And in fact, I think one of my concerns that I have from the regulatory perch that I'm in now is that Americans are far too willing to allow their financial transactions to be monitored by the government. There's a place, obviously we have a framework in place to make sure that people aren't using the financial system for illicit purposes. But to achieve that purpose, you don't have to monitor Americans' everyday transactions. It might be interesting information for the government to collect, but it's not necessary to collect to do its job to protect the nation from terrorists and other bad actors, right? So I think we really need to be careful not to just assume that everything should be open to the government seeing it and potentially controlling what purchases you make. Again, we're far from that in the United States, but I think it's just good to be thinking about that as we have a conversation about a CBDC, because other countries, you can see how they're using it, and that can be an example of either what we do or don't want to do.
It is very heartening to hear that, especially from an SEC commissioner, because I've heard much told about, well, it could just end up as the social credit score on a blockchain, and now my dollar is worth 0.8 cents on whatever it was. We'll shoot it back out to Jack in Cal Poly.
Yeah, so kind of going back to what you had mentioned with different middlemen in financial transactions, I think that's also really important with, as you relate to government knowing monitoring all transactions, but also when you go to your average grocery store, you interact with at least 3 to 4 different parties, and all those parties are getting information about the transaction. I think that's really interesting thing you brought up. So innovations in liquidity provisioning and capital efficiency are definitely a catalyst for what's brought so much TVL into DeFi blockchains, whether that's via liquidity pools or in protocol staking mechanisms. With this, we've seen large kind of VC capital influx and kind of the lots of different tokens being created. And I know previously you had kind of mentioned or discussed a framework for regulating these different token companies. How do you think these private investments in public protocols act as securities or otherwise?
Yeah, that's a big question. So you're referring to a safe harbor proposal that I put out several years ago, and the idea was that you could have a token network that was ready to launch. You're ready to get the public involved in it, and you freeze because you're worried that you're going to run into the securities laws. And so the idea behind the safe harbor was that we could figure out the kinds of information that purchasers of that token would need to get. We could require, if you want to participate in the safe harbor, if you want to take advantage of it, you're required to provide this information at the beginning, and then periodically, if you lie to people, you're liable under the anti-fraud securities laws. And then over time, if you're successful and your network is decentralized, there's no longer this core team that matters the way it did at the beginning. And so the disclosure obligations fall away because everything is then open and transparent. So that, I think, was trying to answer that issue around token distribution events. I think more broadly, people should be transparent about how they're funding themselves. If there's a plan for the initial funders of a project to sell their tokens to make a lot of money, I think people want to know that, and that's important for people to think about. And then people are also thinking about when a token makes sense and when it doesn't. From my perspective, as a regulator, I can't really advise on that point, but I think that's part of the conversation that's happening now. And I like to see those kinds of conversations, but I'd like to see them happen in a world where people who do want to have a token are able to issue that token knowing what the securities laws are and being able to either fit within a safe harbor or somehow operate that's in a way that's clearly consistent with the securities laws, which would require us to be more clear about what those laws are.
Sure, that kind of makes sense with kind of the SEC's larger goal of instilling trust in public markets and kind of providing at least some sort of framework for these independent or protocols.
Yeah, and certainly if someone is doing, just doing a normal, if it's a company that's doing a normal fundraise, you should assume that that is going to be covered by the securities laws. It doesn't matter what you call it, right? If you're just raising funds, then that does fall within our laws.
Yeah, we could call it an airdrop, we could call it whatever we want, but it's still, it's an IPO of some sort, or it falls under the securities laws. So
but the facts and circumstances matter, right? So I'm going to say, just think about the securities laws before you go do something like that, because they could be implicated.
Interesting. Back out to Ryan in San Francisco.
Yeah, so I really appreciate hearing and having read your proposal on Safe Harbor, because I think it's really important to give innovation the opportunity, right? The space to exist and to grow and to change as it needs, with respect to honoring the intent of the law. And I think I know you have you're aware that the internet lovingly has deemed you its crypto mom, and so I'm curious if you think, if that's impacted how it is you go about what you do. It seems like you have a pretty full-throated support from industry. And so I'm curious how, that relationship may benefit the way that you're able to, see your role as a regulator in terms of refereeing the innovation and compliance aspects.
Well, recently I've been redubbed evil crypto stepmom, so I'm not sure that it's all positive. But I think what I do really enjoy is I enjoy meeting with and hearing from people across a wide spectrum, whether it's in crypto or outside of crypto, people that I might not run across in my normal in my normal meetings in Washington, but people who are somehow affected by our rules, or people who are trying to raise money in communities where it's difficult to get money. I love to hear from a wide range of voices, and so I'm just very grateful to people who have been willing to take the time to tell me about their projects, or to tell me about their frustrations with the SEC, or to tell me about how they've had a really good experience with the SEC, if that's the case. It really makes me able to do my job better if I know what is driving other people and what's worrying other people, or what people are excited about building. So that's a way of saying my door is open, and I hope people will come talk to me.
The internet is so fickle, you know, it's one day to the next, who knows. We'll throw it back out to the video.
I will say that I think it's also great that that we live in a country where people can say they hate their regulator. That's totally fine, right? That's part of the importance of having an open society, is that people can say they don't like the people who are there making decisions about their lives. And I get that, you know, that's fair game.
Yeah, and then nothing happens to them. That's the important part.
And
They're
that's
able
the
to
other
say,
part of it. That's exactly the other part of it. And then nothing happens because there's no retribution.
always very, very hard to hear. So back out to Vinny in San Francisco.
So I know you briefly touched upon this, but earlier this year, the government of Ukraine asked for cryptocurrency donations in their fight. And I wanted to know, what is your perspective upon, crypto being used for basically funding such activities and having very little, I guess, regulation internationally of how much was donated, who donated, and for what cause it's being donated to. Yes, blockchain offers an immutable ledger so that we can eventually track it back to see who gave it. But in that moment, how do we know if the donation or the fund or whatever it is that consumers are giving their money to or their crypto assets to is within the scale of legality?
Well, I think you're asking a good question, and I'm going to give you my disclaimer, my second disclaimer again, which is that's a little outside of my bailiwick. Even if we deem that the crypto that was being donated was a security, some of the questions you're raising are different kinds of questions. But I think that the reasons that you're raising those questions are some of the same reasons why people are thinking a lot about how do anti-money laundering, know your customer rules apply in the crypto space. Because you don't want to have a situation where someone thinks that she's donating money to a good cause and is actually donating it to some organization that's doing terrible things, right? And so you want to have some protections around it. And so how do you achieve that goal, but also achieve the goal that maybe there's some people who would like to donate to a cause, but might not want everyone to know that they've donated to that cause. And so that actually can be a very difficult thing with blockchain, because as you said, you can track it back to who it is. And so, you can imagine someone giving to a Ukrainian relief effort who might not want family members to be retaliated against for that donation or something like that. So we have to balance all of those things, and that's not easy to do. And I think that's very much still a developing area, and I'm glad you're thinking about it.
Problems yet to solve. We'll throw it one more time out to Jack.
Let's see. First, I want to kind of add on to that previous question. I think, yeah, in some ways, blockchain does offer some interesting approaches to how we can kind of provide transparency for different donations or lack thereof. But I think we also see that in traditional donation space, a lot of the traceability ends at the point of donation. And kind of with these different blockchain mechanisms, it's only the case where it's traceable while the data while the funds remain on chain. So yeah, with the core role of the SEC being to protect investors and maintain fair and efficient markets, what do you view as the most impactful possible negative consequence that could come as a result of overregulation of crypto securities?
Well, I think that I'm concerned about driving competitors. So when I think about our financial system, I see a pretty heavily regulated system. And what does that mean? I mean, it's heavily regulated for good reason, right? People's livelihoods, their life savings are being taken care of in the financial system. And so you want to make sure that nothing terrible happens. But one consequence of having a very heavily regulated financial system is that it's harder for new entrants to come in. So someone who has a new way of doing something, it's much harder to break through because the existing companies all have teams of lawyers and just these people know the securities and other financial regulations extremely well. And so if you're someone new coming in, and say you're coming from outside of the financial industry, you're coming from a technology background, and you say, you know what, I'm looking at how you guys do things in the securities world, and there's a much more efficient way to do that. So let me come in and try to offer that. And then bam, you run into a whole wall of regulations. That's very discouraging for potential new entrants. So I would say my biggest concern is that if we don't regulate this space right, and the financial markets more generally, then you're gonna lose out on the innovation that ultimately helps you achieve some of those goals that we're all trying to achieve, which is that more Americans will participate in the financial markets, more Americans will invest, more Americans will be able to pay for their kids' education, to build their businesses by drawing money out of the capital markets. That's a really exciting way of transforming society, to get more people passing generational wealth down. But that won't happen if you don't let these new entrants come in.
I do agree. It is a transformational type moment. We have time for one more, and I'll shoot it out to either Ryan or Vidi if either one of y'all.
Sure. Yeah, I'll take it. And I think maybe it's helpful to end where we started. So I appreciate this really interesting discussion. We started the discussion talking about how blockchain is really moving into more than just finance, right? The future it has the potential to grow. And I think as we talk here about what does the financial regulatory system look like as it begins applying beyond just finance, I think I'm curious, historically, the US has had a very sectoral approach to the way we address individual sectors or individual issues. And so is it maybe, in your view, would a maybe more general regulatory scheme for blockchain projects or companies or entities be a alternative option to the current kind of siloed individual agency sole task view that we kind of currently use in the more traditional business format?
It's fun to kind of think about whether that would work, but my concern is that then you end up with a situation where like activities are being regulated in different ways. So if it's happening in the blockchain space, it's regulated one way, and if it's happening outside of it, it's regulated another way, and that's probably not where we want to end up. So I think, we all see the comparisons to the internet, and the SEC used to have an Office of Internet Enforcement, which is kind of funny to think about now because every company we deal with has an internet presence. Everything has some sort of tie to the internet. And so you couldn't have just that. And so I wonder whether over time something like that would appear very outdated to us.
It might, in the long run, yes, turn out that way. Well, it looks like we're at the end of our allotted time here. So I want to say thank you to my co-hosts Ryan, Vidi, and Jack, as well as our special guest today, SEC Commissioner Ms. Hester Peirce, the much maligned recently on the internet. However, here at Reimagined, the internet's crypto mom will continue fighting that one. We'll fight that one back for you.
Well, thank you all so much. I thought you all asked really great questions and got me thinking about a lot of things. So I will continue to think about them after this conversation. Thank you so much.
The blockchain space continues to grow and expand. This revolutionary technology is being harnessed by many industries, resulting in many different chains. As this technology develops, a key factor of the future will be interoperability, which will allow assets and data to interact across several chains. Coming up in our next panel, we will break down all of this and more as we discuss the impact of a multi-chain world.
All right, hello everybody, and welcome to Reimagine V14. This is our university edition. If this is your first time joining us, welcome in, and if not, welcome back, and thanks for tuning in. We've interviewed over 600 projects, teams, and thought leaders in the blockchain crypto space. Our goal really with Reimagine is to educate and inform all, including those that are new to crypto, longtime hodlers and industry professionals. So make sure to subscribe below to keep staying informed and enjoy what we have coming up for you today. So today we actually have a new guest. The team has participated and supported us in the past. I'm excited to have what we have in store for you today. Kuwar Nagpal, ecosystem development from OpenOcean. Kuwar, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good, good. Thanks for taking time out of your day to join us.
Sure.
I know you're super busy, but we appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Of course, of course. So, first of all, I want to make a note that OpenOcean, your team actually has supported us for for multiple Reimagine events as our sponsors, supporters with panels, guest speakers. We appreciate that. And your team has always been keen on universities and students and clubs, through education and knowledge and kind of spreading the word there. So again, glad to have your team back. Appreciate your support moving forward. And as I mentioned at the top of my intro, this is the university edition. Our focus this time around was to invite student blockchain clubs or our partners to come ask questions and discuss groundbreaking new technologies with some of the most influential, business leaders in the industry. So I'm glad to have them in our company today. We've been Mousebelt, our company has been working with students for the last 5-6 years, 80 plus student blockchain clubs and organizations across multiple continents, providing support in a variety of ways, from internships to office hours, sponsorships, investments through our accelerator. So today we have 2 clubs joining us. We'll go ahead and make an intro. Dave, go ahead and kick us off with your club, who you're with, and what school you're coming from.
Hey, thanks, Adam. And glad to meet everyone. I'm Dave. I'm co-founder of Yale GSS Blockchain Crypto Club. So basically, we have about 100 to 200 people. We have a diverse backgrounds of people joining us. And the main goal of the club is to really cultivate the culture and to engage students to understand about blockchain crypto better, and also educate people and doing research together. And also, incorporate the resources from the industry to engage with students. So, yeah, this is really something we're very excited to bring, like blockchain crypto, to engage with the campus and the people from diverse backgrounds, to provide internship with with students and to get more exposure to students from the industry. So yeah, this is what I'm doing, and we're very excited about blockchain. Usually the student is a pioneer, engineer is a pioneer for the blockchain industry. So yeah, this is what we're doing, and we are very glad and looking forward to the talk today. Thanks for inviting.
Of course, fantastic. Thank you for joining us. And then you have a partner here, Kong. To follow up, how many members are in the club, and what kind of expectations do you have for the upcoming academic school year in about 30 seconds?
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Kong. Actually, right now I'm the co-president of the Yale Student Club. I work with Dave very closely. Actually, Dave is our great founder of the whole club, and he's our advisor. So right now we may have across different platforms. I have 100 to 200 students around that number, and we are still growing. We are recruiting new people this year, and we try to expand our club. Also, we are, we expect to find some, close collaboration with the university and also other corporates, because we heard right now, actually, Yale University is looking for building a new center focusing on blockchain and cryptocurrency. We try to see what kind of opportunity we can combine our goal with our university and get better support. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you. In about a minute or two, Philip Vu from University of Washington. How you doing today? Give us a little insight about your club in about 1 to 2 minutes, and how many members and what do you have looking forward to this upcoming academic school year?
Yeah, thank you, Adam. Yeah, my name is Philip. I'm the lead engineer at the UW Blockchain Society Club. We are a tri-campus organization spanning over Seattle, Bothell, and Tacoma. And the primary goal for us is to educate, to provide opportunities, and to develop skills to prepare them for the industry. We're looking to help support those looking to further career in blockchain, and to really provide opportunities such as competitions, meeting with speakers, opportunities like this, having interviews, and to really get deep down into the industry and really big protocols.
Fantastic. Appreciate that. All the intros here. Thank you for all taking time out of your day as well. I know you guys are busy with school and all that. So thank you for joining us. So let's go ahead and kick it off. We have a few questions, Kuar. I'm sure you're ready for them. We'll fire them off over the next 50 minutes. Let's have some fun. So Dave, go ahead and kick us off with the first question, and we'll get into it.
Yeah, thanks very much. So Kuar, it'll be kind of very interesting to know more about OpenSea. Can you kind of explain to a little bit about what is OpenOcean, and talk to us about what your role with OpenOcean?
Sure. Yeah, so at its core, OpenOcean is a DEX aggregator, right? And what that means is essentially when you're swapping on a given chain, right? Let's say you're transacting on Ethereum, you're trying to swap from USDC to ETH, right? There's not just one DEX, right? There's multiple. You have Uniswap, you have Bancor, you have a whole wide array of different DEXs. Each one has a different amount of liquidity, supports different pairs, and because of just the randomness and where people are swapping, they also have slightly different prices, right? So ETH may be trading at 1300 on Uniswap, but it may be trading at 1290 on a different DEX. So OpenOcean as a DEX aggregator, when you put in your trade, OpenOcean is going to scan through all the DEXs available on the chain that you're swapping on and route your order through whichever chain is going to give you the best returns for that swap. Whether that is routing your entire order through one swap, one DEX where the price is lowest, or whether, if you're trading really big, the best opportunity is going to be splitting your trade across multiple DEXs. So in essence, that's the very core of OpenOcean. It's making sure that you can just trade on OpenOcean to find the best price for your swap. And we're on 16 different blockchains. So we support basically every blockchain and every major DEX on those blockchains. So it's a little bit about OpenOcean. And then I know you also asked about my role specifically. So my role is on the ecosystem development team. And the purpose of our team is to make sure that, first of all, we're integrating the most quality liquidity sources, right? Because we want to make sure whenever we are adding a source to our algorithm, right? Obviously that adds a little bit of time to the swaps. We want to make sure it's always quality and it's always worth considering. Second, we also want to make sure the partners that we integrate with are going to be successful in the long term, right? Because it's not very useful for us if we spend all the man hours to integrate a DEX and then 2 months later that DEX is like underwater and they're shutting down. So our job on the ecosystem development team is to first scope out quality partners to integrate with, not necessarily DEXs, but also partners like Mousebelt. And on the DEX side, we also want to make sure that these partners that we integrate with are successful and that we can keep a healthy relationship open for the long term.
Cool. Thanks, Will. I'm also kind of curious, what are some of the big challenges within Web3 like ecosystems that you guys might be thinking facing?
Sure. So specifically from the perspective of OpenOcean and my team on OpenOcean, we think the biggest problem is kind of like the fracturing of liquidity, right? Because the biggest attraction or the biggest like sub industry on DeFi on chain is DEXs, right? Swapping, being able to switch from one token to another. So liquidity fragmentation is kind of like is a pretty big issue and is the one that we seek to solve, right? So regardless of where that liquidity is, we want to be able to route trades through it and not have to worry about the size of your trade or the depth of liquidity or even where that specific liquidity is. So that's kind of the big issue that we solve here at OpenOcean. I think there are issues that are present in the broader industry that we don't specifically focus on, but I think those are out of scope for right now. Those are kind of like my personal opinion, but yeah, at least for OpenOcean, I would say it's liquidity fragmentation.
Yeah, that's helpful. I'm also kind of wondering, right now it's a bear market, so I'm kind of wondering how do you manage growth in bear market, and also how do you guys engage with your community in the situation right now?
Sure. So yeah, like you mentioned, the market is kind of in a tough spot right now. So keeping up growth numbers is pretty difficult. So for the moment, we do put a lot of effort into growth. Like I said, specifically on my team, we try and make sure our partners are successful. And part of that is we engage in like co-marketing with them, like joint events. We have different AMAs frequently with all of our DEXs to kind of merge our communities together. So we get some of their users, they get some of our users, and we both grow a little bit. On top of that, we also run a bunch of events on our own Discord, trying to keep our own community engaged. Like we run different like weekly events, whether you create content for OpenOcean or you like spread the word or you even just swap on OpenOcean, you have a chance to win some prizes, which keeps people engaged a little bit more. And also one of the bigger things we released recently was our referral program, right? We've seen referral programs do pretty well generally, not only just in DeFi, but across, just normal Web2 stuff as well. Referral programs are really popular. So we use our referral program to just give people some rebates, some gas fee rebates, right? So if you swap on OpenOcean, your referral swaps on OpenOcean, both of you get like some of the gas fee back in the OpenOcean token. So all these little things, at the very least, even if we can't achieve growth, which we have been achieving growth, but even in the worst possible case scenario, we at least keep some core users that are going to keep spreading OpenOcean. And when the bull market comes back, we'll have a lot of like dedicated community that's willing to put the word out for us and kind of help us out on that front.
Thanks, Will. Adam, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, great. Some good insight there on OpenOcean, kind of how you guys grow in the bear markets and some of the challenges. Philip, we'll kind of kick it over to Washington here to ask a couple more, and go ahead and take it away, Philip, when you're ready.
Yeah, so how one question is explain why OpenOcean works across centralized finance and decentralized finance.
Sure. So we have moved a little bit away from the CeFi angle like lately, just because there's a lot to focus on in DeFi. But the reason that we want to keep it around is because, first of all, like it's a unique selling point of OpenOcean, right? So if you look at other DEXs and DEX aggregators, right, they don't really integrate CeFi. And the thing is, with CeFi, like that's basically like 90% of people's on-ramp, right? Like you're not going to get into DeFi without starting at CeFi, right? Not only that, but if our goal is to give our traders access to the deepest liquidity, oftentimes that liquidity is found on CeFi, right? So, if you're a trader and you want to trade like $1 million of ETH, like you can probably do it on chain, right? But if you're a really big trader and you want to trade $100 million of ETH, the best way to do that is not going to be through DeFi, just because the liquidity it's simply not there, right? realistically, like we would love if we could route that whole trade through DeFi and give all those fees to liquidity providers, but realistically, it's going to be pretty tough to do that. So integrating through CeFi helps us get to our core goal of getting our traders the best prices, and also just makes the UI and UX a lot easier, right? Because most people are coming from CeFi. So if we integrate with CeFi and OpenOcean can be that like first stop, like your first stop into DeFi, it gives us like a really strong community and a really strong ground zero for people to engage in DeFi with.
Yeah, great. Another question would be, there are a lot of competitors in the space. What are some of the features OpenOcean offers versus other aggregators?
Sure. So I would say one of our biggest selling points is like that we offer that, our DEX aggregator, our core product is a zero fee product, right? So the only fees you're paying are gas fees and then the fees for the underlying DEXs, right? The 0.3 fee for volatile assets or the 0.04% for stablecoins. So those aren't even going to us, those are going to our underlying DEXs. So our actual swap product is completely free, which means that we almost always have the edge on pricing compared to our competitors. And even if the zero fee is not enough, our algorithms actually it's something we spent a lot of time on, and it's something that has been proven over and over again to edge out our competitors even without the fee. So that's even something like both Curve and I think also Synthetics have like tweeted about, right? Like they compare 1inch and they compare OpenOcean for the same exact swap, and OpenOcean has come out on top like for multiple times, and it usually does. So we have better pricing on just finding that swap, and on top of that, we don't charge a fee on the swap itself. So OpenOcean basically always has the better pricing compared to our competitors.
Sounds great. And even back to Adam.
Yeah, no, good questions. And I think a lot of that swap you're talking about, Kuwar, goes with your integration partners, things that you're obviously focused on as a role, making sure you're working with the right people. Because it could take a little while to even just get integrated with chains. You guys are across 16 chains. So I think kind of the competitive advantage started early on when you started forming these relationships, ecosystem, right, growth, and kind of what you've been mentioning over the last few minutes.
Yeah, because I mean, really, like as a DEX aggregator, right? If there's no quality DEXs, like we don't have a product. So the competitive edge does start, like you're saying, it starts with finding these DEXs that are willing to work with us and that we would be happy to work with. So yeah, for sure.
Great. So we'll kind of let's get a Kong in here for the next couple questions. And you brought up, Kuwar, interoperability, and again, you just mentioned you're across multiple chains in this multi-chain world. I think the next question is go ahead and ask 3A, Kong, and we can take it from there.
Hey, I have a question with regards to the interoperability. How do you manage the UI to UX? I mean, to onboard more users or developers?
For the UI, like we actually released a new UI upgrade, I think 1 or 2 months ago. It was really recent, and we basically redid the whole UI from scratch just because OpenOcean has been around for a while now, and we've kind of learned what our users like and don't like, and of course learned from how other industry leaders and other protocols are doing UI. So we refreshed it and we made it really, really simple, right? So if the purpose for us is to be a one-stop shop for trading on whatever chain you're on, we need to make sure it's going to look, feel similar regardless of what chain you're on, right? So our swap UI looks pretty similar. I mean, it looks identical regardless of the chain. And we just have a drop down to select your chain. And then once you select your chain, everything looks the same. And then you click on the the token selection, and we manually curate all the tokens that people are most likely to swap. So it's always going to be very easy to use OpenOcean just because we know UI is going to be the most important part. Because when it comes to trading in general, right? It's not like people are seeing DEX aggregators and then making the conscious choice to not use them, right? It's not like people are saying I'd rather pay like 10% more for ETH, right? The issue is that people are only sticking to what they find comfortable, right? So of course we want to make OpenOcean, the UI, as comfortable as possible. So when people see it, they realize like maybe learning the UI is worth the bonus returns, and we want to make that learning curve as low as possible.
I see. Also, I have another question. Like for those chains, like how do you choose which chain to deploy on? Like
Sure.
what's the primary considering factors?
Yeah. So I would say first and foremost for us is going to be like popularity, right? We want to integrate chains that people are actually going to swap on, because ultimately we are a DEX aggregator, which means we want to attract volume. So for the chains we expand on, we prioritize chains that are going to get us the most volume, right? So of course we integrate on all the major chains like Avalanche, Polygon, Ethereum, Binance Smart Chain, and other than that, other chains that become popular have like fractured liquidity are things that we target. So just where the volume's going to be and where we're going to help out the most amount of users.
For me, how does OpenOcean manage security with all the recent hacks? DeFi is very, I guess, scary space, and
Yeah,
how do you guys approach security?
Yeah, for sure. And that's a question I like to answer just because I think like we have a really good stance on it. Simply put, like OpenOcean's focus on security comes from the fact that we don't even like hold user funds, right? So when you're a DEX, like you don't provide liquidity on OpenOcean, so we don't hold funds from liquidity providers. And when you swap on OpenOcean, the tokens are in your wallet one block, and then they're in your wallet the next block, right? So there's no point of vulnerability there for tokens to be stolen from OpenOcean. And even our limit orders, right? Most platforms that support limit orders, when you place the order, they will take the funds from your wallet and hold on to them until the order is ready to be executed. For OpenOcean, we don't even do that. We just unlock the tokens from your wallet. We get spend permission. And then only when the order is ready to be executed, again, the tokens are in your wallet for one block, and then they're in your wallet the next block. So our focus on security comes from the fact that, of course, we write smart contracts that are audited from the best in the industry. But even if we didn't have the most secure smart contracts, which again, I say we do have the most secure smart contracts that are audited, those funds are never vulnerable on our platform because they're never on our platform in the first place. So yeah, like if you don't have to hold user funds and you can keep them in the user's wallet, there's no reason not to. And that's something we can try and build around, focus on, because you're right that DeFi has been a pretty adversarial space, especially in the bear market. So making sure that you're taking every precaution possible, whether it's audited smart contracts or never having funds in the first place, is very important to us.
Yeah. That makes totally sense. So my next question is, how is OpenOcean composable? Like is it a DeFi logo? How should developers look to use your protocol?
Yeah, so it is very composable, right? We make it pretty simple. We actually have our own like SDK released and our own API. So all of that stuff is pretty readily available for developers to integrate with. And it's actually really advantageous for developers to integrate with, because if you're making, if your whatever protocol you're building or whatever application you're building needs to perform a swap, it's going to be very simple to set it up through OpenOcean, because you just route the swap through OpenOcean and then you can forget about it, right? Versus if you say are swapping like kind of like an exotic pair, if the liquidity incentives change and it moves to another DEX, well, all of a sudden you have to rewire your application to switch from DEX A to DEX B. Whereas if you use the OpenOcean SDK or OpenOcean API, like nothing changes for you. We route the swap on our own. So it's pretty composable. It's pretty easy for developers to use. And of course, we also have our own developer team that can help people integrate. Because like I said, part of being on the ecosystem development team is making sure everybody who wants to integrate with us has a really easy time doing it. So we have the resources and we have the people. So yeah, anybody that wants to is able to pretty easily.
Yeah, appreciate that.
I think maybe I can ask one more question. Is that okay?
Sure. Yeah.
Like it's been over half a year since the 2021 bull market, the peak. I'm wondering like whether there has been a large reduction in the amount of yield farmers. How do you think about that?
You mean like the total amount of yield farmers across all of DeFi?
I think you can divide it into two parts. One, like generally speaking. Secondly, like related to your platform. What do you think about
Sure.
that?
Yeah, so I mean, is no surprise. You look anywhere, swap volumes are down across the board, whether you're looking at CFI or you're looking at even Uniswap, right? So swap volumes are definitely down. And in terms of like yield farmers in general, I mean, also down, right? Just in general, crypto activity is way down, right? Like even TVL's dropped from like, I don't know, like 250 billion right now to about 50 billion. So there's a lot less yield to go around, and you know that coincides with a drop in yield farmers themselves. So for sure, yeah. Um, you know, one thing to remember is that, you know, if you believe the bull market will come back, which I think, you know, everybody here does, everybody listening probably does as well. These are kind of the best times to be yield farming, right? Even if the yield maybe, you know, 7%, 10% right now, if you're accumulating ETH with that yield, once ETH, you know, if it pulls a 5x, that yield like retroactively becomes like a 45% yield. So it's important to remember that the yield can change retroactively. But yeah, like you mentioned, it's no doubt that stats are down across the board, regardless of the type of platform you are.
Yeah, thank you. That's very useful suggestion, actually.
And coming back to me, I'm just asking about how the future looks for OpenOcean, perhaps things on the roadmap. What does the future of OpenOcean look like in 2023? Any new products or services such as SDKs, APIs, etc.?
Yep. So for the SDKs and APIs, I don't know, not too exciting products there. We just want to make sure they're stable and make sure they work optimally. So of course, those will stay updated and ready to go. But for the new products on OpenOcean side that are more user facing, one thing, like I mentioned, our swap product is free. So we do need to find other sources of revenue if we want to keep the swap free and keep our prices really competitive. So on that front, we're developing more aggregators, right? Because we want to make OpenOcean not just a one-stop shop for trading over dexes, but trading other products as well. So we have we are making like an NFT aggregator to aggregate NFTs from all sorts of different marketplaces on all chains. And we're also making a derivatives aggregator, right? So if you're swapping on, you know, if you're trying to swap a derivative, like we'll be able to find you the different prices, especially because prices for derivatives vary a lot more than spot prices. So we're going to be aggregating those as well. And that's obviously going to bring us a little bit more revenue between the NFT aggregator and the derivatives aggregator. Further, another thing that we have coming out relatively soon, I mean, I can't announce launch dates on any of these, right? Because there's, you know, still an active development. We're also working on cross-chain swaps. So it's going to solve that liquidity fragmentation even further if you can swap across different chains, right? So if you're swapping on Avalanche, you want to swap more than the liquidity that's available, we can reach into Ethereum and grab liquidity from there. So
What does that what does that look like technically? Like the integration aspect, is that pretty difficult, time consuming? You know, does that require bridges? Is that native? Maybe you could touch base on that because that's pretty cool.
Sure.
I think OpenOcean at the moment, the aggregators on one chain, correct?
Like
in that network, and now you're going to do cross swaps across networks, which is pretty cool because I think that goes back to the UX in terms of liquidity and somebody not needing to maybe switch across networks and getting the best price and, you know, potentially getting more users excited. But technically, yeah, is that pretty tough to kind of do?
Yeah, for sure. It is pretty tough. You know, it's something we've been working on for a while, and it's kind of like I would say in terms of DEX aggregation, kind of like one of the more like end game products, right? Because once you have cross-chain swaps, you kind of like instantaneously unlock liquidity from all of DeFi, basically, right? So instead of just having the liquidity on one chain, like you said, because right now we can only aggregate on the same chain, you've unlocked liquidity across 16 different chains, right? Across 20 different chains once we integrate more. So for DEX aggregation, like the cross-chain swaps are like one of the end game products. And it does depend on bridges for sure, because obviously, you know, you need to bridge funds across different chains to actually swap them. So we are looking at several different bridge partners, especially because, you know, one of the questions earlier was about security. That's like, you know, something we have to put a lot of focus on, just because most of the biggest hacks, even if they're not the most frequent, have been bridges, right? Like we saw the Nomad bridge on Evmos get hacked and like basically the entire chain became worthless once USDC was like 1 cent. Same thing on Harmony, right? The Harmony bridge got hacked. Their chain basically became worthless overnight. So we are looking for quality bridge partners when we make these integrations, just because, you know, like even if we can get past the hack, like, you know, it ruins your reputation, right? Like Harmony and Evmos both got past their hacks, I believe. I think, I'm not actually sure, but either way, like nobody wants to use those chains anymore, right? Because their reputation's ruined. So we want to make sure we're moving slowly to make sure like our bridge partners are secure. So yeah, it's a challenge technically, and it's also a challenge like logistically to make sure that we're making these secure connections with people and our product is going to work how we expect it to.
Yeah, I personally also think that's pretty innovative
Mhm.
as well,
Yeah.
especially on the UX, because like when people go on CeFi, especially like Coinbase or beginner platforms, right? They don't
Mhm.
have that like dealing with multiple chains. Are you on Phantom, AVAX, Ethereum? But instead you just buy the token. And I think if you just that approach for that DEX aggregator is super amazing and compared to all the other competitors who haven't actually reached that as well. If you guys are the first to
Exactly.
be revolutionary, at least on that
Yeah,
side.
exactly. So like I mentioned before, our ultimate goal is to be the one-stop shop and to make it as easy as possible. So if you can just come to OpenOcean to swap whatever you want, wherever you are, right, whatever chain you're already on, it's going to be ideal for a lot of users.
Do you guys have a time frame for that? Like, or is it just the 2023 or just in the future for that?
I actually don't have an exact time frame just because I'm not heavily involved with the development, but I know it's still like under active development. So I mean, it's not like coming out within the next couple of weeks or anything. So
It'll be
still
a
being,
while.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it'll
still
be
being
a
worked
while.
on.
Right.
But yeah, we have plenty of time in these kinds of markets. So whenever it comes out, it'll be ready for the next bull run.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. I'm kind of also kind of curious, talk about, I think you guys are very innovative. Kind of wondering, what do you think will be crypto next big thing? What kind of innovation you guys will be thinking? Will come
Mhm.
from actually 2020, bear market, although it's
Yeah.
kind of hard time, but just what do you guys think about it?
And I think in general, maybe for OpenOcean, but in general, like
Yeah.
what's kind of the next big thing that you see, right? We've gone through the DeFi
Yeah.
cycle, the NFT cycle, the DAOs.
Yeah.
What are you kind of seeing trending?
Yeah. So personally, I mean, obviously, like it's not like OpenOcean has an official stance on this, but personally, right, I think one of the bigger things we're seeing is kind of like the integration with real world assets, right? Like we've seen the rise of platforms like TrueFi, Maple, Clearpool, all like lending under collateralized to different institutions. So that's, I mean, obviously it's risky, right? It's under collateralized lending, but on the other hand, it's lending to, and I don't know if you can call a company a real world asset, but it's companies that are doing things, right? So it's focusing in on that, like that real yield that people have been asking for lately, right? Ever since the bear market started. So real world assets, things like tokenized real estate, I think is going to be pretty cool. So yeah, things like that, anything that can bring like real assets on chain, right? Because you even see Chainlink has recently announced like huge upgrades to like their scale and the kind of things they can put on chain. So more integrations between DeFi and the real world, I think, are going to kind of be that driving force for the next, I guess, the next big ultra narrative, right? Both real world assets and real yield combined together.
How do you? So I know we talked about a lot of OpenOcean, kind of the product, the services, and you kind of touched a little bit personally. We want to hear a little bit more. Like what fascinates you about crypto, and how did you actually end up in the space?
Yeah, so I mean, I've been in crypto for quite a while, like 2017ish. I kind of lost interest for a year or so during like the major long crypto winter. But I mean, what attracts me to the space is kind of, I mean, overarching is just kind of like this. I would just like democratization of finance, because I mean, on a base level, I think crypto is cool, like the digital cash. But what really pulls me in is like this ability to take different financial products and make them accessible to everyone, right? Because if just looking at even what we take for granted today, like Aave, right? Just like basic, very, very basic lending. Like if you want to do that with like your stock portfolio, right? Like these companies are going to ask you, right? Your minimum deposit is going to have to be like 100,000 of stock, and your minimum loan is going to be like 50,000. So Aave, obviously there's no minimum, right? You can lend a penny and then borrow half a penny if you wanted to. So just being able to, democratize it like that, and not only just the lending, but give the yield to people who are providing that liquidity, I think is really cool. Because I mean, if you think about it, like as an individual investor, what are your options for yield, right? You either buy stocks, you buy bonds, or you take other really, really sketchy investment routes. So if you look at DeFi, all of these different products that we have in traditional finance, we can emulate on chain and kind of give people a lot more flexibility in how they want to, earn on their savings.
And how do we reach? You're talking about like unbanked, and you're talking about like other markets, right?
Right.
Other continents, providing accessibility to these instruments.
Yeah.
How do you think we onboard the next 100 million users? And everybody's trying to figure it out. It's a fun question, but you guys are targeting,
sure.
like, you guys are providing kind of a service that in the long run will ideally do that. You probably get in your app and then you can swap assets across chains. Nobody knows what chain you're on, right? You don't have to worry kind of about the blockchain. So how do you see us, since we're in the industry, onboarding the next wave of users?
Yeah, so one thing that I think is interesting, right, is there's kind of like this split between people in crypto, right? There's this, what do they call it, like the DeFi mullet, right? And they call it the DeFi mullet, right? They say it's like,
Never heard of that. I never heard of that.
So basically, it's the idea, I mean, you've seen a mullet, right? It looks like regular hair in the front, but it's long hair in the back. So they're saying it's basically looks like regular finance in the front, and the DeFi is like the mullet, right? It's like in the back, nobody actually sees it until you're already in. So a lot of people think that's the approach, right? What it's going to look like regular finance, but it's using DeFi in the background. I think there is a growing idea, and I'm part of it as well. I believe it's not actually going to work like that. Like, people are going to use DeFi and know they're using DeFi. So I think what's going to make it really attractive is when we're able to make that seamless, but also give people the education they need to make DeFi usable, right? Because ultimately, we don't really want to make it so people are blindly using it and they're not really knowing what's happening. Ultimately, we want to make people know how to use it and know what their opportunities are and kind of know what the benefits are. Because if you know what the benefits are and you're personally seeing those benefits for yourself, you're going to want to use it and almost like advocate for it, right? Like, if you just look at people that are holding Bitcoin, right? It's not like they bought it as an investment and they're kind of like blindly holding it. Well, a lot of people are, but if you look at the most vocal ones, they understand Bitcoin, they understand the vision, they understand the benefits, right? So I think that's kind of how we're going to get DeFi to be like really popular, is by getting people to experience it for themselves and kind of like advocate for it in a sense.
And we talked about users, onboarding users. Yeah. What about in general on the developer front? Web 2 to Web 3. I'm hearing Web 2 and 2.5, right, to kind of transition users into Web 3. But technically, how do you see us, allowing? Are there still a lot of barriers in terms of resources, documentation, libraries and SDKs? Obviously that will come, but how do you see, I guess, more of the developer growth?
Right.
To get more, because we work with students, and so some of the students obviously know code, but they kind of they have their perspective on what they're learning, and most of it's not around like cryptography.
Yeah, for
and,
sure.
Maybe not just system, but how do we onboard like those devs? And is that going to require more work? Like I said, in terms of resources, libraries, SDKs, to have them, not focus so much on the infra, but just build as people have, the evolution of building a website. Now it's like drag and drop, and it's all easy, low code, no code.
Yeah.
So how you kind of see that trending?
So I think well, first of all, I think development is split up into two aspects when it comes to blockchain, right? Like you said, there's the infrastructure side, and then there's the actual like application layer, right? So for the infrastructure side, which I think is really important, right? Because without infrastructure, you don't have an application layer, and especially when you're bringing up questions like sensory transactions with Ethereum, I think it requires a lot more like innovation on that infrastructure side. And I think the way to accomplish that is, what we're doing now, right? We're engaging students, and you guys are running these awesome clubs at your universities to get these people interested while they're still in school, and maybe in the future go on to do like further research in the industry. So I think on an infrastructure level, it's pretty important is to be engaging these young minds who are going to be able to produce brand new ideas the world's never seen before. For the application layer, I think the biggest push right now is kind of like the risk, right? Because if you switch from your comfy Web 2 job to Web 3, right, there's a chance your product it fails and you're going to be unemployed in like a year or less. So the risk is kind of like a big turnoff. And I think also like what's it called, like the finance, right? Because developers ultimately go where the users are because the users are paying money, right? So I think if we can figure out better ways to get developers paid, because right now, like the majority of it depends on like selling your treasury and then paying developers with it, which is less than optimal. So I think if we can find ways to get developers stable income and kind of mature the industry a bit and kind of make for like organizations that have like better longevity to them, I think that's going to be a major pull. Because we have a lot of developers coming over just because they see like there's money in crypto because there's users and there's a lack of application. So like if I build the right application, I can make money. But a lot of the like really talented Web 2 developers have spent 15 20 years in Web 2 and don't really like want to switch, right? Because like what's the point in making the switch to a really risky industry if I have a fantastic job in Web 2? So yeah. And lastly, on the thing you mentioned about like documentation and stuff, I think it's definitely a little bit lacking just because it's a really young industry. Like my background is in software, so even I tried my hand at developing for Web3, and it's pretty difficult. The amount of resources are pretty limited compared to if you just want to learn how to build a website or something like that.
Yeah, no, fantastic. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
In this multi-chain world, you're working across all these 16 chains.
Yeah.
How do you personally see the growth of these networks? Are they all 16 going to be here forever? They're going to be more? Is this going to consolidate?
Yeah, it's kind of a more difficult question just because it's hard to say what's going to happen. It's kind of hard to project the kind of innovation we're going to see in the future. I could see it going down two different paths, right? Either all these networks are going to eventually consolidate, right? And we're going to see a lot of the traffic consolidate into maybe 3 to 5 different networks, or we're going to see more networks pop up, but each of them are going to have like their own specialty, right? So we've seen if you just kind of look at the landscape right now, most of the chains are pretty well rounded. But if you look at like Ethereum, it's kind of like the base chain, right? There's a lot of liquidity and it's kind of where institutions stay. If you look at Arbitrum, it's a lot more like derivatives focused, right? You have synthetics, you have GMX, you have DopeX. And if you look at Polygon's like the business chain, right? They had like their recent announcements like Starbucks NFTs and like Disney, things like that. So that's one route I could see it going down. It's either these chains become focused on the specific avenue of business they want to do, or we just see all of them consolidate into like one giga chain that comes out. It's got like the perfect infrastructure, the perfect application layer. So we'll see. I think for the near future, it's definitely going to be like fragmented, and chains are going to want to figure out who they want to be. Different organizations are going to start their own chain, but I think moving forward, we'll see that kind of mature and either specialize or consolidate.
Did you say Starbucks NFTs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You hear about that?
Well, yeah, no, it's interesting. And
yeah,
one of the things recently, I was reading was like Starbucks is kind of a fintech bank.
Yeah.
In terms of they have the most assets in the wallet, like billions, I think, or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
They also have people using a wallet, their app, uploading money. And now they're kind of incorporating NFTs. And it's just, they've kind of been innovating over a period of time. First with, kind of on the fintech side. Now they had the internal infrastructure set up. And their users are now being, trained a little bit. And it's just funny to see that Starbucks is kind of leading that way.
Yeah. So it's really, and it's like a coffee shop, right? But like once you actually dig into their financials, it's like all the money they get, they just like they start earning yield on it. It's exactly like we do on chain. So it's pretty funny that this coffee shop ended up being the most like innovative financial technology leader.
Yeah. Did you guys follow that, or any insight here, Kong, Dave, or Philip? You
No,
realize
I
that?
have actually complete experience with it. I think it's super funny that you mentioned the correlation because if you really think about it, I personally use the Starbucks app and I deposit money and I kind of keep it
Yeah.
there. And it is just a wallet and it really incentivizes you to put in money because
Uh-huh.
there's like a bunch of UX that kind of keeps you in there. And yeah, I see the correlation. It's really funny that they
Yeah.
could actually utilize it in a way that they're already kind of having their products out like that. So
Yeah.
really funny correlation from my end.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what I was saying earlier about like, not believing in the DeFi mullet, right? It's not like you're not aware that you're using the Starbucks app, right? It's so I think once we perfect these chains, it's like you're gonna be aware that you're using like Arbitrum, you're gonna be aware you're depositing into Aave, and you'll just kind of know what all of it means with really smooth UX.
Perfect.
I have a question
Yeah.
from my
Yeah.
end.
We have about 6 minutes left. Yeah, go ahead and ask away, Philip. Anybody?
Do you think there will be a future where we have larger layers on top of these platforms? So like Aave, we have a more decentralized community where maybe we build better UI on top of these DeFi protocols, like how Open Ocean is building a DEX aggregator on top of DEXs, right?
For sure.
Do you think the community is scale large enough to build out these layers?
For sure, yeah. So I mean, when you think about it, all these platforms are just smart contracts, right? So technically, you don't even like need the Aave website, right? So you can build whatever you want. If you want to build like a native iPhone app that imports your wallet and it's just like the Aave app, that's definitely something you can do. So I think in the future, like we'll definitely see these like how I say like localized like wallet apps. I think even like that's happening now. I think like this morning I saw something about Robinhood releasing a non-custodial wallet, and they'll have like different DApps built into it. I think Coinbase is doing the same. So definitely we'll probably be seeing these focused apps with a wallet in it that integrate with curated DApps.
Yeah, and another question of mine, kind of a completely different question, but
Yeah.
From a business standpoint for OpenOcean,
Mhm.
how do you guys treat the free business, and do you guys see it going long term? Because I think that is a bit tricky to kind of play
For sure.
because you guys are running a business after all, and
Mhm.
you guys have to make money. So yeah, curious
Yeah.
on that point.
Yeah, that's a good question. So for sure, like I mentioned, the swaps are free, so it's not something we make a lot of income off of. But like I mentioned the other products as well that we're going to be actually, charging fees on, making income like that. So right now we're focused on expanding our DEX aggregator audience so that once we release these products that actually charge fees, we have a strong user base for them, right? Like, I mean, one of these AMAs I was at, they compared our DEX aggregator to like, the $5 Costco chicken, right? So basically, you come in, you go to the back of the store, you get this chicken that, that Costco's losing money on, but you're already in Costco, so you're going to buy a bunch of other stuff that they're actually making money on, right? You might stop to buy other groceries that, Costco obviously makes a profit. So it's kind of like, in a weird way, what we're going for. So you come in for the DEX aggregator, you realize OpenOcean's a nice platform that you can get good returns on for 100% of your swaps. And then eventually you might come back to use our derivatives aggregator, NFT, cross-chain swaps, things like that, where we actually charge fees and make a profit on.
Yeah, that is an amazing comparison. Yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah, thanks.
And I have a question actually,
Sure, yeah.
related to the Starbucks story. It just reminds me, I also use, Amazon, they have gift cards. I'm just
Yeah.
wondering about those tech giants. Do they have plan to plunge into the blockchain field? Or if they do, will that kick out other, smaller business, like they don't have enough capital to combat with those
Right.
big giants? What do you think about that?
Yeah, so we are seeing a lot of these companies expand into blockchain. Like, if you just look up on like a LinkedIn search, you look up blockchain, you'll be like, what? Like, MasterCard's off, like hiring a senior blockchain manager, Fidelity, Starbucks, of course, like they're all hiring for blockchain roles. And it's kind of too early to see what exactly they're going to do with it, just because, obviously these big companies want to take it really, really slow. So it's hard for us to see what exactly they're trying to do. But the biggest thing is they can come into the blockchain space, but they're not going to be native to the blockchain space. So they might bring users with them, but I think, maybe this is like a little bit of copium, but I think DeFi natives and DeFi native companies are always going to be offering the best products available. And eventually, if like a Starbucks, a Walmart, a Fidelity brings along with them like 150 million new DeFi users, that's also 150 million new DeFi users that can be using DeFi native apps, right? So they can bring customers with them, but it's not like these customers necessarily have to be loyal to them I think if and only if DeFi natives are offering a better product, which I think is always going to be the case.
So basically, you think the market is big enough to incorporate those giants?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and a lot of them, are already in the space. MasterCard is a partner of ours, and Anheuser-Busch is looking into it. Rolls-Royce, ING Bank, the list goes on. Last question, Dave, if you want to ask, go ahead and fire that one off.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for the insight. I'm kind of just wondering, from the student, blockchain, and also from students' perspective, any advice you might have for students looking to get into, blockchain industry.
Yeah. So honestly, I was not a student that long ago, right? Like actually, I graduated like this past month. So being a student and being in blockchain are two things that go very well together, because these Web3 is a really young industry, so there's always people willing to train you, which is not the same for Web2, because as a really mature industry, you're kind of expected to come with experience, and it's not necessarily the case for Web3. I think the best way to kind of get yourself a long-term role, if that's what you're looking for, is to actually just make yourself kind of a well-known community member, right? And it's not like you have to have 20,000 Twitter followers, right? I just kind of started a Twitter and started tagging people I wanted to discuss with. I got myself 100, 200 followers, and then also was talking on these Discord servers. It's kind of just, interfacing with different people, not only to get to know them, but to kind of sharpen your own knowledge and kind of gain nuance on the industry, right? And once you're knowledgeable and once you're actually, you can talk about different platforms and you can talk about how they make money, they don't make money, how tokens work, tokenomics, things like that. You have a really strong start, and you can kind of use whatever skills you have as a student. Like, let's say you're a software developer. Once you have the DeFi knowledge and you have the technical knowledge, all it takes is just talk to people, ask people, right? I messaged, dozens of people on Twitter, dozens of people on Discord, asking if they were hiring, taking a look at their roles and applying if necessary. And the cool part about Web3 is that it's not like you apply on their site and you hear back 3 months later with a rejection letter. Frequently, I just joined a Discord server for a protocol I liked. I'd look at who's on top. It says admin. I'd message them and are you guys looking for this role, this role, this role? And it's pretty easy to just scale in, right? I started as a just community manager, and then I went up to content writer for different protocols. So it's pretty easy right now, I would say, to kind of pick up these roles and incrementally scale up to the actual job you want to hold. So to summarize all that and give you a short answer for how can a student get into Web3, I would say start small and then scale up, and make sure you're talking to a lot of different people.
What I hear too is participation, staying active, proactive, and engaging the communities. That's one thing in the Web3 space. And first of all, it's decentralized, so you can get a job anywhere now in Web3 across contents, one, and then two, it's about being part of that community and engaging. And I've heard so many people either technically contributing to the code, or ambassadors, community ambassadors, hosting meetups, which is pretty simple. They provide grants and funding for that, for pizza and beers. We used to sponsor all kinds of meetups for these students, and we still do. So Kuwar, I think we're running up on time here. I know you got to go. I want to thank Philip from the University of Washington Blockchain Club for joining us, Kong Shen and Dave May from Yale Student Blockchain Club, and then Kuwar from OpenOcean, our special guest. Thank you everybody actually here for contributing and being active in this discussion as well. We have a lot more, schools coming up through this conference, and I want to thank everybody for tuning in and watching this. it's gonna be a long conference and enjoy yourselves. So everybody have a good one, and we'll follow up and talk again. Thank you, QR.
All right, thank you, everyone.
As the old saying goes, money makes the world go round. And with cryptocurrency becoming more and more common, the crypto space is driving the future. We are joined by Paulo Arduino, the CTO of Bitfinex and Tether, to discuss the future of money.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine version 14, our University Edition. If this is your first time joining us, welcome in, and if not, thanks for tuning back in. We've interviewed over 600 projects, teams, and thought leaders in the space, and the goal of our virtual conference is to educate and inform everybody, including those new to the crypto space, longtime holders, and industry professionals. So make sure you subscribe below to keep staying informed and enjoy what we have in store for you today. And coming to you today, we have the Chief Technology Officer of both Bitfinex and Tether, Mr. Paulo Arduino. How are you doing, Paulo? It's an honor to have you on.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Before we move into introducing the student panelists, maybe you could tell us a little bit about your career and how you got involved with Bitfinex and Tether and all.
Yeah, so, well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. So I really love the work that you guys are doing around education. So I feel like that's the biggest gap that we are facing today. I have experience in Lugano. I see that that is a small city in Switzerland. I see that in El Salvador, that is of course country in Central South America, and everywhere I go, also in Italy, right? I have a ton of experience there, and saddening, but also it makes me think that we have, if the state of the industry is, or if this industry grew so much with this type of miseducation, with the right type of education, this industry is going to take over and revolutionize for real the entire financial system as it should be. So I'm glad that, so this has to start from everywhere, right? So from students, from professors, right? So I think the ability of professors to renovate themselves is critical. Sometimes takes a little bit of time, right? So usually, I mean, at least speaking on my side, in Italy, I have seen professors always trying to not be on the cutting edge technologies. And so I'm glad that I'm seeing today something extremely different here that proves that there is an evolution in the educational space. That's the only way we are going to make it. But myself, I entered in Bitcoin 2012, 2013. Always, so I'm a developer since I was age 8. I grew up in a small town in Italy, and always was passionate about privacy and encryption, and then peer-to-peer applications. Worked for a few years as a researcher in my university for communication systems for battlefields. Then moved to finance. Created my startup in London. Then was looking at Bitcoin already. Was around 2013. Got excited about Bitcoin. I met Giancarlo, our CFO, decided to actually start winding down my company and fully focus on Bitfinex, because On the technology side, BitConnect had needed a lot of care, a lot of help. And so completely devoted myself to that one. And then moved to Tether. Or started working also for Tether and as basically security to take care of the security part of all the rollouts of all the different blockchains. Yeah, that's me.
So a little bit of different roles on each, but I do agree, and I think overall everybody agrees that we are on the cutting edge in terms of the education, and there is a lot of misinformation anytime you're on the cutting edge of pretty much any groundbreaking new technology. So being one of those loud voices is very important to us, and we're very excited that you're here with us today. But as I mentioned before, this is our university edition, and our focus in this edition was to invite student blockchain partners to come ask questions and discuss groundbreaking new technologies with some of the most influential thought and business leaders in the industry. So our company, Mousebelt, has been working with more than 80 student blockchain organizations from universities spanning multiple continents, providing support in a variety of ways, from internships, office hours, sponsorships, as well as early stage projects investment. And I have joining us some of that next generation for our discussion today. We have Francesca Bercasio from VCU Blockchain. She's the president up there, and Mr. William Wood. He's a member of the governance and business committees up there. He used to be the head of governance up at Cambridge Blockchain Society. Francesca, if you go ahead and go first, could you tell us a little bit about your club, how many members? We did some of this earlier, but the backgrounds of the majors I know you were telling us are swapping, and some of the involvements that the club has gotten in both previously and maybe in the future. And then we'll move on to Cambridge.
Yeah, thank you again. Very nice seeing you, Paolo. Yeah, so we are again VCU Blockchain based in Richmond, Virginia. We just started out last year in 2021, so we're relatively small. We are an interdisciplinary club. Trying to expand more on that, we really try and target students focused in business, engineering, and arts. And we do this because VCU, our university, is a very big public university full of very diverse students. And we want to welcome all of these ideas and all of this talent. We are ranked one of the top schools in our state as well, in arts as well. So there's so many talented artists there, I think, that could benefit from the space and the new creator economy that's emerging. But of course, we want to, give focus and bring the world of stablecoins, DeFi to business and finance students, as well as smart contracts, programmability, security, all of that cool stuff to the engineering students as well. So we really think that at least what I try and push at the club is that, this industry is so broad when you really dive down deep into it, and that it will impact almost every aspect of our lives. And we're still very, very early. And I really appreciate Paolo's efforts in trying to, expand this education to students, because they are the new generation. A lot of companies these days, they are not hiring, they're going to be looking more towards Web2 senior roles. But what if we were to create Web3 blockchain native students, right? So I think it's in the best incentives that, we focus on this at the campus level. And that's what we really aim to do here in Richmond, Virginia.
Yeah, definitely putting those people in those roles will make the transition inevitable. So as I said before, we also have Mr. William Wood from Cambridge Blockchain Society. William, pleasure to have you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, guys, for having me on. Thank you very much, Paolo, for coming on as well. Sorry, I'm from CBS, that's Cambridge Blockchain Society. We have about 1,000 members currently on our Discord and mailing list. We exist primarily, I would say, as a talent hub between, to connect both Cambridge students and alumni with the Web3 world, and a lot of these really interesting tech startups and that sort of thing. Yeah, we do educational lectures, and we send our students to conferences all around the world. So we're super keen on getting more of our people and more of your people together. And yeah, I do governance and biz dev, so hopefully I'll be going around all these protocols and having a look, and we'll hopefully be expanding this year. So it's looking to be one of our biggest yet. Thanks, guys.
Right. Long runway out there in Cambridge, but it sounds exciting. We'll go right back to you, Will, with the first question. But just because it's one side or the other's question, don't hesitate. You know, if either of y'all have a follow-up, you know, go right on ahead. I might jump in with a follow-up, but I'll try not to step on anybody's feet. So go right on ahead, Will.
Okay, great. That's brilliant. Thank you, guys. So my first question was actually about DeFi. So this is from the CBS committee. It's we'd like to know, Paolo, your opinion on so although cryptocurrency adoption has exploded over the past 2 years, the majority of activity still remains on centralized exchanges. That is like massive volumes on platforms such as Binance, Coinbase, and that sort of thing, FTX especially. What do you think it will take for decentralized finance to become the norm? Do you ever see it, the majority of activity moving on chain, or do you see this trustless exchange having a sort of future?
So there's a lot to unpack here, right? So on one side, there is the technology aspects where you have a blockchain that is programmable. So you have smart contracts and they can, so you can build a lending platform, for example, on a blockchain. So super cool. But then on the other side, you have the regulatory aspects, right? So regulators are looking more and more at DeFi, and they are interested to start regulating DeFi. So we have to define or decide what are the pros of DeFi, right? So why people are excited to use it. And I understand it, right? So there are two reasons to use DeFi. First of all, trustless exchange. Second is non-KYC/privacy, right? So I think that in the next 2 years, we are going to see the non-KYC/privacy to be a non-feasible opportunity more. So we are going to see regulators asking for the same levels of KYC and AML that centralized exchanges are offering. And hence you remain with non-custodial, right, fully on-chain aspects. But there is an issue there, right? So the issue is performance. So blockchains are not performant, right? So they are extremely low performance databases. So what happens there is that what you could do is, and we as Bitfinex demonstrated that a couple of times, both with, especially with Ethereum, we created a decentralized custody plus centralized exchange, where you could benefit from an order matching engine that could process hundreds of thousands of operations per second, but still rely or give the customers full control of their assets on chain. So, because the issue that I see with DeFi, and I would love, honestly, I feel like I'm more part of the underground rather than the foreground, right? So I would love to see, you know, I like to imagine technology to be available in a post-apocalyptic world where you need to be prepared for the worst, right? So I'm a big fan of Asimov. I'm a big fan of you know, all the sci-fi movies and books. And so I like to think about technologies that can be used no matter what type of incredible apocalyptic scenario will happen. But and you know, that is the technology. But then there is the technology in the real world use cases, right? So if there are major problems, then we can go back to using the technology as it is. You know, because we are really living in the worst scenario, right? But then if you are living in a, say, more normal world, then you need to use technology that is fast, that is, people don't like to wait, right? So they need speed, they need consistency, and they might need self-custody. So the point is that, to me, DeFi is great, but if you start adding the fact that you need KYC, and then you start adding that you know, you start at the same time working on centralized exchanges that have that allow non-custodial assets, then the balance between CeFi and DeFi becomes harder to gauge. So I must say that, and also the problem is that now even blockchains are having terrible performances, even with the low usage that we have, right? So because Ethereum fees skyrocket, Solana goes down every 2 days, basically, and so many issues, and there is no mass adoption yet. So what if there was a mass adoption? So how we expect that these blockchains can keep up? So the reality is that there are two solutions to me. Sorry for the long rambling, but the first one is centralized exchanges or centralized products that can leverage performance with non-custodial aspects. The second one is peer-to-peer. So if you want to go to get to the real scale, you have to go peer-to-peer, where, now we are living in a world where the fastest layer 1 solution claims to have 50,000 transactions per second. So if you think about it, there is an important aspect to that, right? To that limit. So how many transactions per second we think that a layer 1 platform can achieve? The issue there is that most of these platforms, of these layer 1 blockchains, have a shared global state. It means that, William, if your fridge is buying some milk for you, because nowadays fridges can buy milk for you, if they see that the milk is finished in your fridge, then they need to do on-chain transactions. So everyone in the world will see that you are buying some milk. Maybe they will not see that it's milk, but they see that someone sent that transaction. Imagine when so you might have seen Elon Musk with his Tesla robot. You see Boston Dynamics, you see Asimov from Honda, right? And plus you see artificial intelligence. So, and Internet of Things. If you unify artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, robotics, we will live in 10 to 20 years in a world that will see robots as part of our day-to-day life. And robots are going to do transactions, right? So they buy stuff, right? So they will purchase things on behalf of the humans, right? So you need a scalability that is 10 million transactions per second, probably 50 million transactions per second, because robots will be smarter, will be faster, right? So, and will need, low friction transactions, right? They don't like to lose time. So what happens there is that the only way to achieve that is peer-to-peer. So Lightning is an example, but you can build similar toolings like Lightning on different blockchains even. But the point is that if I want to buy some milk, then that transaction should stay between myself and the grocery store, right? Not the entire world should see that, because then having everyone seeing all the transactions will incur in the limit of the speed of light. So right now, for example, that's also the reason why you cannot bring down the block time to below a certain extent, because the speed of light, for example, if you send a transaction or a packet, a datagram from Paris to Japan, it might take 150 milliseconds. So if you have a block time of 400 milliseconds, you cannot afford to not have a perfect internet, because otherwise your node will fall out of sync. So that will completely jeopardize the entire blockchain. Long story short, I think we need better solutions, and we need slower layer ones. That is fine to be as low layer 1, but you need to be able to build capable layer 2 solutions on top of it.
I know that Francesca had something maybe to follow up, or I think you had something just about privacy and regulation in general, if you wanted to go ahead.
Yeah, it's really, I come from more of a financial background, but this is, I think, security and I guess the load on the blockchain really matters if we really want this to be adopted. I see your work with Hole Punch and Keat. Really excited for the mobile version, so definitely following up on that. I do want to shift to the discussion more on stable coins, because it's what I'm kind of like focusing a little more on now from a fintech perspective. And I had the question pertaining to regulation. So as we are going towards less privacy and stricter regulation, and probably you could argue an overbreach in privacy, how much can Tether do before they can be forced into action? You know, how much can they do before they're deemed unethical and unjust by the people, right? From my perspective and how I'm seeing this is that governments are going to be more, they're going to have more of an incentive to overreach on, you know, privacy and you know, go more into people's lives. You know, there's this discussion with CBDCs, but I see stable coins also being, you know, in the way of that as well. So just curious to hear your thoughts.
Sure. So this is an extremely interesting topic as well, right? So also touches on one of my other preferred aspects, that is the possible apocalyptic future or very young future. You know, you never know what will happen first. So to me, stable coins are, you know, should be categorized, but the reality is that the only one that work and are proven are the centralized stable coins. So Tether never hide itself behind a finger, right? So we are a centralized stablecoin and we have to comply with the regulations. So Tether have been working with regulators and law enforcement agencies all around the world with no exception. So we have been as part of the work. So right now Tether is participating and helping in 60 different parallel investigations. So to me is, we use a bank, right? So we use banks, so we use the standard banking channels. So to us is really important to maintain a good relationship with both regulators and our community. But I think that there is a balance, right? So we have proven that we stand up for our community. A few days ago, there was the Binance Smart Chain hack, right? That was one of the biggest hacks in the history of, probably the biggest one in the history of DeFi at least. And you know what? After 15 minutes that Tether was notified, it was able to freeze $8 million, 8 million USDT as part of that were stolen by the hackers. So that's how you give back to your community. So Tether was able to give back around 210 million plus to legitimate owners that were subject to hacks, scams, and so on, working with law enforcement and acting under a clear regulatory process. So definitely, you know, stable coins cannot be like the Wild West or cannot be pirates, right? They are using the standard rails of finance. But I think like there is, when it comes to privacy, there are solutions, right? So if you want to be, so there are spectrums. Tether is no Bitcoin. I always said that. You might have heard me in Lugano as well, right? So Tether is not meant to be a replacement for Bitcoin. Tether is centralized, right? So Tether aims to, Tether doesn't even want to replace banks. Doesn't want to replace banks in the US or doesn't want to replace banks in Europe. But the crazy part about the business model of Tether is that there are 2 billion people in the world that are unbanked, and because just banks gave up on them. Banks cannot make money on that type of population, and they are all using Tether. So that's the, also those type of our audience is not afraid of you know, having a regulator asking us about things, because the way they use Tether is just a lifeline to save themselves from the high inflation from Turkey, from Argentina, Venezuela, and so on. And on the other side, so on one side you have Tether, that is just a dollar on a blockchain. On the other side you have Bitcoin. So if you want to have like the highest independency, you should always go to Bitcoin, no matter what. No debate there. If you want, and you are subject to volatility, that is fine. I like that. I like the fact that you know, I hold Bitcoin, and in the future I'm really bullish on what Bitcoin represents. And so I know that the value will go up, at least in my opinion, right? On the other side, you have Tether, is a stable coin, it's just a surrogate of the dollar. So they offer two different use cases. But yes, I think that I'm okay. I'm actually interested to see and now that I'm more and more involved with discussions with regulators and with law enforcement, I see how it operates and I see how they are excited. Sometimes they are scratching their head because they are used to the banking system, where the banking system, you send them an email, it's Saturday, there is no one, like you hear crickets, right? So no, if if they need to act, it takes 10 days in the banking industry, while we can actually help our customers within few minutes from the notification after we verify that the claim is correct, and we can do the same thing with law enforcement.
Yeah, I had I'll follow up on that because that's really interesting, especially because I always study more Bitcoin than anything. There seems to be, especially on Twitter, in the Bitcoin space, there seems to be like a mainstream thought that Bitcoin will become the world's reserve currency, probably on Lightning, as we see with these technologies. So I'm curious about your view on that, given that Tether is giving people access to the dollar and the dollar is already the world's reserve currency.
So that's another interesting point because to me, Bitcoin can become the world reserve currency. So it won't happen from one day to another, right? So, the dollar has a few hundred years of history, and, money has always been centralized, right? So in one way or another. So from the times of the Romans, right? So they were like, you had the conio that was like creating the coins and in gold, silver, and so on, right? Also Romans were, I think, the ones that created inflation because they started adding over time a little bit of iron, to decrease the quantity of precious metal that was in the coins. But eventually, but this was I think that the moment we saw the US issuing 36 to 38% of the total US dollars in 2 years, definitely that is the thing that makes me realize that it will take time, because it will take a ton of time, but Bitcoin will become the reserve currency of the world, because that is, at least, will become a reserve currency of the world, right? So it shouldn't be one or the other. I mean, also the beauty is in diversity, right? So I think that is important, but it's important to have another reserve currency of the world, where people, in worst case scenario, in the apocalyptic scenario that I was describing, can put their money in.
I know that Francesca had stated at the beginning of all of that something about heat. Maybe we could talk a little bit about what heat is exactly, because I'm unfamiliar.
Sure. So that is actually one of my preferred topics. So I'm a big supporter of the concept of individual sovereignty. That is not like anarchy or stuff, right? So it means that a person should be free, full stop. And means that in order to be free, you need to be able to have financial freedom, and freedom of speech. So if you have only financial freedom, but you cannot say anything, right? So you are always kept under scrutiny. You are always, let's say, tied by the government. I'm not talking about maybe some Western governments, but more like, keep in mind that the world is full of governments that are not happy of people actually speaking up. And on the other side, if you have only freedom of speech, but you don't have a financial freedom, you can say what you want, but you can eventually, you cannot, if you say the wrong thing, you cannot spend your money, because it's tied to a bank account, right? So imagine a government where, you know, you send out a tweet and the government will say, well, your money is frozen until you delete that tweet, right? So it's kind of Orwellian, but it's not that crazy. So to me, the most important part is fulfilling the vision that we had, or that started with Bitcoin. And so we created a platform called Hole Punch. The way, in simple terms, I think that if you are familiar with BitTorrent as a technology, BitTorrent, of course, if you remember the history of file sharing applications, you would remember that before BitTorrent, there were many others. There was LimeWire, there was Nutella, and of course, Napster. The younger generations might not recall all of them, but it took a longer time to develop or to come with BitTorrent, right? A lot of slaps on the wrists were given in order to arrive to BitTorrent. And the reason why BitTorrent is still with us today is that it is really decentralized. There are no central servers, right? So it uses three technologies, and one is DHT, distributed hash table. That is like a distributed database, a key value store database among multiple peers. So the DHT, so this distributed database, reached a peak of 20 million nodes at the peak of BitTorrent usage. So it really proved the concept. Second technology was swarming. Swarming is a technology, if you remember BitTorrent, right? The more people had access or had a file, the faster it got. The faster it was for others to download it, because it could download different chunks of the file in parallel from multiple people. The third technology was and is hole punching. Hole punching is a technique that allows two peers to create a direct connection, or two computers, two devices, to establish a direct connection among themselves without any central server. The way I say it is that, you know, people, well, let's finish about that, right? So basically, my thought a few years ago was, why we don't take BitTorrent technology, and is now limited only to static files. But what if we could take the very same technology and use it for data streams, live data streams? So what we are having now in this chat is a live data stream of video, audio, and well, possibly text, right? So basically that is Hole Punch. The product is a framework, it is an SDK that unify all those technologies, improve BitTorrent underlying technology, and is making it available to create applications like Kit. Kit is a peer-to-peer video text application and fully peer-to-peer. It's basically Zoom without central servers. You know, the biggest lie is that in order for us to communicate, we would need we need a central server. Mm-hmm. That is a lie, because we are going to Mars, right? We have the technology to go to Mars, and yet we think that we need someone else's servers to communicate. That's not true, right? So internet and your devices, each of our devices, are more than capable to serve, to download really big files, to serve high quality content, to store stuff, and crunch enormous quantity of data without having any problems. And yet we are, you know, we have been taught that cloud is our friend. To me, cloud is not our friend. Cloud is, sorry to say this, but to me is a scam. So in the sense that thinking that we have been since Facebook in early 2000s, right? So we were always pushed to think that cloud was our friendly mate that was helping us to, you know, store our files and chat and photos because we were too dumb to, to do it ourselves, or to come up with a solution that would allow us to retain control over our own stuff. Because it's not that data centers are nice, are a good thing in general, right? They can serve multiple purposes, but the simple fact that we are pushed, or we feel we don't stop and think that all our files are sitting on someone else's server in a jurisdiction that is not our home jurisdiction. That data can be weaponized and against us, against our government, and so on, right? So, for example, I'm Italian. Imagine all the Italians producing all the content and sitting on a, I don't know, French server, right, or French data center. Now everything is moved, but in the past wasn't, right? History should always teach us that things are not stable forever. And so I'm not advocating for things going bad, of course, but I'm just saying that people should think about that things are not always going in the right direction. And data can be weaponized. So French could use Italians people data to against Italy, for example, right? You know what people like, you know everything about that, right? So is going to be, that is something that is extremely scary to me. And the fact that we are using, we never develop solutions that are actually allowing people to keep control over their own data is the biggest problem ever. So Keat is a great example, right? So you go on keat.io, keet.io, you download a file, you download an application. It will come to mobile. It is in a couple of months, probably less. Now it's just for desktop. So you start it, and basically you can jump in a room and start a video call with up to 25 to 50 people now. We will have also the text rooms, can be thousands of people. It's like a Telegram and Zoom replacement without a single central server. Let me tell you what is the beauty of it. That the entire experience that you are seeing now, right, on Zoom, right? So all these like, our faces, coordination, chat, and whatever, was developed by one single front-end developer with classic React.js, that is one of the classic frameworks that we would use for the web, in 6 months. So one single person worked for 6 months and created Zoom competitor using a hole punch technology behind. That will be fully open source. So why is that? Because the beautiful part of what we are doing, I think, is that now, if in the normal development space, no developer will ever create a competitor of Zoom, because they know that it would cost tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars per year in data center costs. So you have to find a VC or multiple VCs. Is getting crazy. Imagine a world where every single web developer can actually build applications that are competing with Zoom, Gmail, Google Drive, and whatsoever, without a single central server, all peer-to-peer. Yes, you can have decentralized storage. We are working on that. We are going to add that. But that's it, right? So people should be paid, or data centers should be paid for keeping copies of encrypted data, rather than using the data of people to generate tens of billions in revenues per year. So that's the future. And by the way, that is what Web 1 was about. Web 1, when was created as a way for people to host content, to share content, to share knowledge, right? Was never meant to be centralizing in 3 huge companies like Google, Amazon, and Microsoft. So I think that what we are doing is simply going back to the roots of internet and its aim and its ethos.
It's very, very exciting, because I was there at Web 1, and I did have an Angel Fire site at one time when they gave you free web hosting, and the internet was always supposed to be free. So we'll toss it out to Cambridge and Mr. Wood if you've got anything to follow up, or just take it a different direction.
Oh, that would be great. I mean, the weaponization of data, that's a really interesting discussion, and it's one that I'd love to hear more about. But if it's okay, I'd like to ask you a question about the weaponization of currencies, actually. So personally, I actually wrote my dissertation in my final year on CBDCs in China. And so I'd like to ask your opinion on what do you think is the future for, let's say, traditionally centralized stablecoins such as USDC and Tether, when you're facing potential, state-funded research of CBDCs, and what do you think about that?
So I have two considerations here. One, first of all, I think that CBDCs and as you know, CBDCs are actually using Tether's technology, right? Tether created the entire stablecoin market in 2014. So you have to be either annoyed with us or happy with us that we created this entire thing, this entire industry. So CBDCs are and it can be seen in two ways. First of all, they can be this overreaching tool for governments. And actually in the US, someone at Congress tried to create a bill to ban the possibility of the government to create a CBDC to avoid that state control. But it's also true that CBDCs could be seen in a different light. That could be that so the entire financial industry is kept together, traditional financial industry is kept together by rubber and bands, right? The entire technology in finance is 30 years old. So that's one of the reasons why there are huge costs in running financial infrastructure, right? Is COBOL, is really old databases. If you look at HSBC, one of the biggest banks in the world, the website feels like you're still living in the 2002 year, right? So that's it, because it is so big, it's so monolithic that is almost impossible to change. And so every year they are piling up new functionalities, and that costs more and more to maintain. And that cost is passed to users. That's why banking is in such a big trouble as well. But imagine a future where, and also if banks have this interbanking settlement system, so they are settling money among themselves. But what if, in my opinion, CBDCs should be that interbanking settlement blockchain, private blockchain. There is nothing wrong with that, right? So it would be bringing them to the latest technology really fast. And of course, will take time to move to blockchains and switch off the old system, but they can do in parallel, right? You start moving, you bring up like an internal private CBDC that is just a settlement layer for banks, top tier and second tier banks. And basically all the banks will be connected there, and they will just do the normal operations, but on a faster, more reliable technology layer. That is one way to see it. The other way is to see it is, okay, the real question is, are private citizens being targeted by CBDCs? So is the private citizen going to hold a token from a CBDC? If the answer is yes, I think is extremely problematic. If the answer is no, is a great idea. And also the second point that I want to make is that it's really unlikely that the government, the US government or any other government will issue on Ethereum, Solana, on all these blockchains, right? So they will never take the risk on issuing there, right? Because they don't want to go through the proof of work, proof of stake debate, right? This is not how governments work. So I think that CBDCs and privately issued stablecoins will keep existing. But I also want to make another point. So I was in a panel with one of the heads of the Bank of Japan a couple of weeks ago on CBDCs. And he said something, a really intelligent thing that I didn't think about. So someone asked him if the Bank of Japan was going to be interested to create a CBDC. And he said, no, because there is a big issue. With cash, so governments are trying, or certain governments are trying to make CBDCs looking like cash. So CBDCs that can be held by private citizens, they are trying to make it look like cash. But cash has a specific function or a specific feature. Cash doesn't give you interest, but also cash doesn't give you or charge you negative interest. For example, in Switzerland, you have a negative interest, right? So what happens there is that if a government start replacing all the cash with CBDCs, what can happen is that they might not be able to enforce negative interest. And because, well, unless they change their mind, of course, governments can change their mind, but citizens will be really pissed in that case. Imagine if a government tells you, okay, we are replacing cash with this thing that give us more control, but we will not charge any negative interest or positive interest. You can use it. But eventually, if you either you don't charge negative interest, or if you charge it and you change your mind, people are going to get really into a rebellion. Because with cash, they never had that issue, right? If you hold $100, every day you wake up is $100 in your hand. There is inflation for sure and so on. But if you have bank account, every day you are accruing a negative interest and you get charged for it. So it's really hard for a central bank to be so forward-looking and understand what the next 10 to 20 years will bring or will require from them. And so the decision of creating a CBDC is extremely difficult for a central bank. So what is happening now, although each bank is talking about CBDCs, but having talked to many central banks, the reality of things is that for the moment, they just don't want to fall behind their neighbors. So they want to say that they are creating this pilot, but they are not extremely serious to put into fruition.
Well, really quickly, I do know, we got a little bit of time left. I do know that Ms. Procasio, and my opinion is the same, by the way, in terms of that CBDC. I think it's just a little bit of fluff to please what's going on right now. I believe Ms. Procasio might have had something, a burning desire just to finish this up here.
Yeah. I guess like I'll skip to my last question, and kind of an interesting question Frank Chaparro asked on a panel I was at I attended in Converge, is that what do you think is the most overrated thing in blockchain and crypto right now?
First of all, I really like Frank, super brilliant journalist. And most overrated thing, probably, that's a tough question. I would say the potential of blockchain is extremely overrated. So has a lot of features, but people are trying to use it for also making coffee.
Like a buzzword, like people you think are just putting blockchain on everything and profiting or getting more attention off that word. Okay.
Exactly, because I think that people are using blockchains for the wrong thing. Again, you shouldn't use blockchains for making games, right? So if you are imagining, and probably you never played to that, but the World of Warcraft, right? That is like a massive game. So how do we expect current blockchains to keep up with that? So we got back to the peer-to-peer concept. So but it creates money, right? So VCs it's like in the year 2000, right? There was like the internet bubble. And at that time, there was a company, like a telephone company in Italy, that went up 1,000 times because it was the first company to offer internet services. And then went back in 1 year to where it was, right? So because of course there was a ton of competition and was like overly hyped. So we have to distinguish between Bitcoin and blockchains. So Bitcoin is a currency, is an idea, is a ethos. Blockchain is extremely overrated. It's a great tool. As I was saying, as an interbanking settlement system, or just a way to provide transparency to transactions. So many things, because you cannot change, ideally, you cannot change a blockchain. But it also has a limited set of use cases.
So definitely no reason for a blockchain of things, it's let's keep it where it needs to be. So, well, we've kind of run out of time here. So I want to say thank you to my co-panelists, Ms. Francesca Procasio from Virginia Commonwealth and Mr. William Wood out in Cambridge. And of course, a great honor to have Mr. Paolo Ardoino, the CTO of BitFinex, and Tether on with us. So thank everybody. I want to thank everybody here for coming out today. It was a great discussion. Thank y'all.